A jet black machine flew in MA form, and two beam rifles fired continuously, shooting down several enemy planes. Moreover, the Ma-shaped body is also mounted on two F-90DS, and the two F-90DS launch missiles in all directions, and the Ma below them fires continuously. With the cooperation of three machines, more than a dozen MS were shot down at one time, and then two F-90DS left from MA. Ma transforms into MS. MS name, Ankexia. The machine's weapons are two beam rifles on the shield. Use two beam rifles to fire at the enemy. And then there is a large mega particle launcher on the belly, which fires the mega particle beam cannon, piercing through several enemy planes in a row. A blood red rushed towards Ankexia with a beam saber in hand. Ankexia drew out the beam saber, and the blood red slashed from the inside of his knee. Ankexia's thrust was higher than that of blood red, which suppressed blood red, and blood red retreated immediately. The number of Ankexia appearing on the battlefield is not many, less than 10. Mainly, Ankexia gets mostly bad reviews from elite units and special forces overall. The overall performance of Ankexia is similar to that of Ritual, although it uses higher specification parts and incorporates as technology. However, the overall effect of Ankexia integrated with as technology is not ideal, because it has been adjusted and improved by the scientific research team. The overall performance of Ankexia has not improved significantly. Many elite drivers and special forces drivers have expressed that they would rather drive Ritual than Ankexia. Most of the low evaluations of Ankexia are troops from outer space operations. When transforming into a horse form or a fighter plane form, Ritual's combat efficiency is higher than that of Ankexia. As for places with a gravity environment, Ankexia's evaluation is good. The Ma form flies very stable in a gravity environment, and its combat efficiency is also relatively high. The sub-bases in the Earth's circle and the Moon, elite troops and special forces pilots prefer Ankexia. Ankexia's MS is not liked by troops in outer space, and the main production lines are in the Earth's circle and the Moon. Gustav Karl, as the MS to replace Jesta. If it is not ideal for integrating as technology, Gustav Karl may not be acceptable to the drivers of elite forces and special forces. This MS is favored by Kshatriya, elite force and special forces new human pilots. There is another production machine, which is well received by all pilots of the elite and special forces. Under the improvement of Long Fei, the Zaku Phantom was changed from an ultra-compact energy battery to a mass-produced fourth-generation Minov's super-energy thermonuclear reactor. The Zaku Phantom armor is replaced with a more advanced titanium/ceramic composite material, which has better all-round performance than the original Zaku Phantom. A Zaku Phantom hit a Jegon with a shoulder shield and the triangular cone, with the function of an electric drill, of the shoulder shield pierced Jagang's chest and cockpit. Blood spilled from the cockpit where the hole had been pierced. Then, Zaku Phantom shot with the MMI M633 beam assault gun in his right hand, and took out a tank grenade from his waist with his left hand, and threw it directly to another place. Canister grenades burst out violent glare in front of several pirate MS, causing the cockpit screen of the enemy plane to appear blank. For a moment, several pirate MS stopped suddenly, and the beam assault gun in the right hand of Zaku Mirage opened fire immediately. Several pirate MS directly turned into fireworks. Another Zaku Phantom sliced a salamander with two-handed beam axes. Zaku Phantom's elf backpack can also be exchanged for different equipment backpacks. Instant Jigu Phantom, with a pair of AGM-138-14 unit Fire Bee guided missiles on the back, the driver pressed the button when the target was locked. Numerous Fire Bee guided missiles attacked the target. Although many airframes have anti-missile systems, use the rifles in your hands to fire and shoot down guided missiles. However, some of the Fire Bee guided missiles broke through the line of defense and destroyed several MS. Some instant Zaku Phantoms are also equipped with long-range weapons, 500mm recoilless guns. The 500mm recoilless gun stood on the deck of the mothership, conducting long-range attacks, and the red beam gun shot down many pirate MS. Although the pirate MS wanted to rush to the battle fleet of the Tianyi mercenary group to shoot down the instant Zaku Phantom, but he couldn't break through the opponent's defense line at all. The instantaneous Zaku Phantom uses a 500mm recoilless gun to shoot down those intercepted pirate MS. When the 500mm recoilless gun is conducting long-range attacks, it can even cover the attacks of its companions. Slashing Zaku Phantom has the same basic equipment as Zaku Phantom, except for a few more weapons. 3 slashing Zaku Phantoms, using a pair of MMI M826 Gatling beam machine guns on their shoulders, fired at the relatively dense enemy pirate MIS team. A round of fire suppression caused the enemy team to destroy 2 out of 10 pirates, and the other 8 pirate MSs were scattered. Another group of 2 slashing Zaku Phantoms rushed to the 8 scattered pirate MS and took out the MEMR G7 long-handled beam sickle axe. The slashing Zaku Phantom held a long-handled beam sickle axe, and the heavy axe slashed at the top of Jie Gang's head. Although Jie Gang drew out the beam sword to resist, the thrust was far inferior to the long-handled beam sickle axe. The beam sword was split open directly, and the long-handled beam sickle axe hit directly down, splitting Jie Gang in half. The other slashing Zaku Phantom held a long-handled beam sickle axe and swung the long-handled beam sickle horizontally behind the armored monster with both hands. Although the energy shield was activated on the back wings of the armored monster, the long-handled beam sickle still held the armor monster was cut off in half. The 2 slashing Zaku Phantoms continued to attack the other 6 pirate MS under the cover of the firepower of their colleagues. 3 slashing Zaku Phantoms, suppressed by the firepower of Gatling beam machine guns, took out the canister grenades on their waist with both hands and threw them at other pirate MS. Canister grenades caused damage to these pirate MS, affecting the body's ability to move. 2 slashing Zaku Phantoms continued to chop down the remaining pirate MS with long-handled beam sickle axes. The bombardment Zaku Phantom is very similar to the instant Zaku Phantom. The latter has a 500mm recoilless gun, while the former has the right M1500 Otter Hughes high-energy long-distance beam cannon and a large-capacity energy tank. The effective range of the high-energy long-distance beam cannon is farther and more lethal than the 500mm recoilless gun. The bombardment-type Zaku Phantom relies on a large-capacity energy tank and holds a high-energy long-distance beam cannon for long-range attacks. The target is the warship of the pirate group. Except for the Brock frigate that has an energy shield that can withstand the attack of the high-energy long-distance beam cannon, other pirate warships cannot resist the high-energy long-distance beam cannon at all. Even the high-energy long-distance beam cannon can penetrate the battleship with one shot, killing it in one shot. Although the pirate group regards the bombardment Zaku Huanying as the most dangerous mass-produced aircraft, it is the preferred target of attack. However, the bombardment Zaku Mirage is surrounded by other MIS squads or mobile fortresses for safety. It took less than 3 minutes for several shelling Zaku Phantoms to destroy the pirate battleships with high-energy long-distance beam cannons. Only 1 Brock frigate remained. The final fate of the Bullock frigate was destroyed by the mobile drill missile launched by the battleship of the Tianyi mercenary group. In the battlefield filmed by some media teams, the appearance of Zaku Phantom caused a lot of discussion. Zaku Phantom is equipped with different backpacks and possesses different combat powers. It is the same as the 105 Assault used by the Tianyi mercenary group and the Vita used by the Hanxia Empire. It can switch to different backpacks for combat. Moreover, the appearance of the Zaku Phantom is very similar to the Gao Zaku who is still in service in the Uya Cross Country. This reminded many people that among the MS designed by Emperor Long Fei of the Sky Wing Empire, there was the Cyclops series. Back then, when the Long family of the Hanxia Empire snatched the design drawings Long Fei designed when he was a child, there was a series of MS called Theon's One-Eyed Monster. The Uya Cross Country once asked the Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company to design MS, and they brought out many MS of the Cyclops series for Saintess Aina and her team to choose from. The appearance of the Zaku Phantom made many netizens wonder if it would be the strongest mass-produced machine in the Cyclops series. The authorities of the Uya Cross Country watched the live broadcast and immediately discussed it after the battle of Zaku's Phantom. Although they got the complete design drawings and materials of Gao Zhigu, the scientific research team has mastered the overall technology of Gao Zhigu, although some of the Marasai with higher performance have mastered its technology. However, there are still many places where people don't know why. Gao Zhigu can make major changes and upgrades, and Marasai dare not make any major changes at all. This has led to the slightly better performance of the improved version of Gaozaku now in service than Marasai. This led to some embarrassment, with those good elite drivers opting for a modified version of the High Zaku rather than the Marasai. Marasai was directly delegated to ordinary troops to drive. In fact, for so many years in the Uya Cross country, Gaozaku and Marasai have served for more than 10 years. Although placed in the whole world, it still belongs to the ranks of advanced MS. But other big countries have developed new types of MS, and they are integrated into the technology of the Dian Empire. Although the Uya Cross Kingdom has also developed a new type of MS, which also incorporates the technology of the Dian Empire, but the effect is not ideal. This is mainly because the scientific research team of the Uya Cross country did not have a deep grasp of the research on the Dian Empire, so they directly integrated into the newly developed MS in the same way. As a result, the overall performance of the newly developed MS, especially the coordination, is severely lacking. The scientific research team of the Uya Cross Kingdom did not carry out any transformation or improvement when researching the technology of the Dian Empire, and did not even develop a technology suitable for them. This caused the progress of newly developed MS to stall. However, the scientific research team has been unwilling to face up to these problems, and even directly declared to their superiors that the technology of the Dian Empire is not suitable for their Uya Cross country. Pope David doesn't believe the nonsense of the scientific research team at all. What does the scientific research team look like? He knows it better than anyone else. They are self-righteous and do not face up to their own problems, nor are they willing to examine their own shortcomings. The current scientific research team is only carrying out a series of magic changes on Gao Zhigu. Long Fei gave them the Torges, and after getting Torges 2, he disassembled and studied Torgis. The scientific research team also couldn't do anything, but claimed that the Torges technology was too advanced. That is, certain technologies could be mastered, but the related industries required by the country could not carry out large-scale manufacturing at all due to the weak related industries in the country. Pope David could only sigh in his heart for such an explanation. The Uya Cross country is indeed very weak in many places, especially in heavy industry. The Uya Cross country is seriously short of heavy industry, and even some medium and light industries are missing. As a result, the Uya Cross country needs to import many things. In addition to dealing with possible future wars, Pope David had to figure out how to supplement the needed industries. Now, the Uya Crusaders must work together with the international community to face possible future invasions of alien galaxies. After a round of discussions, Pope David, Saint Aina and his wife and the bishops decided to ask the Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company whether they could sell the Zaka Phantom. The answer from the Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company was no. However, as the president of Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company, Sakeki told Uya Cross Country that although the Zaku Phantom cannot be sold, there are other MS of the Cyclops series that can be sold. Pope David handed over this matter to Saint Aina and his wife, Bishop William of Defense, and Bishop Matthew of the Military Department for negotiation on this matter. Saki and the Saint Aina communicate secretly. President Sakiki, we want to buy your new MS, besides the One-Eyed series. Do you have other series? Yes, everyone. Wait a moment, I will find it out and show you. Soon, on the secret communication channel, the Saintess and her party looked at the introduction pictures of many airframes. Although someone on your side wanted to take screenshots or take down the introduction pictures of these airframes, they could not obtain them at all in the secret communication channel. Any information? Sakiki smiled and said, everyone, take a good look at the picture and don't think about other things. The Saintess and her party looked embarrassed. Bishop William of Defense and Bishop Matthew of the Military Department are both professionals. Looking at various mass-produced machines such as Zaka 3, Zindo Torres, High-Power Gym 3, Drayson, and Mesa, Bishop Matthew asked, President Saki, is there no other version of Zaku who appeared on the live broadcast? No. The Saintess and her group couldn't hide their disappointment. Bishops William and Matthew continued to check the information of various mass-produced MS. Afterwards, the two selected Zaka 3, High-Power Gym 3, Drayson, etc., and asked Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company to manufacture 5 mass-produced MS of each, and let their drivers test to see which one was suitable for them. On the other side, Pope David communicated secretly with Long Fei. Pope David wanted to communicate with Long Fei, mainly because he wanted to discuss some matters with Long Fei. Your Majesty Long Fei, I hope that your country can come to this country to make some investments. What kind of investment do you want? Pope David has spoken out his request. You hope that when our country's heavy industry companies come to invest in your country, you hope to learn our industrial technology and fill in the industrial technology you missed. Long Fei said straight to the point. Pope David felt a little embarrassed when Long Fei didn't directly explain his purpose, and he generously admitted, yes, I admit that the Uya Cross country has too many important industrial deficiencies, and the only one who can help us is Long Fei, your Majesty. Tianyi Empire, we don't expect to learn your most advanced industrial technology. As long as we can learn the most basic, let us start from nothing. Pope, in fact, you want your country to have these industries. In fact, you also want to guard against possible future wars. I can help you with this, but we are not doing white jobs. At least let us benefit. Okay, let's discuss this carefully. As long as the conditions raised by His Majesty Long Fei are not excessive, I can agree. Long Fei began to state his conditions. It has been the 10th day since the Tianyi mercenary group wiped out the local Dion pirate group in the 9th District colony, and the local Dion pirate group lost more than 70%. Dikla did not expect that he would lead an important force to fight in the Martian Circle, and as a result, the Dion pirates in the colonial circle were hit hard. Damn Long Fei, it seems that he asked his private mercenary group to eliminate the Dion pirate group that I invested in the colony in the 9th District. Not only did I suffer heavy losses, but he might even force me to go back to the rescue, so that he can reduce the pressure on the Martian Circle. Dikla didn't expect that Long Fei would come up with a strategy to surround Wei and save Zhao. The 9th District colony, 40% of the size and strength of the Dion pirates, is there, and he transferred 30% of his combat power. The remaining 30% of the combat power is in the 2nd District colony. Damn it, the 100 Ghosts of the Night will secretly dispatch some resources to my pirate group, but Pulvey didn't help. He forgot that we are now on the same boat. Dikla was very annoyed. As long as the Dion pirates in the 9th District colony are wiped out, then the Dion pirates in the 2nd District colony will be hit hard by the Sky Wing mercenaries. It's not that it's slowed down, it's that it's wasted. Pulvey doesn't know what's wrong at all. Dikla looked down on Pulvey from the bottom of his heart. If he hadn't shared a common enemy, Dikla really didn't want to cooperate with him. Now, the Dion pirates were being hit hard, and Pulvey was just watching. For Purvey, this is just a fight between new humans, a dog eats a dog. Dear viewers, the place you are watching now is a huge abandoned and modified meteorite, which is one of the hiding places of the Dion pirates. Now they are being attacked by the Tianyi mercenary group. We have seen the new mass-produced MS of the elite troops and special forces of the Tianyi mercenary group. There is a new mass-produced Gundam called MK, and the other is the Cross at that time. The miniaturized mass-produced Gundam F-90 used by the Vanguard Army. I wonder if the mass-produced MS and mass-produced Gundam used by the Special Forces and Elite Forces of the Sky Wing Empire are the same. At present, the international people and most countries do not know that the elite troops and special forces of the Tianyi Empire and the Tianyi mercenary group use different MS. Dear viewers, just took a picture of a new mobile suit adopted by the Tianyi mercenary group. This mobile suit looks like a big bloated iron monster, but it's very strange. How could the Tianyi mercenary group, which has always had a very beautiful design a MS with such a strange appearance? A reporter is reporting live. A machine body was covered with off-white Chabam armor, and it looked like a big bloated iron tank. But this swollen big iron tank is very fast and very flexible. With its high speed and flexibility, it continuously dodges the attacks of the pirate group MS. The right-hand beam shooting rifle, beam shot rifle, can not only shoot at medium distances, but can even shoot at long distances. Jegong's shield was burned through by the beam shooting rifle no matter whether it was at medium or long distance, and even the shield belt body penetrated. Moreover, the beam shooting rifle is also switched to the shotgun beam function, which can also give opponents heavy blows at close range. An emerald dodged the attack of the floating cannon continuously in the big iron tank. The moment the bully got close, the shotgun beam directly shot the emerald full of holes, and directly made the emerald explode into a ball of fireworks. The big iron cans were shot down a lot in a row, which attracted the attention of other pirate Ms. Just as they were about to focus on the big iron cans, several big iron cans appeared on the stage. The head of the Dion pirates ordered the mobile fortress to destroy the large iron tanks first. Space Turtle, Saingia, and Finra all locked on the big tin can. After destroying a space turtle, a large iron tank was attacked by Saingia. Although the large iron tank dodged, there were still many beams hitting the large iron tank. When the Chabam armor on the big iron tank was bombarded by light strikes. Although the Chabam armor was coated with an anti-beam coating to counteract a lot of beams, some light speed bombarded Chabam armor. Part of Chabam's armor was burned, and the driver of the big tin tank immediately pressed to disarm Chabam. Oh my god, this is Gundam. After disarming Chabam's armor, the big iron tank revealed its true colors. Oberon Gundam is now on the battlefield. Oberon Gundam looked at Saingia, his eyes flickered, the thrusters opened wide, and the Oberon Gundam's speed, maneuverability, and flexibility were greatly improved after disarming Chabam. Saingia continued to attack, but couldn't hit Oberon Gundam. The heat scissors built into the shield equipped by Oberon Gundam instantly cut Saingia's countless mechanical arms, and then the Mega Particle Cannon, Megaparty, built into the shield directly destroyed the blue beads in the center of Saingia. Oberon Gundam pulled out the beam saber with both hands, and each of the mechanical arms on the two knees pulled out a beam saber, and the 4 beam sabers dismembered Saingia. Sain Gaia, the mobile fortress that could pose some threats to the Dion Imperial Army, is now directly killed by Oberon Gundam. Another Oberon Gundam also used the built-in Mega Particle Cannon in the shield of its left hand to shoot down some old MS. When the Grimoire mode is activated, the power of the built-in Mega Particle Cannon in the Oberon Gundam shield is enhanced, which has the same power as the high-energy Mega Cannon, High Mega, and the emitted beams are clustered. This powerful Mega Cannon shot through Finra directly, and Finra couldn't resist it even with the energy shield. In the Magic Book mode, the thermal scissors of the Oberon Gundam shield are folded to the tip of the shield, and a beam saber blade is generated from the tip, with powerful power and thrust. That is, the beam saber cannot resist the beam saber if the Asa machine does not turn on the booster mode blade. The body was cut in half directly. The Grimoire system, Grimoire, belongs to a kind of biosensor, and it is also a kind of quasi-Sycomius. In essence, it uses the spiritual network connected by countless ultra-small Sycomus particles. Since it is composed of countless small particles, the design level is quite high, and it can be flexibly placed in the gaps and joints of MS. Not only can MEA particles be used to interfere with the signal-receiving device of the enemy aircraft, but it is also possible to cause the enemy MS to stop directly due to artificial reproduction. It can even directly transplant Sycomus cells into the human body, and finally even cause a phenomenon similar to the growth of crystals on the human body. The principle is exactly the same as that of the psychosensory framework. However, to achieve a phenomenon similar to the growth of crystals on the human body, at least it must be a new human being above a level. In the Magic Book system, Longfei has also made some improvements. After the Magic Book system is activated, Oberon's attack power, speed, and flexibility will increase by 30%. And after activating the Magic Book system, the driver can also activate the Spirit Hood. The function of the Spirit Hood is similar to Eye Position and Energy Shield, but the effect is better than the former two. Both live ammunition and energy weapons can resist, and can even resist attacks from beam sabers and solid cold weapons. The Oberon Gundam shined brilliantly on the colonial battlefield in District 9, and its powerful performance, especially after the Magic Book system was activated, was even more invincible. Although there are only 4 Oberon Gundams on the battlefield, they can shine on the battlefield and become the attention on the battlefield. On the other hand, while Minister Shrek was currently dealing with the work at hand, his subordinates sent a video of the Battle of Oberon Gundam. After Minister Shrek watched it, he couldn't help but slap himself. Oberon Gundam himself has seen the design drawings and information explanations of this Gundam. At first, he felt that the G-First Gundam with the fit function is better. The driver can use the Sekima system to control the cannon steel and GF tanks. Then you can use different tactics in combat to make the enemy hard to defend. Now, after Oberon Gundam shined brilliantly on the battlefield, Minister Shrek said with a wry smile, "It seems that some weapons are not just explained in the data map. They have to be put into the battlefield to confirm whether they have ideal results in actual combat." Minister Shrek is calling Long Fei to request the manufacture of Oberon Gundam. Okay, Minister Shrek, you can decide this matter. By the way, in addition to Oberon Gundam having a magic book system, MSE 009H Fafnir and AMX 114 Demeter also have a magic book system. Oberon Gundam is the white magic book system, Fafnir is the blue magic book system, and Demeter is the red magic book system. How are these magic book systems different? I'll pass you the information, and you can read it yourself. If you think it's okay, then you can let the Ministry of Military Affairs make these three MIS. After reading the materials of Fafnir Gundam and Demeter, Minister Shrek had some understanding of their respective magic book systems and decided to manufacture these three MS. It's just that these three MS can only be handed over to new humans to drive, and the number of them will not be many. The comprehensive ability of new humans must at least be level. Minister Shrek then looked at the finances of the Ministry of Military Affairs. His expression was a little ugly, so he had to call Long Fei. Needless to say, "Minister, I know that the purpose of your calling is to ask me for funding." "Yes, Your Majesty, it really takes money to manufacture those three MIS. Okay, I'll allocate 500 billion Tianyi coins to you. It's up to you how many units you know, but be careful that some people are corrupt." "Yes, Your Majesty." The Tianyi Empire is currently still dealing with the meteorites and wreckage that have flown in. Shrek contacted Li Jiaming for help. Li Jiaming also dispatched troops to deal with those sources. The Tianyi mercenary group will attack the colony in the 9th district, and they have received information that most of the meteorites and wreckage are from the Dion pirates in the 9th district colony. So after the Tianyi mercenary group found out where they were hiding, they would settle their old and new grudges together. In addition to the pirates of Colonial Dion in District 9, the pirates of Colonial Dion in District 2 is also where they are preparing to strike next. In addition to the Dion pirates, it was the 100 Ghosts of the Night organization and the secret forces of the Wanluo Federation. It's just that the 100 Ghosts Night Walk organization can't grasp their relationship with the Donyang Empire, and they are preparing to dispatch troops to destroy them at this moment. The Tianyi Imperial Army and the Heaven and Earth Mercenary Group are joining forces to deal with these enemies. In the outer space domain of the Tianyi Empire, in addition to dealing with the infiltrated Dion pirates and the 100 Ghosts Night organization, the secret forces of the Wanluo Federation also discovered it. These three troops are all fighting guerrilla warfare against the Sky-Winged Empire Army. Regardless of whether they were discovered by the Tianyi Empire's detectors or not, the three troops were all fighting guerrilla warfare. Once they found any Tianyi Empire troops, they would immediately flee or adopt a strategy of hitting and running. But they obviously underestimated the Tianyi Imperial Army. About half of the Tianyi Imperial Army were originally Tianyi mercenaries, and they were also experts in guerrilla warfare. In addition to dispatching some troops to attack the Dion pirates in the 9th District colony, the Tianyi mercenary group also dispatched some troops to intercept the meteorites and wreckage in the 2nd, 3rd, and 10th District colonies. The Tianyi mercenary group also discovered that the colony of District 8, that is, the colony of the Wanluo Federation, also has countless meteorites and debris floating towards the Martian Circle. Moreover, there are also many meteorites and debris drifting towards the Martian Circle in the United States of Anglo-Saxon Democratic Republic in the 4th area. However, the meteorites and wreckage intercepted by the Tianyi mercenary troops were reversed to calculate the trajectory and time of these meteorites and wreckage. The discovery of meteorites and debris from the United States of America drifting toward the Martian sphere is only recent and is currently in the minority. When this news was sent back to Long Fei's office, Long Fei had some doubts. Could it be that the United Anglo-Samoan Democratic People's Republic and the Wanluo Federation had secretly joined forces? Then, Long Fei recalled that the Secret Service Organization of the Tianyi Empire and the Special Department of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps captured important members of the Dallas people pretending to be in that country in some countries. Long Fei wondered if it was because the people of Dallas had joined forces with the United Nations of the Anglo-Samoan Democratic People's Republic. The current president of the United Nations of Anglo-Democracies should not be as crazy and idiotic as that guy in Pulvey. He should not do such an idiotic thing, unless he has been replaced by the Dallas people. On the contrary, according to the information obtained so far, the people of Dallas have not penetrated so deep into the high-level interior of their government. On the other hand, it is true that Mr. Mai has not penetrated into the high-level government of the United Nations of Anglo-Democracy people. However, Mr. Mai got in touch with the family that controlled the Anglo-Sa Democratic People's Republic, the Armist family. Billy is the head of the Armist family. At the beginning, when Mr. Mai and his group of aliens came into contact with him, they were very conflicted in their hearts and told him directly that they could not cooperate with these aliens. Otherwise, once they cooperate with these aliens, the latent crisis is like a bomb that will detonate at any time, causing unimaginable damage to the Armist family, and even destroying the entire family. Billy was originally going to be sent to secretly kill Mr. McGregor and his gang. However, Mr. Mai gave them some advanced technologies from the state of Dallas. As long as they are willing to cooperate, the state of Dallas will also give more advanced technologies to the Armistead family. After Billy sent his scientific research team to study the products of Dallas State, he said that they were very advanced. It is to let them carry out reverse development, if nothing else. Just talk about civilian products. At least they will not be overwhelmed by the products produced by Tianyi Group and various companies in the Tianyi Empire. The countless businesses of the Armistead family over the years have already been overwhelmed by the Tianyi Group, and some of them even failed to operate and closed down. The power of the Armistead family to control the United Nations of the Anglo-Saxon peoples behind the scenes gradually diminished, and other big families took the opportunity to the lost power of the Armistead family. Families that were suppressed by the Armistead family before now dare to raise to the Armistead family. Billy looked at the suggestion of his own customer research team. It is really necessary to reverse study these advanced products. Maybe a few years later, the Armistead family will return to its heyday. The products produced for export can also compete with Tianyi Group. Billy's inner voice, the voice of reason, told him not to cooperate with these aliens. Otherwise, the family would suffer unimaginable destruction. However, another greedy voice told Billy that he must cooperate, because only cooperation can bring the family back to its heyday, regain full control over the United States of Anglo-Democracies, and then control those democratic countries. Then trample on the ground those families who dare to raise to the Armist family. The two voices of reason and greed in Billy were fighting, and finally the voice of greed overwhelmed the voice of reason. Billy decided to cooperate with Mr. Mai. Mr. Mai was very satisfied with this result, and then the colonial satellites that were destroyed by the attack of the Dion Empire in the United States of Anglo-Saxon Democratic Republic, as well as the wreckage and meteorites that had been left there drifted to the Martian Circle. These damaged colonial satellites and wreckage, etc., as well as some devices that were secretly placed in their Dallas country. This is Mr. Mai's dark hands. Yangshan, 00 Gundam, is attacking. One Cyan Harrow-controlled slashing enhanced fighter. Hello, the slashing enhanced fighter is attacking. 00 Gundam and slash-type enhanced fighters ejected from the Torres 2 mothership. The 00 Gundam and the slash-type enhanced fighter are combined into a 00/enhanced model. The 00 slashing enhancement group can choose the 7 Swords G equipment and the weapons of the enhancement group, 00 Razor. Yu Yangchun is equipped with additional equipment for the 00 slashing strengthening group model. The right hand is equipped with GN Sword 3 and the left hand is equipped with GN Sword 2 light cannon type. Yu Yangchuan's current location is the edge of the outer space domain of the Martian Circle. Because in one place, a team of 100 Ghosts Night Walking Organization was found, and their newly developed MS, Evil Night Ghosts, was found. The appearance of the Night Ghost has not changed much from the previous generation of Night Ghosts, but the head has become more ferocious, especially the mouth has a pair of fangs. The Night Ghost put some pressure on the MS of the border guards. Although the Jiegong D-type, Murasame and MK and Delta Plus got another upgrade. However, the specifications of these MS are already outdated for the Tianyi Empire and the Tianyi Mercenary Group. After a round of parts upgrades and improvements, the overall performance of the machine has not improved much. At most, it is only in terms of search and detection and in combat to find the enemy and respond more quickly. The Night Ghost is a body developed by the Donyang Empire, which has mastered the more advanced Dion Empire technology. When the Dion Empire was defeated, some scientists left the Mars Circle, and Kuroda City also sent people to take these scientists away immediately. These scientists also took away the most advanced drawings at that time. Although Night Ghost is the same as his predecessors, there are some technologies that can only be adopted from the relatively backward technology of Donyang Empire. It leads to some lack of coordination, but fortunately, its lack of coordination and problems are not as many as its predecessors. The Night Ghost MS can suppress Jiegong and Murasame of various models, and the Night Ghost MS as the leader machine can also suppress the MK3 and Delta Plus, who are also the captain. The border guards can only ask the regular army for help. Yu Yangchun led a MIS squad consisting of 30 elite units to advance towards the target location. Yu Yangchun drove the 00/enhanced model and fired at an 8-foot mirror warship 300 kilometers away with the GN Sword 2 light cannon in his left hand. Originally, the Hyakki Yako organization, which was in the upper hand in the battle, was directly taken aback by this sudden attack, and the hull of the besieging warship that was attacked was pierced through by a single shot. 00/enhanced model booster is improved and quickly rushed to the battle. Lord Marquis Yu, wait for us, you rushed too fast. The team leader communicated to Yu Yangchun. Then speed up. Elite squads can only increase thruster speed. The fleet organized by Hyakki Yako has a total of 3 8-foot mirror warships, one of which has been destroyed. This battleship team is codenamed Yanyan Luo, Team 1. The first 8-foot mirror battleship, a school officer in the command room, is in command. Next to the school officer was a black-haired young man with a little beard. Our long-range camera captured the direction of the source of the beam cannon just now and found that a Gundam is rushing into the engagement area quickly. A staff member said, "The projection screen is the 00/enhanced model. The 00/enhanced model is killing all directions, and the Night Ghost and Night Ghost have been shot down countless times." The school official said to the black-haired young man, "Master Takahashi, I'll leave that Gundam to you." "Okay." Takahashi Hui has long wanted to meet Gundam for a while. The school official saluted Gao Xiao Hui and said, "Master Gao Xiao, may your martial arts prosper." Takahashi Hui turned and left the command room. At the beginning, the Yanyanluo first team relied on 200 ms to suppress the troops of the border guards with the advantages of quantity and quality. But no one expected that the 00/enhanced model shocked everyone on the battlefield. 00/enhancement model right GN Sword 3 chopped down 5 ms in just 1 minute. Then, GN Sword 3 switched to shooting mode, fired 3 shots and shot down 1 Night Ghost and 2 Night Ghosts. The GN Sword 2 light cannon in the left hand aimed at the Yashikami battleship. The remaining 2 8-foot mirror warships have already activated their energy shields and taken evasive actions after the lessons learned just now. Several cannons on the Night Ghost's chest fired at the 00/enhanced model. The 00/enhancement model can only temporarily put down the target to dodge, and then launch the GN micromissile to counterattack. 00/enhancement mod uses the GN beam machine gun to attack the Night Ghost that just fired the cannon at it. The speed and reaction of the 00/enhanced model is better than the 00 Razor. Yu Yangchun commented while driving the 00/enhanced model. During the evaluation, the GN Sword 3 in his right hand split open. A Night Ghost. The 00/enhanced model rushed to a Night Ghost team, killed one in an instant, and drove away the rest of the Night Ghosts. The appearance of the 00/strengthening model suddenly boosted the morale of the border guards who had been low in morale. The 00/enhanced model left-handed GN Sword 2 light cannon type fired towards the left direction, and countless fireworks burst out wherever the powerful GN light cannon passed. The right-hand weapon of the 00/strengthening model is switched to a GN Destruction Sword 3, which is even sharper than the GN Sword 3. GN Sword 3 is to cut any enemy aircraft, and sparks will appear from the cut parts. However, the GN Destroyer Sword 3 slashed at the Night Ghost without a single spark, just like a sharp blade cutting through paper. The Night Ghost that was cut like a paper turned into a ball of fireworks. The 00/ strengthening model looked at the enemy Ms. team in another place, and the eyes of the green light flickered. Then, the 00/ enhanced model pounced on the enemy Ms. squad just looking at. On the battlefield, the 00 slashing and strengthening module can kill the enemy. In 10 minutes, the 00/ strengthening group model killed 50 ms. For a while, the 00/ enhanced model became the most eye-catching boy on the battlefield, and at the same time attracted countless firepower to attack the 00/ enhanced model. Countless night ghosts and night ghosts on the battlefield teamed up to deal with the 00/ strengthening model. Yin Yinluo, the commander of the first team, watched the subordinates on the battlefield die in the hands of the 00/ enhanced model, and ordered the rest of the Ms. team to attack at full speed, aiming at the 00/ enhanced model. The commander also contacted Takahashi Hui. Master Takahashi, are you ready? Make final adjustments. Let those on the battlefield hold on for a minute no matter what. Clear. The 2 8-foot mirror battleships will attack all the remaining 40 ms. On the other side, the Ms. troop composed of 30 elite teams rushed to the scene. 10 Mars jackets, 10 inverse deltas, for F-90S, for MK Kai, and 2 G-First DX Gundams rushed to the scene. The elite Ms. team joined the battlefield and suppressed Yin Yanluo's Ms. team in a short period of time. The commander looked at the situation on the battlefield and only hoped that the ace in his hand, Takahashi Teru, could kill the 00/ strengthening model. Then the victory would belong to them. And by the way, one of the aces of the Tianyi Empire would be lost. Takahashi Hui tapped the keyboard in the cockpit of his car, Demon Blade, to make the final adjustments. Yao Dao is a black body with a locust-like humanoid body, a pair of tentacles on the forehead, and a pair of fangs in the mouth. As the Ms. Ace driver of the Dongyang Empire, Takahashi Hui is second only to Knife King, Taro Sayama. Takahashi Hui also likes to fight with knives. His nickname and his body are also called the Demon Sword. Every time Takahashi Teru replaces a new body, Takahashi Teru calls the new body the Demon Sword. Takahashi Teru and Sayama Taro also fought countless times, and Takahashi Teru lost every time. Master Takahashi, the final adjustment of the body has been completed, and there is no problem with the body. Okay, thank you for your hard work. The weapons that the demon knife is also equipped with are mainly knives, a solid long knife, 2 beam sabers, and a pair of beam pistols. Takahashi Hui, Demon Sword, attack. The demon knife stepped on the electromagnetic pedal and ejected from the gate. Takahashi immediately looked for his target. There, Takahashi Hui sensed the location of the target. Yu Yangchun drove the 00/ enhanced model with his right-hand GN Destroyer Sword 3 to cut off a night ghost. Suddenly, Yu Yangchun's new human's keen perception made him feel that a powerful driver was coming towards him. From the screen, Yu Yangchun saw a jet-black humanoid MS designed like a locust coming towards him. Yao Dao pulled out a pair of beam sabers and rushed towards the 00/ strengthening model. The 00/ enhanced model switches weapons with the left hand, holds a GN Destroyer Sword 3 in each hand, and rushes towards the Demon Sword. When the 2 knives and the 2 swords collided, blue lightning-like energy leaked out. The moment the 2 fought against each other, they also discovered that each other was a new human being. The 2 don't need any communication. The spirits of the 2 have converged, and they already understand each other's name. The 00/ enhanced model and Yao Dao wield weapons with both hands at the same time. The swords collided with each other continuously, and every time they collided, energy overflowed like lightning. Then the 2 of them controlled the airframes, and when the 2 airframes were fighting, they crossed each other from time to time, and the cyan particle trails and the white flame trails intersected and intertwined from time to time. When Takahashi Hui was fighting, the cockpit would hear sirens from time to time, and he glanced at the instrument, knowing that the thrust he wanted was not as good as the opponent's Gundam. Damn it, it's worthy of being a Gundam. It's as powerful as the rumors say. I remember that this Gundam was recorded in the data. It was a Gundam that participated in the eradication of the Dion Empire. I didn't expect that after so many years, the performance of this machine body is still at the top of the world. In my country, the Demon Knife built with the most cutting-edge technology, the overall performance and thrust are not as good as this Gundam that has been on the scene for 5 or 6 years. Gao Xiaohui was suppressed by the opponent, but he didn't have any dissatisfaction because he found that the opponent's manipulation skills were not inferior to him at all and might even be slightly better than him. The Demon Sword retreated immediately and took advantage of the 00 slashing strengthening model to catch up. One turned back and struck the 00 slashing strengthening model horizontally. Yu Yangchun had already anticipated the opponent's purpose, and the GN Destruction Sword 3 in his left hand blocked the opponent's beam saber. 00 slash enhanced model, a pair of extra mechanical arms, pulls out GN Sword 2 and stabs at the Demon Sword. The Demon Knife retreated immediately, dodging the stabbing attack just now. A pair of GN Swords 2 immediately switch functions, transforming into a gun shape and shooting towards the Demon Knife. Yao Dao also blocked the GN beam with the beam saber in both hands when dodging. Yu Yangchun will not give the other party a chance to escape, because the opponent Gao Xiaohui in front of him, once he escapes, the next time he appears on another battlefield, he may cause harm to other colleagues. Yu Yangchun decided to kill Gao Xiaohui to avoid future troubles. Yao Dao switched the beam saber in his left hand to a beam pistol and swung the beam saber with his right hand to continuously resist the GN beam. Yao Dao used the left-handed beam pistol to fight back against the 00 slash enhanced mod. 00 slash and strengthen the group model to open the GN position and rush to the Demon Knife. The beam pistol of Yao Dao can't penetrate the GN position at all. It is impossible for Yao Dao to keep a certain distance from the 00 slash enhanced model because the speed of 00 slash enhanced model is higher than that of Yao Dao. The 00 slashing strengthening model quickly caught up with the Demon Knife. In addition to a pair of GN Destroyer Sword 3, the additional robotic arm controller GN Sword 2 swung 4 knives at the Demon Knife continuously. The Demon Knife left-handed beam pistol is then switched to a beam saber. The Yao Dao can barely withstand the continuous attacks of 4 swords, and the two-handed swing of the Yao Dao has become more and more chaotic, and it is almost becoming a rogue style, waving both hands randomly. It can be seen that Takahashi Hui has been forced to a little stretched. In the surrounding battles, with the addition of the elite team, Yanyanluo 1 team and MS Army had many Night Ghosts and Night Ghosts being destroyed one after another. Both the Inverse and the Martian Jacket can easily suppress the Night Ghost, but the elite pilots did not realize that the overall performance of the Night Ghost, the best mass-produced aircraft of the opponent, is not as good as that of the regular armies Jesta and Ritual. Even if elite troops like them are not sent, MS of ordinary regular army troops can also suppress them, but the advantages they gain are not as high as their elite troops. Yanyanluo Team 1 commanded the projection screen to watch the situation on the battlefield, and the disadvantage became more and more obvious. Originally, their purpose of attacking the border guards here was to attract attention and cover the entry of those infiltrating troops. Unexpectedly, during the battle, elite troops and ace drivers would be attracted. Now they feel a little bit hard to get off. Fortunately, the infiltrating troops have not been discovered so far. Just when the staff came to report that the infiltrating troops had entered a deeper location, the commander was giving the order to retreat. Suddenly the alarm sounded, and countless light beams and missiles were attacking the besieging warship. Although the commander ordered evasive actions and turned on the anti-aircraft guns, but countless light beams and missiles bombarded the 8-foot mirror battleship, and the energy shield couldn't withstand the final collapse. The 2 8-foot mirror warships were quickly destroyed by the party. The pilots of the Ms. troop of Yanyanluo Team 1 watched the mothership be destroyed, and they also knew that there was no way out. All drivers turn on the booster mode. The Tianyi Imperial Army also activated the boost mode. At this moment, Takahashi Hui also turned on the efficiency boost, ready to fight to the death with his opponent. Yu Yangchun turned on Trans-AM. 00 slash and strengthen the model immediately 3 red state. The enhancement mode of the Demon Sword is a bit special. In the large enhancement mode, The overall body is increased by 200%. The demon knife quickly rushed to the 00/strengthening model, leaving afterimages wherever it passed. The demon knife disappeared in an instant when it jumped in front of the 00/strengthening model. The 00/strengthening model immediately turned 180 degrees and swung the Jian Destruction Sword 3 in his left hand, blocking the sneak attack of the demon knife. Damn it, Takahashi, we didn't expect the other party to see through his actions. After Yu Yanshun turned on Transm, the whole brainwave induction was greatly improved, from which he discovered the purpose of Takahashi Hui. Every thought and every movement of Takahashi Hui emitted brainwaves. Yu Yanshun was like this, and after receiving Takahashi Hui's brainwaves, he knew his purpose. At this moment, Yu Yanshun fully knows every move of Takahashi Hui, and Yu Yanshun knows what he thinks. No matter how the Yao Dao changes its movements, even in the eyes of other drivers, the Yao Dao seems to move in an instant and quickly reaches the 00/strengthening model to swing the knife in different directions to attack. But every swing attack of Yao Dao, the 00/strengthening model can block it with the Jian Destroyer Sword 3 in his hand. Every time an attack is blocked, there will be a surge of lightning energy scattered in all directions. No matter how hard the demon knife attacks, the 00/strengthening model can resist the attack of the demon knife first. Gao Xiaohui looked at the current situation, and as time progressed, the situation would become more unfavorable to him. Could it be that the comprehensive ability of this new human is far better than mine? Takahashi Hui felt that he had been hit hard. Although he was the second strongest trump card of the Dongyang Empire, he was second only to the Sword King Sayamataro. But when he had not awakened the new human beings, every time he fought with Swashantaro, he lost in about 50 encounters. However, after awakening the new human beings, my senses and reactions have improved a lot. Every time I fight against Swashantaro, although I still lose to Swashantaro in the end. But every time he played against each other, Samataro could feel the pressure. At least both sides had to fight for more than an hour to decide the winner. Could it be that this guy named Yu Yanshun is more powerful than Swashantaro? Takahashi Hui actually misunderstood. In terms of driving skills, Yu Yanshun is slightly inferior to Sayamataro. Every time Yu Yanshun strikes back, it is because of Takahashi Hui's brainwave fluctuations that Yu Yanshun controls his every move. The demon sword double knife continuously slashes, and the 00/enhanced model can easily resist the counterattack, and the demon sword dodges instantly when the 00/enhanced model counterattacks. Yu Yanshun didn't make any pursuit, because he knew that once the big boost mode of Yao Dao ended, the performance would drop more than his 00/boost mode. Gao Xiaohui was getting more and more nervous at the moment, so he could only take out the bottom of the box. Yao Dao let go of the beam saber with both hands, and pulled out the long solid sword hanging from his right waist with both hands. Demon sword holds the knife in both hands. The body of the long solid knife splits and emits violent energy, and the emitted energy gathers instantly to form a 40-meter red energy long knife. When Yu Yanshun switched weapons with both hands, the 00/strengthening module combined the two-handed Jian Destroyer Sword 3 into a giant destruction sword, and the blade emitted a powerful Jian particle energy. The 00/enhanced mod and Yao Dao swung their weapons at the same time, and the energy sword and energy knife collided with each other. The moment the two energies collided, a huge amount of energy overflowed. Suddenly, the energy long sword of Yao Dao sliced through the energy long sword of the 00/strengthening model and cut through the 00/strengthening model with one knife. This result directly stopped all Mi's actions on the battlefield. Especially the Tianyi Imperial Army was dumbfounded. The 00/enhancement model was one of their strongest Gundams. This result was a big blow to them. The person involved, Takahashi Hui, did not have any joy of victory because what he cut open was not the 00/enhanced model at all. It's just the GN Quantum left over from the 00/strengthening group model, and the GN Quantum incarnation of the 00/strengthening group model disappeared as soon as it was cut open by the energy long knife. Gao Xiaohui sensed that there was a crisis in the rear, and immediately turned around and swung the energy long knife, sweeping across the middle of the 00/strengthening model that suddenly appeared behind the demon knife. The one cut in half was the quantum incarnation of the 00/slashing enhanced group model. Not good, bad. Gao Xiaohui immediately sensed a great sense of crisis coming from his side, and it was too late to react. The 00/strengthening group suddenly appeared on the left side of the demon path, and the giant destructive sword cut open the demon knife with one blow. This sudden reversal made the two troops fighting at the scene feel like they were on a roller coaster, and their hearts almost couldn't bear it. The Tianyi Imperial Army thought that their trump card was killed, which made their emotions that were hit hard, and their morale was boosted by an instant reversal. The Yanyanluo 1 Ms team fell from heaven to in an instant. Unexpectedly, their trump card was killed, and their morale fell to the bottom. The 00/enhanced model, which is still in the triple red state, rushed to other targets after beheading the opponent. The fast trajectory left behind the afterimage of the 00/enhanced group model, directly killing the Ms troops of Yanyanluo 1 team. The Ms troop of the Sky Wing Imperial Army also followed up to attack the enemy troop vigorously. The Yanyanluo 1 Ms troops can only fight to the end because the driver is not allowed to surrender. In order to prevent the drivers from having a chance to surrender, the Hyaki Knight movement installed bombs in their driving suits. The connection between the driving suit and the cockpit, once the surrender signal is issued, the bomb will directly explode and kill the driver. Once the body is severely damaged and loses its ability to move or the cockpit is shut down abnormally, the bomb installed in the pilot's suit will detonate immediately. If the driver dares to cut off the connection between the driving suit and the cockpit, the bomb will explode instantly. The Tianyi Imperial Army didn't know the methods of the Hyaki Knight Walk organization, so they often threw in some electromagnetic wave missiles or electromagnetic interference bombs. Overload some night ghosts, causing short-term paralysis, and then destroying their limbs and heads. After the battle, a total of 25 MS were captured, but the detectors found that there were no signs of life inside the machine. At first it was thought the driver committed suicide. When the Ms mothership opened the cockpit of these captured MS, what was left inside the cockpit were shattered pieces of meat and blown-up instruments. And every MS is the same. The body is a pile of blown-up debris. The new recruits couldn't help but vomit when they saw such a scene. Yu Yangchun has experienced war since he was a child, and seeing the situation inside the cockpit, he couldn't help frowning. I never thought that this organization would be so cruel to its own people in order to prevent the information from leaking out. Although the Ms driver was not captured, part of the crew of the 8-foot mirror battleship was captured. However, not many crew members were captured, only more than 30 people, and more than half of them were injured and comatose and were receiving treatment. There are less than 10 people left, and they are currently being tortured, and they want to extract information from these people. The people who were tortured and waited on were not high-ranking, and they couldn't gather useful information at all. It can only be confirmed that this group of people is from Donyang Empire, because all of this group of people speak Donyang language. Of course, all of these people have been beaten to death, but one thing that makes people confused is that some of them are blonde and blue-eyed, but they don't speak Anglo-Saxon, Slavic, Germanic, etc., but completely Donyang. Most of these blondes don't speak Anglo-Saxon or anything like that at all. They can only speak Donyang, and some of them can speak the above languages, and the organization allows them to learn these languages. These blonde and blue-eyed children mainly lost their families due to war when they were very young. After becoming orphans, they were adopted, cultivated, and trained by the secret organization of the Donyang Empire. They were arranged to join the 100 Ghosts Night Walk organization, and their purpose was to complete the mission. If they could not complete the mission, they would apologize with death, and if they were captured, they would commit suicide. It's a pity that these prisoners were caught before they even had time to commit suicide. Rika drives Seraph Gundam GNHW/3G and leads a Ms team consisting of 18 Kshatriyas to deal with a mysterious fleet. There are 3 warships in the mysterious fleet. The warships look like turtles, and the 3 turtle warships have turned on the stealth system. Originally, after many times of exploration by the Dion pirates and the 100 Ghosts of the Night, They have roughly mastered the scanning range of the Tianyi Empire's quantum detectors, quantum radars, and anti-stealth scanners. The mysterious fleet avoided the scanning range of these devices from the intelligence they had. But what they didn't expect was that the Tianyi Empire not only had the above devices, but also optical scanners, energy fluctuation detectors, electromagnetic radars, and nanorobot patrol and reconnaissance aircraft. The energy fluctuation detector scans and discovers the movement of their warships, and even the nanorobot patrol reconnaissance plane is equipped with the above-mentioned devices for patrol. After the nanorobot patrol and reconnaissance plane discovered these mysterious fleets, the Tianyi Empire Grandfather Command immediately discovered the mysterious fleets and immediately mobilized troops to destroy the mysterious fleets and capture the fleet members. In addition to the troops led by Rika, there are also 3 Dogos Kia-class battleships to destroy the mysterious fleet. Lieutenant Andre, the adjustment of Gundam Tristan has been completed, and the core large-scale mobile weapons are normal and ready to attack at any time. Andre, a red-haired young man, sat in the cockpit of the Gundam Tristan. Okay, I understand. Gundam Tristan stepped on the electromagnetic pedal. Andre, Gundam Tristan, attack. Large mobile weapons followed suit. The combination of Gundam Tristan and a large mobile weapon forms Kuvanar. At first, the mysterious fleet discovered that a Gundam was coming and led 18 Kshatriyas to kill them. Just as they were preparing to take corresponding measures, the 3 Dogos Kia-class warships fired beam cannons and mobile drill missiles directly at the side of the mysterious fleet. Although the mysterious fleet opened the protective cover and launched a beam counterattack at the first time, and shot down the mobile drill missile with a close-in anti-aircraft gun. There were more than 200 mobile drill missiles. Although nearly 200 of them were shot down, more than 10 mobile drill missiles broke through the air defense network of the mysterious fleet and bombarded the hull of the mysterious fleet. The 3 battleships of the mysterious fleet that were damaged were forced to appear, and some parts of the hull were blown out of potholes. The turtle-like battleship is 650 meters long and 100 meters high. The 3 turtle warships dispatched all the MS, a total of more than 180 MS. Although MS is designed in human form, its appearance is very strange, with a head like a lizard's head, a pair of red lizard eyes, a figure like a hunchback, a pair of arms above the knees, and a pair of big hands like 5-toed animal claws. Sharp, with feet like hooves. This weird MS was directly called Lizard MS by the Sky Wing Imperial Army. Lizardman MS is 20 meters tall. The lizardman's mouth, chest, and animal palms can also emit beams, and the melee weapons use the claws on the hands. The performance of Lizardman MS is above the Night Ghost and below the Night Ghost. There are 120 mobile suits dispatched from the 3 Dogos Kia-class battleships, including Jesta, Ritual, and a few inverses. The performance of Jesta and Ritual is enough to suppress the Lizardman MS. However, the beam weapon of the Lizardman MS continuously fires beams from the mouth, chest, and palm. It made Jesta and Ritual unable to suppress him for a while and could only fight. Inverse, high mobility and flexible movements make it impossible for Lizardman MS to lock on. Some Lizardman MS were killed by reverse when they could not be locked and the driver did not fire. Moreover, NI has an energy protection cover. Except for the beam cannon on the chest of Lizardman MS, which can cause some troubles for NI, the mouth and beast palm beam cannons basically have no effect on it. Even when NI was fighting head-on, when the Lizardman attacked with its claws, NI instantly went around behind him, piercing his sword from the back to the chest to kill the Lizardman MS. On the other side, although the 3 turtle warships were damaged, they still opened fire on the Tianyi Imperial Army. Rika drives the Seraphim Gundam GNHW/3G, and finally there are 8 GN cannons on the left and right sides plus the GN cannons on the shoulders and thighs. In addition, holding a GN rocket launcher 2 in each hand, it can lock 10 Lizardman MS in one breath and kill 10 Lizardman MS with 10 GN particle beams. Wow, the Seraphim Gundam GNHW/3G is much more powerful than the previous GN-008 GNHW/B heavy-duty armed Seraph Gundam. Rika gave a small test and gave the Seraph Gundam GNHW/3G an evaluation. Then, Turn on the special mode double rocket cannon. One-shoulder GN cannon connected to GN double rocket launcher. The terrifying firepower directly makes countless Lizardman MS retreat quickly. Rika launched the double rocket cannon, and the target was not these Lizardman MS, but the turtle warship. The turtle battleship in the middle was hit by a double rocket cannon on the front, and a big hole was directly pierced in the front of the ship. The turtle battleship in the middle immediately lost its combat capability, and the captain immediately ordered to abandon the ship. When the crew of the turtle battleship in the middle was about to go to their fellow warships, they were suddenly attacked inside. No one knows when, a suppression force of the Tianyi Imperial Army appeared in the ship. In fact, Seraph just launched a double rocket cannon to blast a big hole in the turtle battleship. The purpose is to allow the stealth airship fleet to enter the battleship. Seraph Gundam GNHW/3G. In addition to showing more powerful firepower than the previous equipment, Rika wants to test 2 GN00902 flashes of the Seraph Gundam GNHW/3G developed by her brother-in-law. Rika typed the program on the keyboard. The cockpit position was converted to Archangel Gundam, and Archangel Gundam separated from Seraphim Gundam. Then another device detached from the left and right sides of the back of Seraphim Gundam, and the detached device began to transform into GN00902 flash. Rika drives Archangel Gundam and uses quantum communication mixed into the Sekima system to remotely control Seraph Gundam and Flash. Rika's comprehensive new human ability reached A+ level. Originally, Li Xiang's new human ability comprehensive ability was only B+ level. She often took courses in Luo Ya's classroom to learn the new human's spiritual system skills. Rika is a psychic, very good at mental manipulation. Under Rika's mental control, Seraph Gundam and Shin act as if Rika is driving Seraph Gundam and Shin. Archangel Gundam holds a pair of GN rocket launchers too in both hands to attack the nearby Lizardman MS. The GN cannons of Seraphim's shoulders and thighs are aiming, locking on to the Lizardman MS in the distance, holding beam sabers in both hands to guard against being bullied by enemy planes. The two flashes are farther away from Archangel Gundam and Seraph Gundam. Two Flash MS are holding GN beam machine guns in their right hands and GN shields in their left hands. Under the remote control of Li Xiang, the two Flash MSs cooperated very well in the battle. From time to time, they would cross-attack and shoot in flight, or one of them was responsible for shooting the target, and the other Flash MS held a GN beam saber to sneak behind and kill the enemy with a sword. It has been 10 minutes since Rika fought, and she killed more than 30 Lizardman MS in 10 minutes. It's just that Li Xiang is testing new equipment and has achieved such an effect without serious fighting. In addition to Seraph Gundam becoming the most beautiful existence on the battlefield, there is another one that also becomes the most dazzling on the battlefield. Andre drove Cuvinal back and forth across the battlefield. Although Cuvinal's body is huge, its speed is not slow at all, and its firepower is also very powerful. Countless fireworks burst out from where a mega beam cannon passed. Several Lizardman MS were directly swallowed by the beam cannon and exploded in the beam cannon. Tristan Gundam at the center of Cuvinal, holding mega beam rifles in both hands, fired at the Lizardman MS in different directions in front of him. The miniature missile cabin is opened to launch countless electromagnetic wave missiles, attacking the target. Regardless of whether the electromagnetic wave missile is shot down or explodes on its own, the electromagnetic wave spreads within 5 kilometers in all directions. The Lizardman MS who was affected by the electromagnetic waves caused the body's movements to become very slow at the slightest, and the entire body was paralyzed at worst. The paralyzed body was directly captured by Gesta or Ritual with viscous bullets. Cuvinal then opened the 5-unit beam cabin as well, shooting down more than a dozen Lizardmen MS in a split second. Then, Cuvinal grabbed one of the Lizardmen MS with a large battle claw, and then threw it to the other Lizardman MS. The moment the two Lizardman MS collided, the powerful impact and shock force directly stunned the two drivers. Cuvinal even rushed towards the turtle battleship, and the large beam saber directly opened a hole in the turtle battleship. There were originally more than 180 Lizardman MS, and more than half of them were lost in the 15 minutes of the battle. The damaged and paralyzed turtle battleship in the middle has already been taken down by the suppression force of the Tianyi Imperial Army. The slightly damaged turtle battleships on the left and right were also invaded by the suppressing troops of the Tianyi Imperial Army. Although the crew resisted, they were no match for the well-equipped suppression troops, and they were beaten back steadily. The command room of the turtle battleship is at the rear end of the ship. During the battle, the command room has been moved to the 50th meter height of the ship. Turtle warships will have such a plan. The main worry is that the enemy will target the command room and fire, and the command room will be moved to the interior, which can improve the survival rate. The turtle battleship on the left injured the command room when Cuvinal tore a hole with a large beam saber and directly killed all the staff in the command room, including the captain, and everyone in the command room evaporated directly. The captain of the turtle battleship on the right watched the projected video and ordered to detonate all the nuclear bombs inside the battleship as the interior was already being approached step by step by the suppressing forces of the Tianyi Imperial Army. The detonation of the nuclear bomb directly turned the turtle battleship on the right into the residue of the universe. The turtle battleship on the right detonated a nuclear bomb, killing 130 people in the suppression force of the Tianyi Imperial Army. However, more than half of the crew of the turtle warships in the middle and left were captured. More than 150 Lizardman MS were shot down, and the rest were captured. On the other side, the members of the Black Rabbit Troop were dispatched. In addition to sending out their TR series machines, they also carried out some arrest operations. A Silver Thunder takes out a meteorite with a bigwave beam cannon. Then, the Steel Ball working ship will bring those fragmented meteorites back to the working ship and send them to the outer space factory to transform elements. Some battleship squadrons of the Black Rabbit Force eliminated or captured the Big Dion Pirates, Hyaki Night Walk, and the Mysterious Fleet. Rika returned to the Torres II mothership and walked out from the cockpit of the Seraph. "Your Madame Gua, you have worked hard." A staff member brought drinks for her. Li Xiang took the drink and asked the staff, "Have you seen my husband?" "Lord Marquis Yu is resting in the lounge." "Well, thank you." Yu Yangchun was drinking and resting on the sofa in the lounge. Yu Yangchun looked very solemn and thought about things. Yu Yangchun always felt that there was a pair of invisible hands that were working on the Tianyi Empire, and he even felt that these hands did not come from the solar system, but from an alien race. Rest as the door opened. "Husband, you have worked hard." Rika walked into the lounge. Yu Yangchun immediately returned to his normal expression and stood up, putting his arms around the waist of his wife Xiaoman, who came in front of him. "You worked hard too, wife." Yu Yangchun and Li Xiang got married not long after they graduated from university, that is, last year. After Long Feitian founded the Tianyi Empire, Yu Yangchun was conferred the title of Marquis when rewarding his meritorious deeds, and he also had his own fiefdom. Rika, Angelica, and Alonso were awarded the title of Earl. Although Li Xiang is an Earl, she has an additional identity, that is Mrs. Gua. She is the younger sister of the queen of today's Wing Empire. Although she is an Earl, many people call her Mrs. Gua, and when the Emperor entertains the officials, even the Duke will respectfully address her as His Highness Mrs. Gua when he sees Li Xiang. Li Xiang's own mansion is bigger than her husband's. Apart from her relationship as Mrs. Gua, there is also Long Fei's love for this sister-in-law. Yu Yangchun and his wife are discussing what happened today. "I didn't expect that the organization you met, in order not to reveal the secret, directly silenced it. Fortunately, some crew members were still captured by us, and some information was obtained from them. They came from an organization called Hyaki Night Walk, and we also knew the location of some of their colleagues. The troop I met probably wasn't the Hyaki Night Walking organization, because the detectors found that they were all alive in the cockpit of the aircraft, and it didn't look like the Dion pirates." Li Xiang said. Yu Yangchun thought for a while and said, "I suspect it is the Wanluo Federation. That idiot president has always hated our emperor for some reason. Once he has the opportunity, he will definitely use tricks to disgust us." After hearing what her husband said, Li Xiang said with a look of disdain, "Wanluo Federation? How is it possible? Their technology is so many years behind ours, and their backward technology is to develop a new type of Ms. I am afraid it is not as good as our early Jess Tower. Let's talk about those Lizardmen MS, at least in terms of comprehensive performance. They are better than our early Gestas. Even if the Wanluo Federation gives them 10 years, I'm afraid they will not be able to develop beyond the early Gesta Miz. Yu Yangchun agrees with what his wife said, but Yu Yangchun has received some intelligence and news that his wife does not know. I agree with what you said, but what if the Wanluo Federation obtained the technology of the alien race? Couldn't they develop the lizard man MS you mentioned? Li Xiang was taken aback. Yu Yangchun continued. A year or so ago, didn't we fight a group of alien races from the country of Dallas? Indeed, I also know about this matter. You mean that the state of Dallas has secret contacts with the Wanluo Federation? I'm not sure about this. I just heard His Majesty the Emperor once told me that the Wanluo Federation received technology from the people of Dallas to help improve the technology of the Wanluo Federation. After hearing what her husband said, Li Xiang lowered her head and thought for a while, and felt that what her husband said made sense. If the Wanluo Federation really got the help of the Dallas Kingdom, then it is possible for the Lizardman MS and the Turtle Battleship to be developed. On the other hand, the captured Turtle Fleet members were handed over to the relevant departments, and the relevant departments discovered something that shocked them. There are clones among the captives. On July 31st, 131, the first year of the universe, Long Fei, the heads of the 8 directly subordinate troops, Shrek, the Minister of Military Affairs, and other important members of the Tianyi Empire were having a meeting. Minister Shrek reported to Long Fei, Your Majesty, some of the captives we have captured so far have been checked and found to be soldiers who died when the Dian Empire launched the new Humanist War. Are the soldiers who died in battle from the Wanluo Federation? Long Fei asked. Yes, before Pulvey came back to power, the previous president was still willing to cooperate with us and hand over the personal information to us at that time, in order to ask us to send back those captured Wanluo Federation people. We secretly copied the information given to us at the time, right? Yes, the copy includes those soldiers, which allowed us to find their information when we searched for these captives. Among the captives were soldiers who died in battle and ordinary people who were abducted and thrown into the battlefield. As for some captives whose information has not been found out, either the information provided by the Wanluo Federation at that time was incomplete and reserved, or those prisoners may not be replicants, or they are agents or spies of the Wanluo Federation. In the war that year, I remember that all countries gave us part of the information. Yes, Your Majesty. These materials are mostly ordinary people who were taken away by the Dian Empire and soldiers who were forced to surrender. Shrek explained. Shrek continued. However, whether it is the Wanluo Federation or other countries, the information given to us is not the information of all the people in their country, but the information of the people who were taken away in the past. After a battle is over, records are made when the battlefield is counted and cleaned. The soldiers killed in battle are recorded by locals and captives. We even have photos to leave evidence. In addition to sending them back to foreign countries, a copy was also placed in our database, and we also took DNA from those corpses and sent these materials back to the country concerned. Of course, we also kept a copy. So the captives you mentioned were the captives who had already died in the operation to destroy the Wang at that time. Yes, Your Majesty. At first we thought that these captives were missing persons at that time, but after many investigations, and we took out the DNA data left over at that time, we conducted DNA tests on these captives and confirmed that the DNA was completely consistent. More than 99% of these captives can be confirmed. It's a replicant. Are any of these replicants from other countries? No. All of them belong to the Wanluo Federation. All the people at the scene were whispering and discussing. Shrek continued. Moreover, the turtle warships we captured have undergone a black box investigation. After repeated investigations, we can confirm that their initial location is within the territory of the Wanluo Federation. Pulvey, I've always ignored him. I didn't expect him to advance step by step on the road to death. He is really getting more and more frenzied. The female rabbit said, Your Majesty, we have collected evidence of his cooperation with the people of Dallas. Do you want to make it public? Okay, let this guy be ruined. I want to see what crazy moves he will make. Shrek said, Your Majesty, there was a report from the intelligence department that the person in charge of the Dallas state who was in charge of cooperating with Pulvey had already left the Wanluo Federation and the intelligence was cut off when he tracked down the United States of Angris Sodomocracy. The department found out that his code name is Mr. Mai, and the intelligence department of Mr. Mai currently estimates that he is still in the United States of Angris Democratic Peoples, but cannot accurately know his location. Why did this Mr. Mai suddenly leave the Wanluo Federation? Shrek said, "It is estimated that this guy can't stand Purvi's self-righteous and reckless crazy actions. For him, Pulvey is not suitable to be a long-term partner. The things Purvi is doing now, if it weren't for Mr. Mai, and the help of the Dion Pirates and the 100 Ghosts Night organization, he would not be able to do the crazy things now." Shrek asked, "Should we send troops to attack the Wanluo Federation?" "Of course we have to send troops, but before that, let us expose the information we have. In this way, we will not only get the support of the people in our country, but also no country in the world has the right to condemn us for sending troops to attack the Wanluo Federation. At least he is famous as a teacher." Clear. On August 1st, 131, the first year of the universe, the news station of the Tianyi Empire broadcasted the matter of the Dallas people they had captured, the intelligence of the Dallas people captured by their agents, and the cooperation between the Dallas country and Purvi of the Wanluo Federation. This matter directly caused 1,000 waves of waves, and the whole world was in an uproar. No country in the world thought that the Wanluo Federation would collude with alien races. Some conspiracy theorists on the internet even believed that the Wanluo Federation was unwilling to join the International Exchange University at the beginning and did not even recognize the Tianyi Empire as the leader of the international exchange. It turns out that they have secretly cooperated with foreign countries. Pureway and Wanluo Federation authorities immediately denied it, and even accused the Tianyi Empire of framing them. Beginning on August 2nd, 131, the first year of the universe, the authorities of the Tianyi Empire began to release evidence one by one, and even the videos of Dallas State infiltrating into the Wanluo Federation and replacing high-level internal personnel were exposed. There are even broadcasts of the locations of the bodies of those displaced. When the Wanluo federal authorities conducted an investigation, they did not expect that the civilians even went one step ahead and found the body of the replaced person. Even the Tianyi Empire also broadcast the location and evidence of those people from the Dallas Kingdom who replaced them and the video of their fight with Dallas at that time, and passed it on to the entire world. They even released the video of the MS and battleships that won the Dallas Chinese at that time, and even explained some of the technologies and functions of the Dallas Chinese from it. This once again shocked the whole world speechless. What they didn't expect was that the people of Dallas could use tiny nanometers to draw blood and change DNA instantly. Even the members of the Tianyi Empire shared the compilation of the DNA of the Dallas people with the entire world. The civil and opposition parties of the Wanluo Federation compared the DNA of those high-level personnel who were replaced and those Dallas people who had been killed by Tianyi agents to replace the high-level personnel. Although the Dallas people replaced the high-level personnel and made them look exactly the same as each other, but after the DNA comparison and the DNA arrangement of the Dallas people shared by the Tianyi Empire, those Dallas people were indeed, including those high-level personnel controlled by the opposition party or the people who were confirmed to be Dallas citizens. These evidences also spread quickly throughout the world, and the opposition party took the opportunity to pursue the ruling authorities fiercely, accusing Pulvey and his team of being not just traitors, but traitors to the entire solar system. Many countries took the opportunity to cut up the Wanluo Federation. With the evidence reported by the Tianyi Empire, the Wanluo Federation wanted to bite back at the beginning, accusing the Tianyi Empire of sneaking into their country to frame the blame. As a result, the Sky Wing Empire directly and generously admitted that they did so because they were tracking these Dallas people, because when the Dallas people sent troops to monitor the Sky Wing Empire, they caught these members of the reconnaissance force and learned their intelligence. Knowing that the presidents of the Dallas State and the Wanluo Federation have secretly cooperated, they sneaked into the Wanluo Federation to find evidence. This is the Tianyi Empire's framing of us. In fact, it is the cooperation between the Tianyi Empire and the state of Dallas. These are all directed and acted by them to frame and blame the Wanluo Federation. The blame, saying that the Tianyi Empire framed the Wanluo Federation. But as the Tianyi Empire released more and more evidence one after another, Pureway and his team couldn't argue with it. Purvi immediately slapped himself and then overturned everything he said before. The country of Dallas is a just and kind alien civilization. They once said that the new human beings are the evil race of the universe and the public enemy of the entire universe. They know that there is evil on our side. After the new humans came to the solar system to cooperate with our kind Wanluo Federation here and help our Wanluo Federation eliminate evil. The kind and righteous Dallas state is as just and kind as I am Purvi. We cooperated tacitly. Why did the evil Tianyi Empire broadcast this matter now? It is because they want to frame the blame and deceive the world. To deceive you into thinking that the country of Dallas is an evil alien civilization. This kind of smearing and labeling of others can only be done by the evil Sky Wing Empire. A person like Pulvi who talks and repeats himself, except for his diehard supporters, almost no one believes what he said. On August 7th, 131, the first year of the universe, the Sky-Winged Empire sent countless recent meteorites and wreckage to the Sky-Winged Empire, presenting the evidence of the Wanluo Federation, the Dion Pirates, and the Hyaki Night Walking Organization. This directly dealt a heavy blow to the Wanluo Federation, because such an action was like declaring war on the Tianyi Empire. And when this evidence was presented, the Tianyi Empire announced that the Wanluo Federation had attacked them, and the Tianyi Empire would take countermeasures. You are framing. Our Wanluo Federation will never do such an inhumane thing. Your evil Tianyi Empire just wants to attack our righteous and kind Wanluo Federation. Pureway refused to admit it. Most of the countries remained silent. Only some of the democratic countries, including the Anglo-Saxon Democratic Republic, stood on the side of the Wanluo Federation, accusing the Tianyi Empire of framing it. The United Nations of the Angrissa Democrats immediately requested an international discussion and set up an investigation team to investigate whether the evidence presented by the Tianyi Empire was true. On August 8th, 131, the first year of the universe, there was another big news. The Tianyi Empire broadcasted the replicants who had captured the Wanluo Federation and shared some of the personal data of the citizens handed over by the previous president of the Wanluo Federation at that time with those replicants. Comparisons made by people. Because those people had long been recorded as dead, but the captives were still alive and kicking. In order to verify all the evidence, Tianyi Empire presented the entire process video to the entire world. Purvi and Wanluo Federation are unchangeable. Regarding the previous matter, other democratic countries can speak for the Wanluo Federation, but for the matter of replicating human beings, no country dares to say a word for the Wanluo Federation. Because cloning is a taboo for the entire international in these matters. This is a contract signed by the entire international member states, and no country can violate this taboo. Countries that dare to violate this taboo will be directly kicked out of the entire international, no longer a member of the international member states, and no country will be protected by international treaties. The Anglo-Saxon Democratic Republic immediately broke away from the alliance with the Wanluo Federation. Other democratic countries cut off diplomatic relations with the Wanluo Federation one after another. Although the Wanluo Federation made a defense, but with sufficient evidence, any defense is weak. On August 10th, 131, the first year of the universe, as the host of the international conference, Pope David of the Uya Cross country asked the representatives of the Wanluo Federation to defend, but he was powerless to refute it in front of all the evidence. In the end, at the international meeting, all the countries voted overwhelmingly to kick the Wanluo Federation out of the international agreement, and the Wanluo Federation is no longer a member of the international member states. On the same day, there was turmoil within the Wanluo Federation, and many people wanted Purvi to step down, accusing the president of putting the Wanluo Federation into a situation of irreparable doom. Some people even escaped from the Wanluo Federation by spaceship, because they heard some news that the Tianyi Empire had dispatched troops to attack the Wanluo Federation. The people of the Wanluo Federation who know how powerful the military technology of the Tianyi Empire is, they know very well that even if the Wanluo Federation is united, it will not be able to stop the Tianyi Empire's attack. What's more, the Wanluo Federation, which is already falling apart, is simply vulnerable. There were even some colonial satellites clamoring for independence after Purvi came back to power. The clone incident caused the Wanluo Federation to be kicked out of the world, and the Tianyi Empire was provoked. The incident of the meteorite and wreckage originated from the Wanluo Federation. The Tianyi Empire produced sufficient evidence for the whole incident, and the Tianyi Empire announced internationally that it would take countermeasures against the Wanluo Federation. In the entire international conference, no country accused the Tianyi Empire of invading other countries, because it turned out that the Wanluo Federation took the initiative. Not to mention that the Wanluo Federation is not in the international conference and no other country speaks for him. Even if the Wanluo Federation has not been kicked out of the international conference, there is still no country speaking for him. The behavior of the Wanluo Federation has already declared war on the Tianyi Empire, and the Tianyi Empire has only counterattacked or accepted the opponent's declaration of war. Many colonial satellites in the Wanluo Federation have begun to declare independence, especially for those colonial satellites that have been fighting for independence for a long time. After the Wanluo Federation was kicked out of the international, the local colonial satellite referendum was held in less than 48 hours. The people of the local colonial satellite voted for independence one-sidedly and immediately announced that they would separate from the Wanluo Federation and form a new country after the votes were counted that day. Although the central government of Wanluo Federation does not accept the independence referendum of local governments, these local governments do not listen to the central government at all. In addition to declaring independence and founding a country, I also asked the International Association to join as a member of the International Conference. Even the local government that had just declared independence immediately told the Tianyi Empire that they were not the Wanluo Federation and asked not to attack them. Long Fei and the ministers were in the meeting room, discussing whether these informal countries that had declared independence from the Wanluo Federation were also within the scope of the attack. Some of the ministers thought it was a good idea, and they occupied these colonial satellites as the domain of the Tianyi Empire. Another part of the ministers think that it is better not to hit them. The target is actually the lunatic president of the Wanluo Federation. Minister Shrek, tell me, do you want to fight these independent places? Long Fei looked at Shrek. The other ministers at the scene looked at Shrek. Shrek expressed his opinion. Our goal is only to take down the central region where the lunatic president is located. We don't need to fight these independent places, but we also have to make some conditions with them to cooperate with us. And if we do this, it will speed up the split of the Wanluo Federation, which is already torn apart. And to put it bluntly, our real target is not the Wanluo Federation. What we have to deal with right now is the pile of meteorites and wreckage, and the country of Dallas hiding in the dark. Attacking the Wanluo Federation now is just to scare the chickens and monkeys. Forget it, we don't need to be too extreme. On August 13th, 131, the first year of the universe, the Wanluo Federation had 8 colonial satellites and had officially separated from independence. Roundabout. Although Pervy declared to the outside world that it would not recognize the independence of these colonial satellites, it even stated that it would use military suppression, and even declared that no inch of the territory of the Wanluo Federation should be separated. Pervy spoke, and was soon slapped in the face by the military. The commander-in-chief of the military, Negan, announced on his official website that the entire military will no longer obey the president's orders, let alone recognize Polvi, a man who has brought doom to the Wanluo Federation, as president. In his online book, Pervy scolded the military commander-in-chief Negan as a traitor to the Wanluo Federation, and even said that he is the president elected by all the people, and he represents the Wanluo Federation. To disobey the order of the president elected by the people is to betray all the people of the Wanluo Federation. Pervy wants to kidnap all the people of the Wanluo Federation with words and force the commander-in-chief of the military, Negan, to obey his orders. But soon, Pervy's team quickly cut off with him and even expressed that they were at odds with him, and many ministers even resigned from their positions and left the government team. Pervy cursed these people as judges. Roundabout. On August 15th, 131, the first year of the universe, for more colonial satellites held a referendum on independence, announcing the establishment of an independent country with an overwhelming yes vote. On August 16th, 131, The first year of the universe, a number 87 colonial satellite still under the rule of the 10,000 Federation was attacked by the Tianyi Imperial Army. In less than an hour for colonial satellite number 87, the local defenders had almost no resistance, and they had already declared their surrender to the Tianyi Imperial Army. When the Tianyi Imperial Army entered the number 87 colonial satellite, it did not plunder the local area, nor did it embarrass the local colonial satellite in any way. The Tianyi Imperial Army just disarmed and confiscated all the weapons in the area, and then used the colonial satellite as a base to prepare for the next move. Purvi immediately declared that he had been attacked and invaded by the Sky Wing Empire, and asked all democratic countries to help expel the evil Sky Wing Empire. However, ridicule of Pulvi immediately spread on the internet, ridiculing the president's inability to recognize the reality of the situation. Roundabout. The Wanluo Federation is no longer a member of the International, and it is the first to do it by itself, daring to be a thief and shouting to arrest the thief, accusing the counterattack of the country's aggression. Pulvi's pleas for help received no response from any country. After colonial satellite number 87 was occupied, the progress of independent nation building in various colonial satellites has been accelerated a lot. The Central Committee of the Wanluo Federation has been in civil strife, and except for his consistent supporters, Purvi has basically deserted his relatives. Looking at the current situation of Wanluo Federation, Mr. Mai shook his head and said, "This Purvi is really a waste that cannot be supported. The democratic system elects such idiots. If voters don't understand politics, they will be criticized by others. Vote for certain candidates foolishly with fanfare, and there is a great possibility that a country will be disadvantaged or even subjugated." At this time, a blue-haired woman appeared behind Mr. Mai. Roundabout. "Mai, we have received the latest information that the authorities of the United Nations of Anglo-Safari people betrayed us and informed the Sky Wing Empire of our location, and the United Nations of Anglo-Safari people got the information about entering the empire and sent all the people we replaced. It was found out, and now they are also attacking us, and all the dark cones that were put in were pulled out by them." Mr. Mai frowned. He had expected this kind of thing to happen, but he didn't expect it to happen so soon. Transfer location immediately. Yes. Mr. Mai did not expect that their advanced troops suffered heavy losses. Half of them had already been lost. A battalion-level fleet of the Tianyi Mercenary Regiment. In fact, the Tianyi Imperial Army only adopted the flag of the Tianyi Mercenary Regiment in order not to cause diplomatic problems, opened fire in one direction somewhere on the edge of the Union of Anglo-Saxon peoples. Roundabout. A round of beam bombardment. Countless beams overflowed like water hitting a transparent wall. 3 ships with a total length of 1 kilometer were forced to move forward. Mr. Mai did not expect to be attacked. Mr. Mai immediately asked the blue-haired woman behind him, "How long does it take for the device to turn on?" 15 minutes. Fight back at the opponent, send our mech troops to fight, and we must not let the opponent bully us. Yes. Sisters Joya, Rebecca, and Brittany, under the instructions of their superiors, carry out the operation to arrest the Dallas people. Except for Joya's sisters and Rebecca driving their pirate Gundam, Brittany's original Dark Hound was replaced with the same pirate Gundam as Joya's sisters and Rebecca. Brittany's pirate Gundam name is Skeleton Pirate Ghost. Originally, the chest of Pirate Gundam X1 and X2 was basically the Crusader's badge pattern, but it was replaced with the same skull heart pattern as Pirate Gundam X3 and Ghost. When the Pirate Gundam Ghost was developed, both sisters Joya and Rebecca were surprised. Unexpectedly, the Pirate Gundam had a number 4 unit. However, the overall performance of the Corsair Gundam Ghost has surpassed the X1, X2, and X3 at that time after it was developed, mainly because Long Fei has undergone a series of improvements. Roundabout. However, as the signature Gundam of the Crusaders, the X1 and other 3 units have been improved, and the overall performance has been improved to a higher level, which is comparable to the Pirate Gundam Ghost. These 3 Corsair Gundam Ru X1 have an extra word change behind them. Brittany entered the cockpit of the silver-gray Corsair Gundam Ghost for a final check. "Brittany, it's still up to Gundam Ghost. You have been driving for a while. Do you feel used to it?" Joya contacted Brittany. "Got used to. How does it compare to the Dark Hound you are used to driving?" It's much better than the Dark Hound. To be honest, I'm still not used to a machine that can transform into a fighter plane. Lane. But then again, this is the first time we've fought aliens. Yeah, other colleagues have already fought against aliens, and those colleagues who have fought against aliens have been bragging for a while. Starting today, we can also brag to other colleagues. Sister Joya and her party joined this operation together with some of the Crusaders' colleagues. All the warships of the battalion-level fleet bombarded with beams one after another, and one destroyer of the Shield II launched an electromagnetic speed cannon. 3 battleships in the shape of cigarettes quickly evaded to avoid the electromagnetic speed gun. In addition to sending 4 Corsair Gundams, Flints, and F-92s, the Skywing Imperial Army also sent MS driven by Jesta, Mars Jacket, Inverse Delta, Kshatriya, G-First Gundam Series Elites, or Special Forces. Roundabout. There are also Mobile Fortress Spirit Gundam and Koei Manhwa. Under the cover of the firepower of the battleship, MS and the Mobile Fortress rushed towards the battleship of Lost State. In addition to the MS who are the ball guards, Mr. Mai dispatched another MS with a weird shape. The body and head are like alien flying saucers from science fiction films, a pair of giant 3-claw mechanical arms, and a pair of short legs. This is another MS, Panyao, from Dallas. The equipment of Pirate Gundam Ghost is almost the same as that of other Pirate Gundam X1, except that there are 2 more weapons. One is called the Folding Butterfly Gun Sword, and the other is called the Composite Beam Gun Sword Peacock. Roundabout. It's just that the former has been successfully developed, while the latter cannot be developed at present. Currently, there are Muramasa Crazy Sword and Bird Screen Breaking Crossbow. Although under long phase design drawings, the 2 weapons can be integrated into the development of a composite beam gun, Sword Peacock. However, with the current military-industrial capabilities of the Tianyi Empire, it is still impossible to develop the compound beam gun, Sword Peacock. The Pirate Gundam Ghost can currently only be equipped with the Folding Butterfly Gun Sword and Sparrow Screen Smashing Crossbow, as well as the same general equipment as other Pirate Gundams. Pirate Gundam Ghost holds a Folding Butterfly Gun Sword in his right hand and a Sparrow Screen Smashing Crossbow in his left hand. The left-handed Caping Shattering Crossbow fired 9 beams of light in an instant, like a peacock opening its screen, and killed several billiard guards and pan demons in an instant. Brittany looked at the equipment. The Sparrow Screen Smashing Crossbow consumes a lot of energy, and the parts need to be replaced after firing a few times. Of course, there is another way to replace the replacement parts, which is to supply energy by the body itself. In addition to the Pirate Gundam Ghost equipped with the Sparrow Screen Smashing Crossbow, the Pirate Gundam X1 is also equipped with the Sparrow Screen Smashing Crossbow. Roundabout. The Corsair Gundam X1 uses a sniper crossbow to attack mid-range enemy aircraft, and the Corsair Gundam X2 uses a long-range beam sniper rifle to attack long-range enemies. The Corsair Gundam X3 fought in melee with the Muramasa knife. In addition to using the left hand to smash the crossbow, the Pirate Gundam Ghost also attacks enemies within the middle distance with the foldable butterfly spear and sword in the right hand. Although the design of the Pan Demon is weird, every part of the body has a built-in turret, which can attack 360 degrees without dead ends, but the effective range does not exceed 30 kilometers. But if it attacks in all directions at once, the effective range does not exceed 20 kilometers. However, Pan Yao's 3-clawed hands and 3-clawed feet can be switched to beam blades in addition to launching beam shields. A Pan Yao's right paw activated the beam shield, blocking a Jesta cannon's beam gun, and the turret built into its body shot down all the small missiles launched by the Ritual A type. A Jesta held a beam sword and bullied Pan Yao with a sword attack, but was blocked by the beam blade launched by Pan Yao's left claw. Roundabout. Didi. An alarm sounded from the Jesta cockpit, informing the driver that the thrust of the beam saber was not as good as that of the opponent. The driver immediately backed away, because from the screen he saw that the built-in turret of the Pan Yao was turned on and was about to fire a beam of light at his Jesta. Jesta immediately blocked all the beams with the anti-beam shield in his left hand. The body was not damaged, but the shield was almost wiped out. After forcing the retreating Jesta, Pan Yao activated the beam shield with both paws to resist Ritual's attack below. Pan Yao's beam shield can almost block Jesta's, and Ritual's beam rifles. What's more, Pan Yao almost used the death-defying tactics to rush straight at the enemy. When launching an all-round attack, many enemy planes had to dodge to resist or stay away. Many pilots of the Sky Wing Imperial Army called Pan Yao this strange-looking mobile suit. His fighting style was like a hedgehog. His all-round attack was like a hedgehog's thorns. Roundabout. Although the effective range of the all-round attack is shortened and the lethality is somewhat weakened, some experienced pilots directly stumbled. When the body was damaged and the mobility was affected, they were directly killed by the beam blade launched by the Pan Demon's claws. However, Pan Yao's hedgehog style of play is not completely invincible. A Jesta cannon pierced the Pan Demon's beam shield with a cannon on its shoulder. Although the remaining power of the cannon could not penetrate the Pan Demon, it still hurt the Pan Demon. The built-in beam turret in the damaged part of the Pan Yao was damaged. To deal with Pan Yao, you need to use high-efficiency weapons, and you need to use some surprise tactics or hard-to-defend tactics. For example, when the floating cannon is conducting an all-round attack, the four-sided beam shield of the Pan monster cannot protect the whole body in every aspect, or it can use a sniper rifle to conduct a surprise attack. Earlier, many of the Ball Guard MS were captured by the Tianyi Empire. Long Fei and many scientists dismantled them. In addition to understanding the internal structure, they also cracked the database to understand the Ball Guard's fighting style. Roundabout. In response to this, the Military Affairs Department of the Tianyi Empire also carried out a series of targeted combat modes. The elite team traveling with Zhou Ye and his party can completely restrain the Ball Guard MS. Mr. Mai looked at the three-dimensional screen on the battlefield. The Ball Guard was overwhelmingly suppressed, and Pan Yao could barely fight back and forth with various enemy machines. Only an Kshatriya, G-First Gundam series, and Mobile Fortress completely suppressed or even crushed Pan Yao. Mr. Mai did not expect that the performance of the MS of the Tianyi Imperial Army completely exceeded his expectations. Especially the beautifully designed Gundam completely crushed the two mechas in his hand. Mr. Mai asked the staff, "Has the battle on the battlefield been well filmed?" "Sir, it's been filmed." Mr. Mai decided to escape from here no matter what, and to return these fighting videos to the country. Moreover, if there is no war in the country, he must propose to the national authorities to attack the Tianyi Empire, and must kill the Tianyi Empire in its infancy. After the blue-haired woman whispered a few words in Mr. Mai's ear, Mr. Mai frowned and said, "Okay, then let's go to that place first." Mr. Mai then looked at the three-dimensional battle screen, frowning at the Pirate Gundam. The performance of the 4 Pirate Gundams with similar shapes exceeded the information he had learned. Mr. Mai even suspected that the information he obtained was biased. The command received by the commander of the Tianyi Imperial Army was to arrest Mr. Mai. Looking at the 3 warships with the same appearance from the screen, he didn't know which warship the target was. Roundabout. The commander couldn't make a heavy hand at all, and ordered the captain of the destroyer Broken Shield 2 to launch an electromagnetic speed cannon that could not hit the center of the Dallas warship, but could only attack the front or end. As a result, the destroyer Shield 2's electromagnetic speed gun fired a total of 6 rounds and could not hit any warship. In terms of the number of MS on the 2 sides, the Dallas side has a larger number, and the Sky-Winged Empire side is also equipped with mobile fortresses, resulting in a reduction in the load capacity of the MS. Brittany drove the Pirate Gundam Ghost, fought for more than 10 minutes, and shot down 6 Pan Demons and 13 Billiard Guards by herself. The appearance of the foldable butterfly gun and sword is like a shotgun from centuries ago. In the shooting mode, the weapon is a 2-barreled rifle up and down. It shoots at a medium distance and directly penetrates the beam shield of the Pan Demon directly through the body. In close combat, the folding butterfly gun sword can fold the gun body in half, and the beam tube can release the beam blade after being divided into 2 sections. Roundabout. The huge beam blade can split the resistance of Pan Yao's pair of beam blades. The Pirate Gundam Spectre used the beam blade of the folding butterfly gun sword to slash several Pan Demons in succession. Brittany, you and Rebecca are rushing to the goal, and I, my sister, and other team members will be fine here. Receive. Corsair Gundam X3 and Phantom rushed to the target. X3 was responsible for opening the way in front, and Phantom was responsible for shooting from the rear. Roundabout. The Muramasa Crazy Sword of the Corsair Gundam X3 slashed several enemy planes one after another, and the Sparrow crossbow in the left hand of the Corsair Gundam Ghost also fired several shots in succession, shooting down more than 10 enemy planes. The two Gundams went all the way to the 3 Dallas warships. There were more than 60 ball guards and pan demons in charge of escorting the warships, and they were blocking the attack of the 2 pirate Gundams. The pirate Gundam Ghost's right-hand foldable butterfly gun sword attacks enemy aircraft approaching it in the beam blade mode, and the left-hand Sparrow screen-shattering crossbow fires. The 9 beams of light illuminated in the light field instantly drove back many enemy planes that were attacking. None of the enemy planes of the pirate Gundam X3's Muramasa Frenzy dared to approach, because they couldn't resist the beam thrust of the Muramasa Frenzy. Brittany controlled the pirate Gundam Wraith, and just as she was avoiding the attack of a pan demon, a blue light beam penetrated the body of the pan demon. The disc pierced by the blue light beam turned into a ball of fireworks. Roundabout. Brittany looked at the source of the blue light beam, turned on the remote camera function, and found that it was an F-90L that used a long-range sniper rifle to sneak attack and kill the disc demon just now. F-90IL then sniped in another direction, also killing the target with one shot. It's really powerful, and it's unprepared to kill the target. Brittany gave a comment to her subordinates, but then said, "But the people of Darth are not sensitive to crisis, so you have the opportunity to kill the opponent." Brittany continued to fight, with the purpose of breaking into the battleship and destroying it. Mr. Mai looked at the 3-dimensional battle map and saw that 2 of the pirate Gundams had almost entered. Once the escorting mecha team couldn't stop them, their warships would definitely be in danger. The blue-haired woman said at this time, "Sir, the charging is complete. Start flying at the speed of light immediately and escape from the scene." Mr. Mai immediately gave the order and designated the escape location. The commander of the Tianyi Imperial Army found that the 3 warships of the target were in the same direction at the moment, and immediately guessed the opponent's purpose, and ordered the captain of the destroyer of the Broken Shield 2 to hit the target. When the captain of the destroyer Broken Shield 2 watched the 3 target warships change directions at the same time, the warships were unable to perform evasive actions. There is an interval between launching the electromagnetic speed cannon. It is impossible to confirm which warship the target is on. According to the information given by the superior, the target may have a light speed navigation device. Once it is successfully activated by the opponent, the target will immediately flee the scene. The captain immediately ordered the launch of the electromagnetic speed cannon, targeting the battleship in the middle. At this time, Brittany and the others received an order from the front line to avoid the warship in the middle of the 3 target warships, and the electromagnetic speed gun was ready to fire. Brittany and the others found the target 3 warships. At this moment, the hulls of the warships were facing one place in the same direction. Roundabout. Rebecca, let's rush to the one ahead. Good. 2 Corsair Gundams charged towards the Frontier Dallas battleship. Under the excellent control of the pilots, the 2 Gundams not only dodged the blockage of mobile suits in front of them with highly maneuverable movements, but also cut open or shoot through the enemy's body with a single blow. A solid projectile from the electromagnetic extreme cannon penetrates the propeller at the rear end of the target battleship at a speed that is almost invisible to the naked eye, and even destroys some devices. A battleship whose thrusters and some devices have been destroyed cannot activate the light speed navigation device. The captain of the destroyer Broken Shield 2 saw 2 pirate Gundams rushing towards the front battleship from the 3-dimensional screen and was blocked by countless MS roundabout. Could it be that the target is the battleship ahead? The captain of the destroyer Broken Shield 2 immediately issued an order and ordered the staff to make the 2 pirate Gundams evade immediately. When Brittany and Rebecca were fighting, they could only rush out of the scene immediately after receiving orders from their superiors. 2 pirate Gundams were rushing out of the scene, and even landed a few mechas that were blocking them. "Captain, the electromagnetic speed gun has been fully charged." The scene saw 2 pirate Gundams just exiting the scene from the screen, and the captain immediately ordered to fire the electromagnetic speed cannon. Wherever the physical explosive bomb of the electromagnetic speed gun passes, it directly penetrates all the bodies of the Dallas state that are blocked on the route. Roundabout. The physical shell directly hit the front of the current ship, and the destroyed battleship also indirectly damaged some of the internal devices, causing the speed of light navigation device to fail to activate. Hey, you've been tricked. The battleship that Mr. Mai is on is the battleship at the rear. When he watched the two pirate Gundams rushing towards the front battleship from the 3D screen, he ordered all the mecha troops of the battleships to intercept the attack of the two pirate Gundams with all their strength. Mr. Mai's purpose is actually to deceive the opponent into thinking that he is on the battleship ahead. The trap set, the other party really fell for it. The other party saw so many mechas protecting the battleship ahead and thought he was on that battleship. The last Dallas warship, at this moment, the entire hull has a layer of yellow light film covering the entire battleship. Upon seeing this, the captain of the destroyer Broken Shield II immediately fired the third electromagnetic speed cannon. Roundabout. When the electromagnetic speed gun was about to hit the third Dallas warship, the Dallas warship flickered like a golden light and disappeared directly in place. The electromagnetic speed gun flew directly across. Mission failed. Mission failed. The last warship of the target has fled the scene. The commander immediately informed the superior of the situation on the scene. Mr. Mai, who escaped from the sky, breathed a sigh of relief at the moment. If he was slow just now, even for a second, he might have stayed at the scene and become the opponent's prisoner. On the other side, the authorities of the Tianyi Empire received news from the special forces that their mission had failed, and the last battleship on the other side successfully launched the speed of light flight and fled the scene. When Long Fei received the news, he suddenly felt a very bad premonition. Roundabout. Long Fei always felt that something bad was about to happen, and he even felt that this bad premonition would not only happen to him, but even the whole planet would face an unimaginable crisis. Apart from ordering others, Long Fei continued to deal with the current matter. In addition to calling the heads of the 8 directly subordinate troops over, Long Fei even asked several important ministers to come to his office. Long Fei even called his wife and his queen Tao Xiang over, and even started some remote communication, making remote video communication with the presidents of important subsidiaries of Tianyi Group, such as Li Jiaming and Satgong. Everyone, I have a very bad premonition that it might happen. I even feel that this crisis will happen to me. I don't know if I can survive this crisis. After Long Fei finished speaking, Tao Xiang frowned and looked at her husband, while the others whispered to each other, and even looked at other people, trying to see what they were thinking from their expressions. Everyone did not understand why His Majesty would say such a thing. Roundabout. I'll say it, it's really abrupt, but I just have a bad feeling, so I have to plan ahead. Shrek raised his hand to ask for an inquiry. Long Fei nodded. Your Majesty, is the bad premonition you said about your new human being's predictive ability making you feel that something bad is about to happen? Yeah, I always thought it might happen within a couple of months. Other people at the scene looked at the ministers or heads who were also new humans, but the expressions of these new human ministers or heads were very strange. Roundabout. Even when many people looked at the queen also looked puzzled. They don't understand why His Majesty the Emperor has such a bad feeling. Is it because the Emperor is a SS-level new human? Do you have a sense of foreseeing crisis that far exceeds that of other new humans? Tao Xiang suddenly frowned, remembering that when she came to the Emperor's office before, her little baby Long Quan was suddenly emotionally unstable, pointing to the sky and saying that a big rock was about to fall. Some ministers who know how to read words and expressions noticed the queen's expression and thought that the queen also sensed that something bad was about to happen. Long Fei also saw his wife's expression, but he was very clear about his wife's new human ability, although it was S-level, but strictly speaking it was S-level, just the entry stage of S-level. Tao Xiang probably didn't sense any crisis. Long Fei guessed that maybe the youngest son Long Quan sensed the crisis and told his mother. Roundabout. At this moment, Long Fei reached out and knocked on the table. Everyone, although I sense a great sense of crisis, I'm telling you, I just hope that you will make all preparations so that everyone can always be prepared to deal with possible crises, so that you will not let everyone be busy for a while. Yes, Your Majesty. Tao Xiang walked to her husband at this time and told her younger son in her husband's ear that a huge stone would fall from the sky. Long Fei frowned. He himself only sensed the crisis, but he didn't know what would happen when the crisis came. but his youngest son said that a huge stone would fall. Could it be that my Martian circle will encounter the disaster of Axis? Long Fei thought to himself. Tao Xiang watched her husband sink into deep thought. Tao Xiang reached out and patted the back of her husband's hand. Long Fei came back to his senses at this moment, looked at his wife, and nodded. Roundabout. Long Fei asked everyone. Everyone. At present, our country is still disturbed by meteorites and wreckage, as well as the Wanluo Federation clone team, the 100 Ghosts Night Walk organization, and the Dion Pirates. Do you think they will do anything? These are all pretense, but they are actually planning to throw large meteorites or abandoned colonies into our Martian circle. Everyone felt that there was a great possibility, and everyone had a flash of a thought. Could it be that His Majesty's bad premonition is just like when the Dion Empire threw the colonial satellite into the Earth's circle? Of course, this is just my personal perception, and I don't know if it is accurate, but in any case, we have to discuss how to take any precautions. Then, Long Fei said to Li Jiaming, Commander Li Jiaming, Tianyi mercenary group, try to collect some information and see where there are meteorites and debris floating towards the Martian circle. Yes. Accept Long Fei and discuss with everyone how to prevent possible crises. After discussing for several hours, Long Fei suddenly made an announcement. If anything happens to me, Empress Tao Xiang will replace me and exercise all the rights of the emperor, including my Tianyi group, which will also be managed by the empress. Lan. At the scene, everyone was shocked and speechless. They didn't understand why the emperor would say such a thing. Did the emperor predict that he might die and take care of all the funeral affairs? Tao Xiang looked at her husband in surprise. Everyone, don't be so nervous. I will have such an arrangement, and it is just a precaution. Maybe my hunch is wrong. After discussing some things, Long Fei said, Everyone, go down and get busy. The queen will stay for a while. Tao Xiang watched the remote communication hang up, and the ministers left the office. Tao Xiang asked her husband, How did you make such an arrangement? It's just a backup. If something happens to me, my empire, my group, at least someone needs to handle it for me. And this person must be the person I trust the most. The person I trust the most besides you besides. Who else can I rest assured? Lan, your 3 sisters, and your aunt. Don't you trust them? Don't you trust them? I believe, of course I believe them. But they can reassure me in business, but they don't know anything about the empire. Letting them manage it is really embarrassing for them. Tao Xiang is silent. The Tianyi group is actually under the management of the second sister Long Xian. The two of them have not put most of their energy on the Tianyi group. Only some particularly important things need to be personally issued by Long Fei. And Tao Xiang didn't say much in Tianyi group. She just looked at the account books and attended meetings as her husband's representative. Tao Xiang's current main job is to replace her husband to inspect some places, and then give some encouragement or hint warnings to some officials who eat the imperial food. If possible, I don't want my hunch to be accurate, but in case, I don't know if I will miss this crisis, so I must make all preparations. If it does come to that time, my empire, the group, and the children, all of these burdens are on your shoulders. After finishing speaking, Long Fei hugged his wife in his arms. Tao Xiang nodded with her head resting on her husband's chest, as Long Fei's wife, Long Fei's queen. Roundabout, Tao Xiang handled many things for Long Fei, not only the Tianyi group, but also the Tianyi Empire. Tao Xiang even has the right bestowed by Long Fei to punish some officials who have gone too far. Long Fei gave the queen the power to punish those officials who committed crimes, but it also aroused the opposition of many officials, and asked Long Fei not to let the harem interfere in politics. At the beginning, Long Fei ignored the objections of these officials, but as more and more officials wrote letters, Long Fei finally had no choice but to say directly that he was the founding emperor of the Tianyi Empire and the great ancestor of the Tianyi Empire. Everything depends on what he says. What he says is the rules. However, Long Fei's attitude also aroused the dissatisfaction of local officials in various regions of the country. Many officials came to the gate of the palace to sit in and protest. Long Fei was required to be the founding emperor of the empire, and Taizu must also abide by the rules. Otherwise, the descendants would not follow the rules because he was the emperor. Roundabout. Looking at the attitude of these local officials, Long Fei originally wanted to punish them for disobeying the emperor's will. However, Many ministers, including Salamander and Li Xiuqing, opposed it, thinking that if the emperor really did this, many officials would feel chilled, and that the emperor just spoiled the harem too much and broke the rules. Salamander made a suggestion to Long Fei to set up a special representative position as the nominal representative of the emperor. Following Solomon Island's suggestion, Long Fei set up an official position, which is the special executive officer, a representative who performs special work on behalf of the emperor. A special executive is a person bestowed by the emperor to exercise the rights bestowed by the emperor, perform related work, and punish or reward the officials involved in the work. The establishment of a special executive officer has also left local officials speechless. In addition, Queen Taoxiang is actually among the people, and the evaluation in the hearts of the people is very high. The people love and like this queen who has been following the emperor all the time and adding points to the image of the emperor. Roundabout. Moreover, the queen is especially kind to those orphans who lost their parents, so that the orphans can get a good education and the orphans can get the best care and love. The protests of many officials in various places are only dissatisfied with the emperor's one sentence letting the queen exercise power, completely bypassing the execution of some relevant departments. After the special executive officer appointed by the emperor, officials from all over the place did not say anything anymore. On August 20th, 131, the first year of the universe, the 86th and 85th colonial satellites of the Wanluo Federation were successively occupied by the Tianyi Imperial Army. Roundabout. Since the 16th, the Tianyi Imperial Army has successively entered several brigade-level fleets into the colonies in the 8th district. Some colonial satellites that had declared their independence earlier, when they met the fleet of the Tianyi Imperial Army, immediately took out new flags designed by the independent founding of the country, and told the Tianyi Imperial Army that they were not the Wanluo Federation, but a certain country. Please don't attack them. After the Tianyi Imperial Army saw the flags of these independent nations, they didn't feel any embarrassment, they just asked to let them pass. The independent colonial satellites did not dare to refuse the Tianyi Imperial Army's request, so they could only agree. The three currently occupied colonial satellites were mainly occupied by the Tianyi Imperial Army before the independence referendum was held. War reporters from all over the world are tracking the front line and reporting the current situation live. There are quite a few netizens on the internet who don't think it's a big deal, calling on the Tianyi Imperial Army to take action. They want to see how this country that dared to violate international treaties will be punished. Roundabout. However, the Tianyi Imperial Army did not take any action. When occupying the colonial satellite, they did not make any embarrassing actions to the local people. Even the governments of the occupied colonies have been very cooperative with the demands of the Skywing Imperial Army. On August 20th, a total of 25 colonial satellites currently occupied by the Wanluo Federation and colonial satellites that have declared independence have separated from the Wanluo Federation. Some colonial satellites that will announce the establishment of an independent country are now speeding up the process and holding an independence referendum. There are also some civilians or wealthy people from the colonial satellites who either escaped to the colonial satellites that had established their own independent countries and spaceships, or fled to foreign countries. The current local government of Wanluo Federation has not obeyed the instructions of the central government. Although Purvi stated in his online book and the presidential spokesperson that he does not accept these colonial satellites who declared independence, he even accused these independent founders of being traitors and would definitely send troops to suppress them. Roundabout. Then those traitors who declared independence were sent to court and then sentenced to death by hanging. But Negan, the commander-in-chief of the military, immediately announced that he would not obey any orders from the president and the presidential palace, and even said that he would not fight an unjust war. Negan's speech received overwhelming support from generals, school officers and soldiers in the army. Purvi jumped at Negan's speech and ordered the gendarmerie to arrest Commander-in-Chief Negan, but the gendarmerie has not obeyed the president's order. Purvi just issued an appointment document for the replacement of the commander-in-chief, but the army did not accept it at all. Even the army invited the media. In front of the media, all the soldiers said that they would no longer obey any orders from this lunatic president, and they currently only recognize Negan as their commander-in-chief. And the army even stated that they would not fight the Tianyi Imperial Army because the whole thing was caused by that idiot president. Roundabout. The culprit is that the president had nothing to do to provoke the Tianyi Empire and even did something that violated the international treaty. The military will not pay for the things done by this idiot president and will never sacrifice the precious lives of soldiers for such things. Even those Wanluo Federal Army who have not separated from the declared independent colonial satellites have received instructions from the Central Army not to have any conflicts with the Tianyi Imperial Army and can directly surrender to the Tianyi Imperial Army. The local troops of colonial satellites number 86 and 87 received instructions from the Central Army and surrendered directly to the Tianyi Imperial Army without a fight. The Tianyi Imperial Army occupied these two colonial satellites without a single soldier. In his online book, Porvi went crazy and uttered nonsense, accusing the army of being a group of cowards and cowards. The enemy has already invaded the country, and they dare not exchange fire with the invaders. Soldier. The military's official website responded directly to the president's outburst. It's not that we are bloodless, but that we don't want to fight a meaningless war. The whole thing is completely your personal behavior, which has caused the country to fall into a situation where there is no end to redemption. The soldiers will not pay for your personal sacrifice. Lane. The local government does not obey the instructions of the central government, and even the army no longer obeys the orders of the president and the presidential palace. Even the central government of the Wanluo Federation has experienced very chaotic disputes. Some colonial satellites directly under the management of the central government also announced an independence referendum. These colonial satellites will conduct an independence referendum, which is also carried out by some ministers of the original central government, that is, local candidates. Hometown to push for an independence referendum. At this moment, the central government has lost its management rights to nearly half of the colonial satellites it directly manages. Even many colonial satellite people who have not yet become independent have demanded that the incumbent president step down as soon as possible. Otherwise, the local people also demand that the local government hold an independence referendum. On August 25, 131, the first year of the universe, nearly half of the colonies in District 8, that is, 50 colonial satellites, declared to separate from the Wanluo Federation and establish an independent country. In addition to the Tianyi Imperial Army successively occupying some colonial satellites of the Wanluo Federation, the Tianyi Mercenary Corps also successively sent some troops into the territory of the Wanluo Federation to occupy some colonial satellites that had not yet established an independent country. Roundabout. Whether it was the Tianyi Imperial Army or the Tianyi Mercenary Group, they were not blocked at all wherever they passed. Purvi looked at the documents sent. The Tianyi Imperial Army and the Tianyi Mercenary Corps were already swaying at this moment, and they were already heading for the number 1 colonial satellite in the center. Purvi felt extremely terrified in his heart. Once he was caught by these guys, he would die miserably. Suddenly the door of the president's office was pushed open, and some people poured in one after another. Michael Shaw, Vice President, what are you doing with a bunch of ministers? Your Excellency, this is the last time I will call you that. I am here to inform you that Congress has formally passed your removal. Now you can pack up your things and leave the presidential palace. What? How come I don't know about this matter? Who asked you to propose the agenda to remove me in Congress? Purvi roared. Roundabout. Mr. Purvi, don't be so excited. This matter is actually a decision unanimously passed by all members of Congress. Everyone thinks that you are not suitable for the president of the Wanluo Federation, so they immediately proposed this agenda to remove you. I don't agree with this dismissal. Purvi yelled with a little madness. Mike Shao said calmly, Mr. Purvi, this is actually for your own good. Once the Tianyi Imperial Army or the Tianyi Mercenary Group enters the number 1 colonial satellite, they will only arrest you and will not treat us all. If people cause any harm, I would like to give you a suggestion to leave the presidential palace quickly, pack your luggage, escape from the number 1 colonial satellite, and hide in a certain place. Maybe you can enjoy your old age in peace. Purvi sat slumped on the chair, and he knew that he could only flee now without any further delay. Purvi immediately stood up and rushed out of the presidential office in a panic. Less than a few hours after Purvi left the presidential palace, He took his family on his own spaceship and hurriedly escaped from the #1 colonial satellite. But in less than 24 hours during the escape, the Pervy family was directly arrested by the Tianyi Imperial Army. Roundabout. The Pervy family will be arrested by the Tianyi Imperial Army in less than a day, mainly because Mike Xiao and his gang betrayed his whereabouts to the Tianyi Imperial Army. Therefore, the Tianyi Imperial Army easily arrested their target. On August 26, 131, the first year of the universe, the Tianyi Imperial Army announced that they had arrested the former president of the Wanluo Federation, Pervy. Roundabout. Then, the Tianyi Imperial Army announced that the entire army would withdraw from the territory of the Wanluo Federation and return to the Martian Circle. The Tianyi mercenary group also announced their withdrawal from the Wanluo Federation at the same time. The announcement of the news surprised the entire world. Many people thought that there would be a fierce battle, but they didn't expect that the Tianyi Imperial Army took down their target almost without a single soldier. What surprised the world even more was that regardless of whether the Wanluo Federation had separated from the colonial satellite or not, it would directly let the Tianyi Imperial Army advance unimpeded. Unexpectedly, the Wanluo Federation, which is the #1 democratic power, has become so cowardly that even the soldiers would not obey the president's orders, and any military unit would surrender directly when they saw the Tianyi Imperial Army. In fact, Minister Shrek has already sent people to discuss with the leaders of the various colonial satellites of the Wanluo Federation. As long as they surrender or let them go, they will not encounter any embarrassment. And their purpose is only to arrest Polvi. After that, they will withdraw the whole army. Roundabout. At the beginning, the person in charge of each colony satellite was dubious, but after the colony number 87 was occupied, they did not encounter any embarrassment from the Tianyi Imperial Army. In the next few days, the colonial satellites in various places either surrendered or released. After the Sky Wing Imperial Army announced their capture targets and began to withdraw from the colony in District 8, both the Wanluo Federation and the small countries that established their own countries breathed a sigh of relief. Such a result is the best for both the Wanluo Federation and the Tianyi Empire. This is also the most ideal result for Minister of Military Affairs Shrek, because the Tianyi Empire is currently developing and improving its entire industrial capacity. If there is a relatively protracted war, even a few months of war will affect the development of the Tianyi Empire. Although the meteorites and wreckage caused a lot of trouble to the Tianyi Empire, at least they didn't hurt the foundation, and the whole country was still operating normally. The Tianyi Empire is now going to develop again. Whether it is economic infrastructure or industry, etc., all must be upgraded and upgraded. Roundabout. The purpose is to deal with the possible invasion of alien civilizations in the future. The new president of the Wanluo Federal Authority is the former Vice President Xiao Mike, except for the first time to appease the colonial satellites who are about to break away from the independent state. At the same time, a team of other officials was sent to discuss with those colonial satellites that had already established their own country, whether they could return to the Wanluo Federation. Mike Xiao received a report from his subordinates in the president's office, which made him wonder whether he should hold his nose and confess, or ask the Tianyi Empire to return the scientists and their families. Because when the Tianyi Empire occupied some colonial satellites, it took away some scientists and family members of the Wanluo Federation. These scientists were all important talents of the Wanluo Federation. Although Foreign Minister Xiao Mike protested to the Tianyi Empire and demanded that their scientists and their families be returned, the Tianyi Empire directly responded that these scientists and their families were willing to go with them. If the Wanluo Federation was in its heyday, it might have taken military measures to the scientists and their families back, and would have immediately denounced the Tianyi Empire for kidnapping their scientists and their families, and asked the International Conference to uphold justice. Roundabout. But at this moment, the strength of the Wanluo Federation is not as good as before, and it is no longer a member of the International, so it is impossible to protest this matter to the International Conference. After discussing with the ministers and congressmen, Mike Xiao could only touch his nose, as if nothing happened. The most important thing for the Wanluo federal authorities at this moment is to return to the International and now submit an application to the International Parliament to rejoin the International Conference. As the Speaker of the International Parliament, Pope David discussed with the leaders of various countries whether to allow the Wanluo Federation to return to the international parliament. Many countries did not have any objection. They believed that the culprit, Pulvi, had been arrested and allowed the Wanluo Federation to return to the international community. Many countries expressed their approval. On the contrary, those big countries think that it is possible for the Wanluo Federation to return to the international community, but the first condition is that those colonial satellites that establish their own countries also allow them to join the international and become a part of the international. Pope David saw that the purpose of the leaders of these great powers was that they did not want the Wanluo Federation to return to their original strength. Roundabout. For the leaders of these big countries, the Wanluo Federation, which is not as powerful as before, is in their best interest. Among the big countries, the country that dislikes the return of the Wanluo Federation to its original strength is the United Nations of the Angris Democratic Peoples, which belongs to the same system. For the United Nations authorities of the Anglo-Saman Democratic Republic, the strength of the Wanluo Federation is not as strong as before. This result is the best for them, because as one of the leaders of the democratic system, the Wanluo Federation has always been the boss. It's the second child who keeps pushing them all the way. It is rare to have this opportunity. The United Nations of the Anglo-Saman peoples took the opportunity to make the Wando Federation the second child, and then join the independent colonial satellite that was separated from it into the International Conference, so the United Nations of the Anglo-Sa boss. When Mike Shao heard the news of the International Conference, he rushed to join the International Conference with those colonial satellites that separated and established independent countries and recognized them as members of the International. Michael Zhao's authorities were very skeptical about this time, and he also guessed that it was the tricks of those big countries. They didn't want the Wanluo Federation to unify the entire colony of District 8 again. But fortunately, not all the colonial satellites that separated and established themselves were unwilling to return to the Wanluo Federation. The original independent nations only wanted to protect themselves from being attacked by the Tianyi Imperial Army. Roundabout. After the Tianyi Imperial Army withdrew from the colony in District 8, some independent colonial satellites had already negotiated with Xiao Mike to return. The renegotiation and return of these colonial satellites, the local people did not object to the authorities returning to the Wanluo Federation. The people voted to agree to the establishment of an independent country at that time, and they just wanted to protect themselves. In addition, these people also know that if they establish an independent country, they will not be able to become a rich country with their few colonial satellites. Only by returning to the Wanluo Federation can they maintain their wealth. However, not all the colonial satellites that left the independent state are still willing to return to the Wanluo Federation. Some of the colonial satellites really want to leave the Wanluo Federation. These colonial satellites mainly have some huge meteorite resources in the area where they are located. However, because the already wealthy colonial satellites are part of the Wanluo Federation, the profits they earn have to be equally distributed to other colonial satellites for development. The people in the local colonial satellites were very dissatisfied, and they always wanted to go out independently. However, the Wanluo Federation was so powerful at that time that it could not be separated and independent. It just so happened that Pulvi made a series of events that allowed them to seize the opportunity to go out independently. Roundabout. When these independent colonial satellites submitted their applications to join the International Parliament, they received the support of many major powers. Anyone with a clear mind knows the support of these big countries, but all the big countries have their own ghosts. What the Wanluo Federation is most anxious at the moment is to return to the International, because only by joining the International, the investment from various countries will come to invest in the Wanluo Federation. For those who are unwilling to return to the colonial satellite of the Wanluo Federation, Xiao Mike thinks that the future will be long, or it will be handled by the next elected president. Now it is necessary to deal with the plummeting economy of the Wanluo Federation. Returning to the international market will at least give the economy of the Wanluo Federation a respite and stop the decline. On August 31st, 131, the first year of the universe, more than 70% of the votes in the International Conference allowed the Wanluo Federation to return to the International Conference. But there was another vote at the international meeting, which was to approve the two newly established countries in the colony of District 8 to join the international meeting and become a member of the international. These two new countries are called less democracies and Bharati states, and the two new countries are also democracies. There are already 3 countries in the colony of District 8. The Wanluo Federation has 70 colonial satellites, and the less democratic Republic and the Bharati Kingdom each control 15 colonial satellites. Such a result is good news for the major countries, and the United Nations of the Anglo-Saxon Democratic People's Republic has become the leader of democratic countries. On the other side, Purvi's body was bruised and purple, and he was beaten into a pig's face and a pair of panda eyes. Under the hospitality of the Tianyi Imperial Army, Pulvey honestly explained the matter of the replicants, all the information about the partners, and what their purpose was. After obtaining the information they wanted to know, the Tianyi Imperial Army had already grasped the hiding place of the clone troops. The Dion Pirates and the Hyaki Night Walking Organization did not know their real hiding place. However, several transit locations have been mastered. The Tianyi Imperial Army wiped them out within a few days and did not accept the surrender signal from these clone troops. Because replicants do not recognize legal life forms in international treaties, no matter what means the Tianyi Imperial Army uses, they will not be condemned by the international community. Damn it, this transit point is already empty. A MK driver looked at the interior of the modified meteorite from the screen. Except for some facilities, there was no body or people, and the building was already empty. The driver of another F-90 also said, "Damn it, it runs faster than a rabbit." This Hyaki Night Walk organization's combat ability is not very good, but it runs first class. I heard that other fellow troops also went to wipe out the other transfer stations of the 100 Ghosts Night Walk, and they were also empty. Having said that, after Purvi was arrested, Hyaki Yako's movements began to decrease. It's almost what you said. Since then, I haven't found much about the actions of the 100 Ghosts at night. It is estimated that they discovered that their partners had been arrested, and worried that their partners would tell them where they were hiding and quickly fled. The F-90 driver said. When Kuroda City also announced the clone event, he had already started arranging for the Hyaki Night Walk organization to carry out the next step, because he knew that this plan had failed and he had to implement the next step. Although Purvi cooperated with the Dallas country, Kuroda City didn't think that the cooperation of the Dallas people alone would be able to trip Long Fei. Dikla, my good grandnephew, I didn't expect you to hit the south wall and not look back. Even if you threw all your belongings into it, you would not succeed. However, Uncle Huang, I can help you. Inside a F.A. Bossur battleship, a soldier in a Spartan uniform was taking out his communicator in an empty corner. Fingers are quickly touching the communicator to upload some information. When the soldiers were doing these things, they looked around from time to time, beware of someone passing by. After conveying the information, the soldier put away the communicator and went to the next location. When the soldier came to a corner, a fist the size of a sandbag hit his left eye directly. Although the soldier quickly dodged the sandbag-sized fist, he couldn't dodge the electric shock blade that sneaked up behind him. The electric shock blade pierced the nano-armor of the Spartan suit on the soldier's back, and the powerful electric current penetrated the whole body and fled away. The soldier was directly electrocuted and lost consciousness. Fortunately, the soldier has received drugs to strengthen his physique, and he still has a certain resistance to electric shock. If an ordinary person is pierced into the body by the electric shock blade, the powerful electric current will shock the person out of the body in just a few seconds. The unconscious soldier lay on the ground. Standing on his left and right sides were soldiers from the Sky Wing Empire, also wearing Spartan uniforms. The Tianyi Empire soldiers on the left and right took the unconscious colleague to a secret room. The soldier who was stunned was tied to a special chair, and a soldier held a bucket of ice water and directly woke up the tied soldier. The awakened soldier looked at himself being tied up, and then at several colleagues in Spartan uniforms standing in front of him. Second Lieutenant Xiao Kadi, you have revealed some of our whereabouts to your former companions so that they can go deeper into the Mars Circle. Do you think we haven't noticed you? I expected that when I did these things, I would end up like this, but I didn't expect it to happen to me so soon. Xiao Kadi's face was indifferent, but his eyes betrayed him, showing unwillingness in his eyes. The soldier in charge of interrogating him said, "It seems that like many people, you have always missed the period of the Dian Empire." Hey, I have never recognized the Tiani Empire. The motherland in my mind is the Dian Empire, and I am a noble Dian emperor. Unfortunately, you still have your companions. The motherland in your mind has already become history. The godlike Emperor Fades in your mind has already been defeated by our Emperor Long Fei. Humph. So what? We will not admit that Long Fei is our emperor. Our emperor has a grandson. We will sacrifice our lives to let him return to the Martian sphere. As the emperor of the Martian sphere, this is our mission. We are the restorers of the kingdom of Dian. The soldier in charge of the interrogation nodded after hearing this, shook Xiao Kadi's mobile suit, and said, "I have to tell you one thing. Your every move is actually under our noses, and the information you send out is the information we deliberately let you receive. That your colleagues could escape our pursuit earlier is the information we deliberately let you receive." Xiao Kadi stared at the soldier who was interrogating him with wide eyes at this moment. "And the information you sent out this time is actually a trap. Your companion has fallen into our trap. By the way, your companion will hate you now and think you are a traitor. Even if I fell for the trick and gave them wrong information, they wouldn't think that I betrayed them. Have you ever heard of people being similar?" Xiao Kadi asked in shock. "Did you find someone like me to deceive them?" "Yes. The image they see now is that we have found a person who is very similar to you, and then used the disguise technique of our country to be the same as you in appearance, and even your voice is exactly the same. Now they all treat you as a traitor. You are no longer a human being." Mean. To each other, soldiers never tire of cheating. You can't blame us for this. You can only blame you for being too stupid and falling into the trap we set. Okay, let's not talk about it. We have many things to ask you. You'd better talk to us. Obediently cooperate. Don't even think about it. I won't tell you any information even if I die." Xiao Kadi said stubbornly, "Very well, I'm going to see if your bones are as hard as your mouth. What's going on here? Why did the Tiani Empire appear?" A Dian pirate leader exclaimed. Looking at the screen in front of him, the 4 pirate space battleships he led were surrounded by the Tiani Empire army. "Twig, could it be that Guy Torres betrayed us?" said the deputy next to the leader. A fully armored Oberon Gundam rushed towards the Amethyst Holy Machine, and the driver of the Amethyst Holy Machine fired 8 floating cannons. The full-armor Oberon Gundam pilot activates the Magic Book system, White Magic Book. Using mecha particles to interfere with the signal-receiving device of the enemy plane, it interfered with the 8 floating cannons controlled by the pilot of the Amethyst Holy Plane. When the Amethyst Holy Machine pilot lost control of the floating cannon, he was distracted for a while and didn't notice the crisis. When the enemy launched an attack, it was already too late. The fully armored Oberon Gundam's chest megaparticle cannon pierces through the Amethyst Holy Machine. The effective range of the Magic Book system is within 50 kilometers, and the closer it is to the floating cannon of the full-armor Oberon Gundam, the more affected it will be. Twig. Not only the floating cannons, but also the signal receivers were affected. All the MS of the Dian pirates, as long as they were within the effective range of the Magic Book system, all the signal receivers could not send out or receive any information. All airframe pilots seemed to have cut off all external information. The full-armored Oberon Gundam seriously interfered with the Holy Machines within the effect range of the Magic Book, and the Emerald and Amethyst Holy Machines both lost a lot of combat power due to the interference of the floating cannon. On the battlefield, several full-armored Oberon Gundams activated the Magic Book system, allowing colleagues to fight more efficiently. The pirate leader looked at the situation map of the battlefield. The troop he led, Ms., only had about 60 units, but the number of Tiani Imperial Army was more than 3 times that of him. Both quantity and quality are above them all. Suddenly, the battleship command room where the pirate leader was located, the information receiving station was invaded. Under the report of the staff, the pirate leader became so angry that he punched the command table directly. "Twig, damn Torres, you traitor." The content of the staff report just now is that the message from Torres is to tell these pirates that he is actually loyal to the Sky Wing Empire. The information that was sent at the beginning, allowing them to avoid the Tiani Imperial Army and telling them the time of the Tiani Imperial Army's patrol, is to make you trust and then lead you to a deeper location and arrest you all. The pirates at the scene were very angry. They didn't expect their former compatriots to betray them. What made them feel even more angry and helpless was that not only Torres betrayed them, but many compatriots also betrayed them, and other colleagues were rounded up by the Tianyi Imperial Army. They didn't understand what tricks the Tianyi Empire had used, or what kind of tricks had been poured into it, to turn their compatriots who had been loyal to the Dian Empire at their gunpoints. In fact, the pirate leader and his men did not know that their compatriots did not betray them, but in fact their compatriots were captured. Twig. Unable to bear the torture to extract confessions, some of the arrested compatriots revealed their secret codes and all the means of communication. The Tianyi Imperial Army used these codes and contact methods to allow many Dian pirates to go deep into the territory of the Tianyi Empire. After that, many pirate troops were wiped out or rounded up. When many pirate troops were wiped out or rounded up, they urgently conveyed the information. However, under the interference of men of particles, this information cannot be transmitted at all. The pirate troops that sneaked in one after another didn't know what happened to their colleagues on the front line. They even received a notification from their colleagues on the front line that they had safely penetrated into the territory of the Sky Wing Empire. As long as there is no problem with the cloaking device, as long as you avoid the patrolling forces of the Tianyi Imperial Army and their scanners, you can safely go to your destination. Twig. Frontline colleagues also told the undercover compatriots inside the Tianyi Imperial Army that they can rest assured to trust them. It is the information given by these compatriots that they can sneak in without anyone noticing. The intelligence department of the Sky Wing Empire, when some Dian pirate ships were able to evade their anti-stealth devices while they were invisible, they already knew that there was an insider doing things. Many soldiers in the Tianyi Imperial Army were former Dian Imperial Army. After Long Fei defeated Fardis, the Dian Imperial Army came to an end. Part of the original Dian Imperial Army remained in the army and became the Tianyi Empire Army. Another part joined the Anti-Tianyi Empire organization and was eventually wiped out. And finally, the other part left the army and became ordinary people living like ordinary people. Life. Many of the former Dian Imperial Army who stayed in the army, on the surface, mostly new humans, obeyed the Tianyi Empire, but in fact they were very unconvinced in their hearts. They always hoped to overthrow the Tianyi Empire and revive the Dian Empire. These soldiers have such thoughts, and they are mainly dissatisfied that Long Fei overthrew the class system of the Dian Empire, and the new humans lost their privileges. During the period of the Dian Empire, new humans had priority in many places, and there was even a quota system for admission. Not only did new humans enjoy a 30% quota, but they could even have a non-quota quota of 70%. Compete with ordinary humans. Twig. Even in the subway or bus, in addition to discounts for buying tickets, even new humans have priority in seats. But after the Dian Empire was overthrown, the Sky Wing Empire abolished these privileges, which made many new humans feel that their interests had been damaged. Therefore, many new human beings are half convinced by the Tianyi Empire. The appearance of the Dian pirates, and after learning that the leader of the Dian pirates is Dikla, the eldest grandson of their Emperor Fadis, gave them hope. Therefore, these former Dian Imperial Army sold the information to the Dian pirates, which allowed part of the Dian pirates to penetrate deeper into the territory of the Tianyi Imperial Army. The intelligence department of the Tianyi Imperial Army has been secretly observing the actions of many former Dian Imperial Army. Under the situation that these soldiers betrayed the information, the intelligence department adopted a strategy of holding back and continued to let them send the information to the Dian pirate group, from which they could grasp the whereabouts of the high-level personnel of these pirate groups. Twig. At present, some of the Dian pirates have been arrested, some high-level personnel have become prisoners, and some high-level personnel have informed the internal structure of the Dian pirates, and so on under the hospitality of relevant personnel. Moreover, because of the notification of these high-level officials, it was possible to grasp the real hiding places of the Dian pirates, including the headquarters. Then, the Tianyi Imperial Army will inform the Tianyi mercenary group of these hiding places as soon as possible. After Li Jiaming received the information, he immediately mobilized his troops to destroy the target. You've been playing hide-and-seek with us. The Dian pirates that have caused us troubles can finally eliminate you. and the remnants of the Dion Empire can finally be wiped out. After Li Jiaming finished speaking, he picked up Dikla's photo and looked at it and said, "If this idiot is like his aunt, if he is on the other side, he can still let this guy continue to live, but it's a pity that he has to die." Gulasina is in contact with someone in a villa. Left. Dikra, stop now, you still have time. Impossible. Aunt, I can't stop. I want to avenge my grandfather. I want to revive the Dion Empire. I want to take back everything we lost. Dikra, you can't do it. Your partner has been arrested. Even if you have other partners, maybe they have already withdrawn to stop. So what? Auntie, I won't stop now. Even if I can, I won't. I only have this one chance. If I lose it, I have to wait until the year of the monkey before I can take revenge. If it doesn't work, I will pull him away. Back up. Dikla spoke loudly to her aunt on the phone. Gulastina sighed, but she still persuaded her nephew. Dikla, if you really have the ability to take revenge, Aunt will not only support you, but Aunt will also help you. But you can't do it. You, a person as powerful as Grandpa, will be defeated by Long Fei. Not to mention you. You are not his opponent, and the people in his hands are all talents. Even if he doesn't make a move, it should be based on the talents in his hands. I can handle you. If you listen to my aunt, stop immediately, and my aunt can contact Long Fei and ask him to let you go. Gulasina persuaded her nephew earnestly. Gulastina did not want her father's eldest and only grandson to die. Dikla didn't listen to her aunt's advice, but immediately yelled at her aunt. Auntie, I'm so disappointed in you. Why don't you think about how much Grandpa loved you back then, and you, as his daughter, didn't want to take revenge for him? Forget it, but you still stop his grandson, that is, me, from avenging Grandpa. If Grandpa finds out, he will be so disappointed in you as an unfilial daughter. I don't understand why you have become so cowardly and cowardly. Are you still not the princess of the Dion Empire that we all admired back then? Although Gulastina was a little annoyed by her nephew's attitude, she kept advising patiently. If Dikla is as good as your grandpa, I won't advise you, nor will I stop you. But don't say you don't have your grandpa. You are not even as strong as me. What's more, Long Fei, who defeated your grandfather, is now stronger than before. Even if you are as strong as Grandpa now, you still can't beat Long Fei. Your actions now are sending you to death. So what? You let me live in a meager way. How can I be worthy of those heroes and daughters who follow me in the Dion Empire? Gulasina was silent for a while and said in her heart, there are always many people who are loyal to the father and the Dion Empire. They look forward to the head of Diklama. After all, I caused my nephew to carry this banner. A trace of guilt flashed in Gulasina's heart. Dikla then said to his aunt, Auntie, you were unwilling to carry the banner of restoring the country at that time. So as my nephew, as the eldest grandson of the emperor, I have the responsibility to carry this banner. The sons and daughters of heroes have already put life and death aside, and if you don't succeed, you will be benevolent. Gulastina already understood that her nephew had already made up her mind. Gulasina could only say to her nephew, Dikra, I can only wish you prosperity in martial arts. You are the kingdom of Dion and the glory of our Samra's family. Listening to what her aunt said, Dikla felt sorry for her attitude towards her just now and apologized to her aunt. Auntie, if I succeed, I will bring you and your family back to honor you. If I fail, I hope Auntie can teach your children and maintain the honor and pride of our Dion Empire people. I will. After the aunt and nephew hung up, Gulasina left 2 lines of tears. Suddenly feeling that she was hugged by a pair of big hands, Gulasina clearly knew that it was her husband Arthur Vic who was holding her. Gulasina and her husband and mother-in-law have been living in the Uya Cross country for a long time. The villa where their family lived was given to them by Saint Anna, and the servants, drivers, and chefs here were also arranged by Saint Anna. Left. Arthur Vic couldn't do anything. He could only hug his wife to show comfort. Gulasina wiped the tears from her face, patted the back of her husband's hand, and smiled. I'm fine. Afterwards, the couple walked to a rooftop, looked at the garden below, and watched their daughter playing with her grandma. Gulastina gave birth to a daughter for her husband. Arthur Vic once planned to let the child take the mother's surname, but Gulasina refused. It is fine to take the father's surname, and the child born in the future will still take the father's surname. Why did you come back so early today? Galistina asked. There's no work to do, so I'll come back early to be with you and Mom and the kids, Arthur Vic replied. Arthur Vic is now the chief instructor of new humans in the Ouya Crusaders military, instructing new humans rookie combat tactics, and so on. Left. At that time, not only husband and wife, but also a family came to the Ouya cross country, and some people from the Dion Empire followed Gilashina and lived a peaceful life in the Ouya cross country. After receiving reports from his subordinates that several of the most important hiding places were destroyed by the Tiani mercenary group, Dikla already knew that he didn't have many cards left to play. When his aunt called to persuade him before, he had no way out. Even if he wanted to stop, the soldiers of the Dion Empire who followed him would never allow him to back down. Dikla is now in a modified meteorite with a diameter of more than 100 kilometers. This is what one of Grandpa Zheng's subordinates told him when he escaped from the Martian Circle. Left. Back then, when the Dion Kingdom had not yet established a country in the Mars Circle, there was a huge modified meteorite that was the former shelter of the Dion Kingdom. Dikla brought his retainers and subordinates to this modified meteorite. The modified meteorite has been abandoned for nearly 100 years. Although the internal facilities are outdated, and some of the equipment is even inoperable, but with the resources and scientists brought by Dikla, the interior has been renovated, improved, and remodeled. This modified meteorite has a name, Akdila, which serves as Dikla's headquarters. With the headquarters of Akdila as a foothold, they began to build the warships, mobile fortresses, MS, etc. they needed. Then, a series of plunders were carried out in the colonial circle. In order to prevent others from knowing where the headquarters was, several base camps were set up in the colonial circle to confuse others. Also because of this relationship, although the Tiani mercenary group took away all his base camps, the main base camp was safe and sound. Left. The Tiani mercenary group was still unable to capture the thief first and the king first. Dikla ordered his subordinates to gather everyone together, and then walked to the roof of the speech, preparing for the final speech. On his exclusive podium, Dikla looked at the compatriots lined up neatly below and said, "My dear compatriots in the kingdom of Dion, those companions who said they would cooperate with us are really unreliable. Either they were arrested or he gave up halfway and withdrew from the action, but it doesn't matter. As a noble Dion Empire person, he will not have any fear or shrink back. Everyone remember what is the noble glory of our Dion Empire people. Don't be afraid. Don't shrink back. Your head can be broken, your blood can flow, and you won't be a slave to the enemy's defeated army." Everyone who lined up neatly shouted in unison. Yes, even though we were defeated and lost Mars back then, we did not surrender to the enemy. We left Mars and came to the place where the Dion Empire once stood. Akdila transformed the meteorite. Why did we come here? Rejuvenation, rejuvenation, rejuvenation. With the same sentence, everyone shouted 3 times. That's right. This is the place where our Dion Empire originated. If Mars is lost, we will use this place as our headquarters and regain our lost Mars. Take it back. Take it back. Take it back. The compatriots living on Mars are in dire straits right now, and even the compatriots living in dire straits are in the Tiani Empire, but their hearts are in our Dion Empire. They risk their lives to collect information and tell us the information they get. But at this moment they are lost contact. Many of our troops went in and couldn't get out, but a few of them came out. Those undercover companions betrayed them. There was an uproar at the scene. Control. Dikla raised his hand, and everyone at the scene was silent. I believe that there must be traitors among the undercover agents, but not all of them. There are only a few. I believe that the undercover companions were only discovered by the Tiani Empire's intelligence team during their operations, and they were betrayed by traitors. A series of actions have failed, but even if we fail, we will not surrender. This time we must show our awareness, and will not back down from the Sky Wing Empire. Never back down, never back down. Everyone, are you ready to fight the final battle with the Tiani Empire? I'm waiting for the awareness that everything must die. Akdila transforms the meteorite and heads towards Mars. We will fight the final battle with the Sky Wing Empire. Let them feel the glorious spirit of our Dion Empire, and let them know that the people of the great Emperor Fades will not bow down to the Sky Wing Empire noble head. Fight! 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 Let the Tianyi Empire know that the people of our Dian Empire will never bow down to the enemy, even if they are defeated. Even at the last moment, we will die in battle with honor. We will never lose the face of our great emperor, even if we are dead, but our spirit lives forever, and we can proudly say, like our great emperor, that we have not lost face to the emperor, and are willing to follow the emperor, willing to continue fighting with the emperor in another world. Fight. Conquer. Conquer. Everyone, show our courage and determination to die. Let the Tianyi Empire always remember that even if we are wiped out, we will always be a nightmare in their hearts. Because even if the Dian Empire is gone, our noble and glorious spirit will always be there. Eternal spirit. Eternal spirit. Eternal spirit. Everyone, follow me to fight. Oh. There was a high battle roar at the scene. Dikla and his followers are ready for the final battle. Control. Dikla knew clearly that they had no way out. Those base camps were destroyed, and the headquarters destroyed the data before leaving Mars that year. Dikla knew that it would be a matter of time before the other party found Akdilla to modify the location of the meteorite. Although Akdilla's modified meteorite can be moved, where can it be moved? Move over to the Jupiter Federation. God knows if they will be attacked. It is even more impossible to move to a colonial area. A few hours ago, I received the news that the Wanluo Federation, which has returned to the international community, has now recognized the Tianyi Empire as the leader of the international community with other countries. If Akdilla transforms the meteorite and moves it to the colonial area, once it is discovered, the Sky Wing Empire and the Sky Wing Mercenary Group will act immediately. So instead of retreating in such a shameful way, it would be better to fight with honor, at least the glory of death. Akdilla transformed the huge propeller of the meteorite to the Martian circle. Control. Mr. Mai and his group are somewhere in the solar system at the moment. Mr. Mai looked at the projected three-dimensional map, and there were more than a dozen meteorites with a diameter of more than 10 kilometers around his battleship. The blue-haired woman said behind Mr. Mai, the organizations that cooperated with Pervy have repeatedly confirmed that the Dion pirates and the clone troop continue to operate. After the arrest, stop the action as soon as possible and stay on the sidelines. Before our undercover agent was arrested, the clone troop uploaded the information that Pulvey ordered the clone troop to execute the doom order before he was arrested, and then cut off all contact. We don't know what the Dion pirates will do next. Mr. Mai nodded after hearing this, and thought to himself, this used to be the sphere of influence of the Jupiter Circle. If Jupiter hadn't orbited and moved away from here, with their xenophobic attitude, they would definitely have been attacked when they first came here. The blue-haired woman asked Mr. Mai, are you going to install our few light-speed navigation devices on these meteorites? That's right. However, the energy tank added to the speed of light navigation device is impossible to allow the huge meteorite to travel at the speed of light. At most, it is just a special thruster, which only operates for a minute at most. It is impossible to directly hit Mars at the speed of light. Reaching 3,000 kilometers per hour in seconds is already a joke. It doesn't matter, as long as we can rush to Mars. This is the last blow to them before we leave. The blue-haired woman said. But the satellite cannons of the Tianyi Empire can destroy them, and their Gundams have several beam weapons that can emit the same power as the satellite cannons. Of course I know this. It's just a gamble to do such a thing. If we can destroy the Tianyi Empire, we will make a lot of money. If we don't defeat the Tianyi Empire, we will not lose much. The blue-haired woman thinks it makes sense. The speed of light navigation device is not an important technology for the country of Dallas. If it is lost, it will be lost. Control. Mr. Mai went on to say, the Dion pirates are still in action, just let us help them. Anyway, other people will focus on the Dion pirates, and everyone will think they did it. At this time, a staff member reported to Mr. Mai that the light speed navigation device had been assembled. Okay, activate the speed of light navigation device. The destination of the three meteorites is the Martian Circle. The moment the light speed navigation device was activated, the three meteorites rushed towards the designated direction one after another. Okay, everyone, what we should do has been done, and now our next task is to go home. Mr. Mai issued a new order to hand over the information obtained in the past few years to the country. The Dallas warship turned into a white light and disappeared from the scene in just a few seconds. On his exclusive podium, Dikla looked at the compatriots lined up neatly below and said, "My dear compatriots in the kingdom of Dion, those companions who said they would cooperate with us are really unreliable. Either they were arrested or he gave up halfway and withdrew from the action, but it doesn't matter. As a noble Dion Empire person, he will not have any fear or shrink back. Everyone remember what is the noble glory of our Dion Empire people. Don't be afraid. Don't shrink back. Your head can be broken, your blood can flow, and you won't be a slave to the enemy's defeated army." Everyone who lined up neatly shouted in unison. Yes, even though we were defeated and lost Mars back then, we did not surrender to the enemy. We left Mars and came to the place where the Dion Empire once stood. Actilla transformed the meteorite. Why did we come here? Rejuvenation, rejuvenation, rejuvenation. With the same sentence, everyone shouted 3 times. That's right. This is the place where our Dion Empire originated. If Mars is lost, we will use this place as our headquarters and regain our lost Mars. Take it back, take it back, take it back. The compatriots living on Mars are in dire straits right now, and even the compatriots living in dire straits are in the Tiani Empire, but their hearts are in our Dion Empire. They risk their lives to collect information and tell us the information they get. But at this moment they are lost contact. Many of our troops went in and couldn't get out, but a few of them came out. Those undercover companions betrayed them. There was an uproar at the scene. Control. Dikla raised his hand, and everyone at the scene was silent. I believe that there must be traitors among the undercover agents, but not all of them. There are only a few. I believe that the undercover companions were only discovered by the Tiani Empire's intelligence team during their operations, and they were betrayed by traitors. A series of actions have failed, but even if we fail, we will not surrender. This time we must show our awareness, and will not back down from the Sky Wing Empire. Never back down, never back down. Everyone, are you ready to fight the final battle with the Tiani Empire? I'm waiting for the awareness that everything must die. Actilla transforms the meteorite and heads towards Mars. We will fight the final battle with the Sky Wing Empire. Let them feel the glorious spirit of our Dion Empire, and let them know that the people of the great Emperor Fades will not bow down to the Sky Wing Empire noble head. Fight! 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 Let the Tiani Empire know that the people of our Dion Empire will never bow down to the enemy, even if they are defeated. Even at the last moment, we will die in battle with honor. We will never lose the face of our great Emperor, even if we are dead, but our spirit lives forever. And we can proudly say, like our great Emperor, that we have not lost face to the Emperor, and are willing to follow the Emperor, willing to continue fighting with the Emperor in another world. Fight! Conquer! Conquer! Everyone, show our courage and determination to die. Let the Tiani Empire always remember that even if we are wiped out, we will always be a nightmare in their hearts. Because even if the Dion Empire is gone, our noble and glorious spirit will always be there. Eternal spirit, eternal spirit, eternal spirit. Everyone, follow me to fight. Oh. There was a high battle roar at the scene. Dikla and his followers are ready for the final battle. Control. Dikla knew clearly that they had no way out. Those base camps were destroyed, and the headquarters destroyed the data before leaving Mars that year. Dikla knew that it would be a matter of time before the other party found Actilla to modify the location of the meteorite. Although Actilla's modified meteorite can be moved, where can it be moved? Move over to the Jupiter Federation. God knows if they will be attacked. It is even more impossible to move to a colonial area. A few hours ago, I received the news that the Wanluo Federation, which has returned to the international community, has now recognized the Tiani Empire as the leader of the international community with other countries. If Actilla transforms the meteorite and moves it to the colonial area, once it is discovered, the Sky Wing Empire and the Sky Wing Mercenary Group will act immediately. So instead of retreating in such a shameful way, it would be better to fight with honor, at least the glory of death. Actilla transformed the huge propeller of the meteorite to the Martian circle. Control. Mr. Mai and his group are somewhere in the solar system at the moment. Mr. Mai looked at the projected three-dimensional map, and there were more than a dozen meteorites with a diameter of more than 10 kilometers around his battleship. the blue-haired woman said behind Mr. Mai. My. The organizations that cooperated with Pervy have repeatedly confirmed that the Dion Pirates and the clone troop continue to operate. After the arrest, stop the action as soon as possible and stay on the sidelines. Before our undercover agent was arrested, the clone troop uploaded the information that Pulvey ordered the clone troop to execute the doom order before he was arrested, and then cut off all contact. We don't know what the Dion Pirates will do next. Mr. Mai nodded after hearing this, and thought to himself, this used to be the sphere of influence of the Jupiter Circle. If Jupiter hadn't orbited and moved away from here, with their xenophobic attitude, they would definitely have been attacked when they first came here. The blue-haired woman asked Mr. Mai, Mai, are you going to install our few light-speed navigation devices on these meteorites? That's right. However, the energy tank added to the speed of light navigation device is impossible to allow the huge meteorite to travel at the speed of light. At most, it is just a special thruster, which only operates for a minute at most. It is impossible to directly hit Mars at the speed of light. Reaching 3,000 kilometers per hour in seconds is already a joke. It doesn't matter, as long as we can rush to Mars. This is the last blow to them before we leave. The blue-haired woman said. But the satellite cannons of the Tianyi Empire can destroy them, and their Gundams have several beam weapons that can emit the same power as the satellite cannons. Of course I know this. It's just a gamble to do such a thing. If we can destroy the Tianyi Empire, we will make a lot of money. If we don't defeat the Tianyi Empire, we will not lose much. The blue-haired woman thinks it makes sense. The speed of light navigation device is not an important technology for the country of Dallas. If it is lost, it will be lost. Control. Mr. Mai went on to say, the Dion Pirates are still in action, just let us help them. Anyway, other people will focus on the Dion Pirates, and everyone will think they did it. At this time, a staff member reported to Mr. Mai that the light speed navigation device had been assembled. Okay, activate the speed of light navigation device. The destination of the 3 meteorites is the Martian Circle. The moment the light speed navigation device was activated, the 3 meteorites rushed towards the designated direction one after another. Okay, everyone, what we should do has been done, and now our next task is to go home. Mr. Mai issued a new order to hand over the information obtained in the past few years to the country. The Dallas warship turned into a white light and disappeared from the scene in just a few seconds. A group of arrested members of the Dion Pirates, all handcuffed, were wheeled into a holding cell. Shokadi, Torres, what's the matter with you? The pirate leader saw Shokadi and Torres, who had been beaten up. The other members of the pirates saw that the two looked ugly. Their hands were handcuffed behind their backs, and they lay unconscious on the ground in embarrassment. Some pirate members deduced that these two people must have been tortured by the Tianyi Imperial Army until they couldn't take it anymore. So they informed the Tianyi Imperial Army of their whereabouts. Some pirate members rushed over and kicked Shokadi and Torres, calling them traitors while kicking. After being kicked awake, the two tortured and seriously injured were unable to explain and could only be kicked by their companions. There are also other pirate members who pass by to bump into their fellow kickers. Didn't you see that they were tortured like this? They were tortured until they couldn't bear it, so they told us our whereabouts. Can we blame them for this? If it were you, would you be able to bear it? It's none of your business whether we can bear it or not. As undercover agents, they should have expected that they will end up like this, and they should be well aware that no matter what torture they suffer, they will not betray their companions even if they die. In the detention room, some people regarded Shokadi and Torres as traitors, while the other part understood what happened to the two without any complaints or blame. There is another section of people who remain neutral, without any action or speech. They didn't know whether they should accuse Shokadi and Torres of their actions. If something happened to them, whether they could withstand such torture or not, it was hard to say, and they couldn't give an answer. At this time, the door of the detention room was opened, and 2 machine gunners came in and took the leader out of the detention room. The captive leader was dragged along by 2 machine gunners, and the leader watched as the pirate leaders of his rank were dragged out of some interrogation rooms, covered in blood, and dragged to the ground. The boss knew that if his mouth and bones were hard, he would end up like other bosses, but he thought his bones were not hard. Angelica's special assault type, Cherub Gundam, fired GN missile containers at several Lizardman MS. Countless GN missiles hit the target. Several lizardmen fought hard to shoot down the incoming GN missiles, but some of the GN missiles still broke through the lizardmen's firepower net. Among them, 3 were shot down, and 1 was slightly damaged. Before the replicant driver had time to breathe a sigh of relief when he was lucky enough to survive, the Special Raid Smart Angel Gundam had quietly come behind it. The GN Beam Pistol 2 in the right hand pierced through the lizardman's cockpit. Then, the two-handed GN Beam Pistol 2 crossfired each other, whether it was flying shooting or turning around to fire in an instant. Under the control of Angelica's driving, the Special Raid Angel Gundam shot down many lizardmen MS-1 after another. In less than a minute, the Special Raid Angel Gundam shot down 15 lizardmen, an average of 1 lizardman every 4 seconds. Antonica and Alonso are together in a squadron of 2 Dogos Kia-class warships, headed to destroy a force of clones. There are a total of 4 turtle warships in the target. Although the number of warships and mobile suits targeted was more than double that of theirs, but in terms of quality, Angelica had a greater advantage. The 4 turtle battleships were served by the mobile drill missile group of the Dogos Kia-class battleship squad, and the 4 turtle battleships suffered moderate or more damage. These soft-shelled turtle battleships are still stubbornly resisting, firing as long as they can activate weapons, and all the lizardmen are dispatched. These replicants finally got the order to fight to the death, so they continued to fight with the determination to die. The 2 GN beam submachine guns on the legs and knees of the Special Raid Angel Gundam are aimed at the front and fire, and the GN Beam Pistol 2 with both hands is shot horizontally on the left and right sides. Destroy 4 lizardmen in 1 second. The GN Assault Carbine mounted on the right shoulder was pointed forward, and under Harrow's control, Angelica pressed the button. A GN Carbine beam shoots down lizardmen up to 30 kilometers away from Special Raid Cherubs. Hello, lock all the enemy planes ahead. Received. In an instant, the radar locked on the red dot in the middle and short distance ahead. The GN Carbine of the Special Raid Cherubic Gundam, a pair of GN Beam submachine guns, and the GN Beam Pistol fired continuously. Countless of fireworks burst out in front of the Special Raid Angel Gundam. Wow, Major Angelica is so powerful. This round of attack has destroyed more than 30 lizardmen. Not only is Angelica powerful, but Major Alonso is equally powerful. He is indeed the top trump card of our Tianyi Empire. On the other side, Alonso drove the dragon-slaying Holy Sword Fallen Angel Gundam, rushed towards a group of lizardman troops in the form of a fighter plane, and launched the GN missile pod at the center of the target. Many GN missiles attacked the lizardman troops in all directions, and this sudden tactic made the lizardman army drivers unable to cope for a while. In an instant, more than 10 lizardmen turned into fireworks. The speed of the fighter is not as good as its predecessor. Alonso commented on the dragon-slaying sword-type Fallen Angel Gundam he was driving. Then, the dragon-slaying Holy Sword-type Fallen Angel Gundam in the form of a fighter plane is in the shape of a deformed humanoid, holding a GN double-barreled beam rifle in his right hand and a GN beam submachine gun in his left hand. The 2 beams of the GN double-barreled beam rifle in the right hand penetrated 1 lizardman, and the beam erupted from the GN beam submachine gun in the left hand hit the other lizardman. Alonso has been fighting calmly. Alonso, who originally had a triple personality, now only has a dual personality. The calm personality has merged with the main personality, and Alonso has already remembered the tragic death of his parents. Moreover, after Alonso merged with the calm personality, he also knew that he had another crazy personality, but the crazy personality would only wake up when he was unconscious. Once he woke up, the crazy personality would automatically fall into a deep sleep. Several lizardmen rushed towards the Dragon Slayer Holy Sword Fallen Angel Gundam and wanted to fight in close quarters, but Alonso responded calmly. The dragon-slaying Holy Sword Fallen Angel Gundam dodged the lizardman's melee attacks one after another, and then pointed the GN gun at the lizardman's cockpit at close range. Bye-bye. The GN beam penetrates the lizardman's cockpit. Then, the GN beam cannon was launched, and countless fireworks popped up wherever the cannon passed. Special raid-type cherubs and dragon-slaying Holy Sword-type fallen angels have become the most dazzling existences on the battlefield. The dragon-slaying holy sword-shaped fallen angel rushed towards the turtle battleship, breaking through countless firepower nets, and the large GN beam saber swiped directly at the side of the turtle battleship from the front to the tail. There was an explosion wherever it passed. Alonso saw from the screen that the podium of another turtle battleship not far away was pierced by a GN beam. This GN beam was pierced by a special assault cherub with a GN beam carbine shot from above. While Angelica and Alonso followed their colleagues to destroy a troop of clones, at the same time, Yu Yangchun and his wife were destroying a Dion pirate group. There are sporadic fighting at various locations. A Silver Thunder uses Big Way 2 to directly destroy a meteorite with a diameter of 1 kilometer. Right now, the Skywing Imperial Army does not immediately destroy meteorites or wreckage as soon as they see them. As long as the diameter of some smaller meteorites does not exceed 30 meters, as long as the scanners and detectors scan, these smaller meteorites will be smaller. Just let it go. Because these meteorites are rushing to Mars, the atmosphere of Mars is enough to rub and burn these meteorites. In terms of wreckage, the larger ones were broken up and then handed over to the steel ball workboat for processing. The Tianyi Imperial Army will check whether there are bombs inside the continuous meteorites and wreckage, and once found, they will detonate or destroy them immediately. Because earlier, there was a steel ball working ship picking up meteorites and wreckage, and the bomb hidden inside suddenly exploded. The factory was even destroyed, and the authorities responded immediately. On the other side, after the Tianyi mercenary group wiped out all the base camps of the Dion pirate group, they successively cleaned up the sources of the meteorites and wreckage. If there are no accidents, in about a month, meteorites and debris will no longer float to the Martian circle. Now, the people of the Tianyi Empire don't care much about the current situation and even don't take it seriously. Those meteorites that rushed into the atmosphere of Mars were just viewed by the common people as meteors. On the other side, Long Fei was looking at the report from the current military affairs. Long Fei didn't feel at ease, but his uneasiness became more and more intense. Long Quan has been telling his parents that a big rock is about to fall in the past few days. Long Fei didn't dare to take things lightly when he told his son that he was uneasy in his heart, and made Long Fei take everything seriously. At this time, a report came from the diplomatic department in charge of the Jupiter voyage fleet. The content of the report is two things. The first thing is that the expeditionary force will reach the Jupiter circle in more than a month, and the long-distance force has also received the information wave from the Jupiter circle and is now trying to contact the Jupiter circle. The second thing is that some of the various devices dropped by the long-distance troops have lost contact and are currently under investigation. Looking at the second report, Long Fei felt more and more uneasy in his heart. Long Fei remembered what his son said about the falling of the big rock and thought, could it be that the device over there was destroyed by a big meteorite? Long Fei felt more and more uneasy. Long Fei immediately ordered the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to conduct a thorough investigation, whether those devices were destroyed by a large meteorite impact, and to check if it was a large meteorite impact, whether it was hitting Mars. Then, Long Fei notified the Ministry of Military Affairs and other relevant departments to check the direction of Mars in all directions, no matter using electronic telescopes or any devices, to see if there are large meteorites rushing towards Mars. Long Fei then looked at the date. It was September 5th, 131, the first year of the universe, and the twin daughters' birthdays were a few days away. Since he became the emperor of Tianyi Empire, Long Fei spent less time with his two daughters, and in recent years, he became more and more strict with the twin daughters, which caused the twin daughters to become a little bit estranged from him. Long Fei worked hard to improve his relationship with his twin daughters. Longhua and Longfu have also become sensible as they grow older. Dad is the emperor, and they are princesses. If they do something unqualified, they will not only lose the face of their father, but also lose the face of the Tianyi Empire. The emperor's strictness towards them was only for their own good. They must work hard to be a qualified princess and help their father when they grow up. Because of the busyness of their parents, the twin sisters all saw it. The two sisters decided to work their own. When they grow up, they must share the worries of their parents. Before that, they must lay a good foundation for themselves. As a mother, Tao Xiang, looking at the efforts of the two sisters, can see that the two daughters want to gain their father's approval through their own efforts. Through hard work, they can be qualified in many things. Tao Xiang watched her daughter's efforts and told her husband about their efforts. Your two precious daughters have been studying very hard recently, and they all hope to get your approval, but I hope you don't put too much pressure on them. Give them more encouragement and praise, because your praise is your approval. As a father, Long Fei also saw his daughter's hard work. Long Fei would always appreciate and encourage the two daughters, even if the two daughters suffered failures. Long Fei would also say words of encouragement. I've seen all your efforts. Don't be depressed by a temporary failure. Life does not always win. Life has wins and losses. Your failure this time does not mean that you will lose in the future. Failure is the mother of success. If you fail, then stand up again and prepare for the next victory. People can lose thousands of times. As long as they can win the victory at the end, they are the winners in life. The two sisters, Longhua and Longfu, looked at their father, who was usually strict with them, and showed them gentle and encouraging smiles to encourage them. Even if they failed, they would speak out to encourage them. The two sisters understood that their father hadn't changed at all. Although he had become stricter, his father still loved them from the bottom of his heart. As for the youngest son, Longquan, he is much better than his two elder sisters. Whether it is studying or doing other things, he can do it well, even exceeding everyone's expectations. Longquan received more praise than the two older sisters, but as a father, Long Fei felt that this was not good for the young son's growth. Long Fei believes that no matter who he is, he cannot be successful all the time. People must suffer setbacks. If a person who is often successful does not suffer setbacks, once he encounters setbacks, it may affect his body and mind, and may even lead to a state of depression. Long Fei once discussed with Dongfang Wudi, Jr. and other mentors that they should give Long Quan some setbacks, let him encounter setbacks, and then let him cheer himself up. The setbacks that Long Quan encountered several times without knowing the circumstances were all traps deliberately set by his father and teachers to make him suffer blows. Long Fei would also deliberately attack Long Quan verbally. This was to hone Long Quan's willpower and endurance, and let him know that one must encounter setbacks, and then stand up on his own. It also made him understand that life is not always smooth, and there are times when there are headwinds. Especially in times of headwinds, or when encountering setbacks, how to deal with the situation, you have to figure out how to deal with it yourself. Because you will often encounter high walls in your life, and you have to find a way to cross the high wall in front of you. Long Fei regards Long Quan as his heir. This is the process that Long Fei wants his son to go through. All of this is to cultivate his qualifications as an heir. Although Long Quan is better than his sisters, Long Fei's attitude towards Long Quan is stricter than the two sisters, because this is Long Fei's cultivation of heirs. Long Fei is so strict with his son, mainly because he doesn't want his son to be in a downwind situation all the time, and if there is no headwind, he must find a way to create a headwind for his son as a table for training. However, Long Fei did not force-feed Long Quan or cultivate baby chickens. Long Fei would still take care of the children's childhood. Because in terms of subjects, Long Fei didn't expect his son to be proficient in everything, and to take the first place in everything. Whatever subjects Long Quan is interested in, Long Fei will try his best to let the children learn happily. Long Fei only wants Long Quan to be interested in learning, not afraid of learning. Long Fei did not force his son to study many subjects, because as for how to learn subjects, Long Fei hoped that his son would learn how to think and the ability to distinguish right from wrong. Although intelligence and wisdom are both important, as an emperor or leader at that time, wisdom was more important than ingenuity, because the former was trying to find ways or seek changes, etc., but in terms of understanding or views on some things, it may not be too deep. But in terms of wisdom, it is the ability to think and analyze anything, and wisdom also includes emotional intelligence, and can even control one's emotions. And in terms of wisdom, he also knows how to know people and be good at tasks. As an emperor and leader, it is not necessary to do everything by himself, but to know how to employ people. From time to time, Long Fei would teach his son how to think of ways to change the situation in an unfavorable situation, or how to turn headwinds into tailwinds. The main reason why Long Fei has this series of teaching and training for his son is because of Long Quan's childish words when he was a child. Longquan once said that his father is the winner in life. He has never lost but won, and he must be like his father. After suffering several setbacks in Longquan, Long Fei told his son the series of processes from his birth to the present. I am not a winner in life. I have encountered setbacks. When I was a child, I grew up under the care of my parents and 3 older sisters. I didn't encounter many setbacks and aggrieved, and what I did was praised by my parents and older sisters. But after the death of his parents, he was bullied by the Long family, and a series of humiliation of him and his 3 sisters by the Long family, and even some of his own achievements would be robbed by the Long family by despicable means. Only then did Long Fei realize that when his father was alive, no one would bully them. But their father was gone, and those members of the Long family bullied them without any qualms. If it weren't for their Aunt Long Huiwan to protect them, the property that their father left them would have been taken away by the Long family. At that time, Long Fei was in a headwind situation, and Long Fei knew that if he wanted to change the situation, he had to make himself stronger. But Long Fei is very clear that if he stays in his hometown and develops, the Long family will try to stop him. The only way is to run away from home and go out for a living. When the Tianyi Mercenary Group and the Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company were first established, they suffered countless setbacks and supercilious looks. It was not until the Yuanzhou Gundam RX-78 was almost officially developed that the situation officially reversed and began to move towards a tailwind. Everyone only saw the glory and strength of Tianyi Group, but did not see the rough process of Tianyi Group. People in the world only see the scenery of the thief, but they don't see how many beatings the thief has suffered. Son, if you really want to have a tailwind, then you must be prepared for everything, because your tailwind can't be given to you by luck alone, because your luck will run out one day. Only if you do it well with all the preparations, even in the face of headwinds, you have a chance to come back. During the last Battle of Dikla, many retreating troops, mainly the former Dian Imperial Army, who had exhausted their efforts to escape from the headquarters, fled back to the headquarters. The defeated troops did not expect to return to Agdilla to transform the meteorite, and the emperor's eldest grandson carried out the final battle. After Dikla collected these retreating troops, Agdilla transformed the meteorite and headed towards the Martian Circle at full speed. The Agdira-modified meteorite has been renovated and improved, and there are countless turrets and missile launch ports on the surface. The holy machine driven by all MIS drivers, the lowest level is Emerald Green, and the highest level is Amethyst Holy Machine. Mobile Fortress Fenrir drives for troop members, and the leader drives Night Huntress. Dikla's action this time is to throw out all the human and material resources. If this battle is not successful, it will be benevolence. On the other hand, Mr. Mai absolutely did not expect that what he did before he left would be of unexpected help to Dikla's final actions. On September 10th, 131, the first year of the universe, today is the birthday of the twin sisters Longhua and Longfu, except that there are parents and relatives celebrating the birthdays of the 2 sisters. The classmates of the twin sisters were also invited to the palace to celebrate the birthdays of the 2 princesses. Long Fei also took time to celebrate the birthdays of the 2 daughters, and Long Fei also prepared birthday gifts for the 2 daughters. In addition to the 2 sisters' classmates celebrating the birthdays of the 2 princesses, many noble children also participated in the birthday party of the twin princesses. Both classmates and noble children presented birthday gifts. The twin sisters are well educated, whether it is a birthday gift from a commoner classmate or a noble child. No matter it is expensive or cheap, the twin sisters will be educated to thank anyone for the gift. When Long Fei arranged for the 2 sisters to go to public schools, many nobles arranged for their children to go to the same class as the 2 princesses before they established relationships. But Long Fei has sent someone to notify the principal of the school where the 2 princesses are studying that no noble children are allowed to study in the school, and no noble children are allowed to study in the school without his consent. If any nobles are dissatisfied, they will be allowed to come. He hit a snag here. After the nobles knew the emperor's attitude, they gave up their thoughts, but every year on the birthdays of the 2 princesses, these nobles were overwhelmed, hoping to let their children come to the princess birthday party. Long Fei also knew what the purpose of these nobles was. It was only his daughter's birthday, and he didn't want to go too far and allow the children of these nobles to participate in his daughter's birthday. The children who participated in the daughter's birthday party were all the same age or about the same age as the daughter, but there was only one boy who was special. He was specially invited by Manhwa, who was the orphan Diu who was specially taken in by Longfei and his wife back then. Dio has now grown up, and since he was 16 years old, he has been at the top of the high school military school. After graduating from the high school military school, he officially joined the regular army. In less than a year, he became an Ms. elite driver, and even drove the F-90 to shoot down countless holy planes and mobile fortresses during this period of time. A total of 11 Emerald, 9 Azure, and 8 Amethyst holy machines were shot down, 5 mobile fortress Fenrir, and 2 Night Huntresses were shot down, and 5 warships were also destroyed. And that's not counting the other units. If you compare it over the same period of time, Dio's performance is not only ranked first in the new elite rankings, but even surpasses the sum of the second and third places, even in the veteran elite rankings. It took less than a year for Dio to achieve such a result, which has already attracted the attention of his superiors. Such a result is already in the ranks of trump cards. Longfei also heard about Dio, and he was already an adult when he saw Dio's photo. Looking at Dio's photo, Longfei sighed in his heart. This one looks similar to Dio from Gundam W. It can be said to be exactly the same. Except for the long braid, his personality is almost a cheerful and positive person. Longfei thought to himself, should I give him that Gundam? In addition to Dio's excellent evaluation in shooting, his evaluation in fighting is higher than shooting. Any fighting weapon can be controlled excellently. In terms of combat, it is no less than Anton. Brother Dion, this way, this way. Seeing Dion coming to the scene, Longwa waved happily. Dio, who was already 20 years old, saw the eldest princess waving to him and came towards the eldest princess. Longwa ran directly in front of Dio, stretched out his hands to grab Dio's right arm, and led Dio to her seat. Dio's expression was a little embarrassed and blushing. Apart from a bunch of children and teenagers looking at him, even the emperor and queen were looking at him, especially Queen Taoxiang squinting at Dio. Although Taoxiang is very kind to Dio and his little friends back then, it doesn't mean that she can allow Dio to fall in love with his underage daughter, and also doesn't allow his underage daughter to fall in love early. Longfei and his wife have the same attitude, but Longfei thinks that if his daughter still likes Dio when he grows up, he will not object to his daughter dating Dio. At present, Longfei thinks that his daughter may just be in love. As a twin sister, Longfu likes some things as much as her elder sister, and there are some things that both sisters like and dislike. Longfu's attitude towards Dio is like that of a younger sister towards her elder brother. Dio currently does not want to fall in love and treats his current military career positively. He wants to make a difference in his military career. Some young noble children are hostile to Dio, and the young noble children want to pursue the twin princesses passionately. Although Queen Taoxiang has already told the nobles that her daughter is not allowed to fall in love early, but there are decisions at the top and countermeasures at the bottom. These nobles will still order their sons to find ways to please the princess, so that the princesses will have a good impression of him, so that in the future when they pursue the princess, they will be able to get twice the result with half the effort. Now, the eldest princess is so enthusiastic about this man who has no status and is just an orphan, which makes them feel a great sense of crisis. The birthday party of the two princesses seems to have hired top chefs to arrange delicious dishes and desserts to entertain the children attending the birthday party. The birthday cake for the two princesses was made by Queen Taoxiang herself. Everyone sang happy birthday to the two princesses. The two princesses look at their dad after blowing out the birthday candles. Every year on her daughter's birthday, Longfei prepares birthday gifts for her daughter. It's just that Longfei hasn't given you a birthday present this year. Father, where's our birthday present? Your birthday presents are here, at the Palace Leisure Plaza. The two sisters were very puzzled why their father would put their birthday presents in the leisure square of the palace. Longfei clapped his hands and said, let's take a look at Her Royal Highness's birthday present together. Everyone followed Longfei to the leisure plaza of the palace. There are two huge gift boxes erected in the center of the Palace Leisure Plaza. The largest gift box exceeds 20 meters. Long Guoxian's father asked, Father, is our birthday present MS? Taoxiang looked at her husband. Unexpectedly, Her husband made 2 more MS as birthday presents for her daughters. Back then, she gave 2 Xiangbas to her twin daughters. I wonder what birthday gift he will give his daughter this year. Open the gift box. Long Fei snapped his fingers after speaking. The gift box opens. On the right is a white body, and on the left is a black body. The horn-shaped blade-shaped antenna on the forehead of the white body's head, and the pure white paint on the whole body of the body. The black body's head looks like a golden split receiving antenna. The 2 sisters, Longhua and Longfu, asked their father at the same time, "What MS are these 2? They don't look like Gundam." "They are Gundams. They are very special Gundams. You should treat them as Gundams tailor-made for you by your father." The children at the scene all exclaimed. Whether they were ordinary children or noble children, there was a flash of envy in their eyes. From childhood to adulthood, they have been influenced by their parents and influenced by the media. Gundam is the patron saint of the Tianyi Empire, a symbol of strength, and even the existence of sweeping away all enemies. In the hearts of the Tianyi Empire people, being able to pilot a Gundam is an incomparable honor. The children are extremely envious of the birthday present of the 2 princesses, which is Gundam. The Gundams in their home are just models and figures, and the Gundams of His Royal Highness are the real Gundams. If this news spreads across the entire world, it is estimated that everyone will be envious and jealous, especially the Ms. Driver, who may cry and fall in the toilet, because the Gundam is their most yearning machine. Even in countries with a democratic system, Gundam is portrayed as a symbol of evil, but all Ms. Drivers agree with Gundam very much in their hearts, and they really want to drive Gundam in their hearts. If everyone knew that the birthday present of the twin princesses of the Sky Wing Empire was Gundam, those MS pilots would mourn why they were not the children of Long Fei, the creator of Gundam. When the time comes, my birthday present will be Gundam. And in recent years, many democratic systems and countries have stopped portraying Gundam as a symbol of evil, and even began to portray Gundam as the guardian of the solar system. Some countries have also begun to actively research and develop Gundams. As for how to manufacture Gundams, scientists in many countries believe that at least the appearance should be similar to the Gundams of the Tianyi Empire, at least with their antennas and eyes. Tao Xiang frowned and looked at her husband. She really didn't understand why her husband would give such a powerful Gundam to his daughter as a birthday present. Long Quan, who was being hugged by his mother, looked at the birthday gifts of his sisters. Envy flashed in his eyes. He stretched out his hand and pulled his father's sleeve and said, "Father, I want to be a Gundam too." "Okay, for your birthday this year, Father has already prepared Gundam as your birthday present." Tao Xiang glanced at her husband, and she roughly guessed what kind of Gundam her husband would give to Longhua for his son's birthday present this year. Long Fei would take the unicorn and the banshee as birthday presents for the twin daughters, mainly because he had confidence in the mental abilities of the 2 daughters and believed that the 2 daughters would be able to control the 2 Gundams well. Besides, for unicorns and banshees, Long Fei also made some settings to log in the physiological characteristics of dragon fruit and dragon fu. In addition to fingerprints and corneas, it can also scan and verify the capillaries of the registrant's whole body. So in addition to except for the 2 sisters, anyone who cannot pass the Laplace procedure verification cannot start and drive the unicorn and the banshee. Guogua, the white one called unicorn, is your Gundam. Fufu, the black one called banshee, is your Gundam. The 2 sisters are now staring at their birthday presents intently. The 2 sisters started to learn to drive MS when they were 8 or 9 years old. The Xiongba given to them by their father back then is already able to drive with ease. Now the Emperor gave them Gundam. Long Fei thought in his heart, under some improvements and adjustments I have made, the Laplace program is closely related to the activation of the NTD system. It is equipped with the NT ability that the Laplace program can perceive Guogua and Fufu, so as to activate the NTD system by itself. Guogua, Fufu, use your new human abilities to call your Gundam. The 2 sisters obeyed their father and saw their respective Gundams, using their spiritual calls. The unicorn and the banshee sensed the call of the 2 sisters, and the frame of the endoskeleton can be driven by the psychosensory frame, and the armor of the body is unfolded. The body's physique was almost enlarged, and at the same time, the horn antenna was divided into 2 on both sides, forming a golden V-shaped antenna. The face shield was also flipped, revealing the double-eyed Gundam face that is usually hidden inside the head. At this moment, the armor unfolded and the exposed psychosensory frame emitted a dazzling light. The Banshee looks similar to a unicorn in appearance, but the light it emits is different. The former psychosensory frame emits a red light, or the psychosensory frame emitted is like a lion's golden mane. After the children watch the unicorn and the Banshee transform into the appearance of Gundam, the children all let out a cry of surprise. Two Gundams, the unicorn and the Banshee, came towards the two sisters, Manhwa and Longfu. The children backed away in fright, and the guards who didn't know the truth quickly escorted them. Longfei immediately raised his hand to stop them. The two sisters, Longguo and Longfu, were very calm. They watched their exclusive Gundam, knelt down on one knee in front of them, and stretched out their right hands in front of them. The two sisters walked to their Gundam's right palm without any hesitation, and then Gundam's right hand moved to the cockpit. The two sisters turned their heads to look at their father at the same time, and Longfei nodded. The two sisters sat in the cockpit at the same time. The two sisters can sense Gundam's Laplace program and NTD system while sitting in their seats. And when they sat on the linear seat, the seat changed, the driving panel and joystick were automatically retracted, and the seat was tilted back, fixing them in the most optimal posture for controlling the body with brain waves. They found that as long as they think about action consciousness, it will be conveyed to the mental induction framework all over the body, so that they don't need to do any actual operation. They can directly convey the thought to the body and implement it immediately, just like moving their own limbs, so as to achieve the speed and convenience of the operation mode, are unmatched anyway. And the two sisters also found a device for injecting medicine. They didn't know why there was a device for injecting medicine. At this time, they sensed their father's spirit, and the two sisters saw their father contacting them with a communicator from the screen. You temporarily perform simple manipulations, and use your thinking brainwave spirit to perform some simple actions. The two sisters follow their father's instructions, and the unicorn and the Banshee perform a simple movement test. In addition to some improvements and upgrades, these two Gundam Dragonflies even installed a new type of small Minovsky suspension device inside the fuselage. Unicorns and Banshees perform simple flights. At this time, the two sisters communicated with their father and asked, "Father, what is the mode of Gundam's transformation into this appearance?" This is called destruction mode. Simply put, it is controlled by your mental brainwaves. If it is a normal situation, it is called unicorn mode, and ordinary operations are performed manually. In less than 5 minutes, the two Gundams returned to unicorn mode. The two sisters manually manipulated the Gundam, as they usually receive training, and such manipulation did not bother the two sisters. "Father, there are no weapons." Long was said to his father, "I don't plan to let you test the weapon for the time being." There were many children at the scene who wanted to take out their mobile phones to take pictures, but they were stopped by the guards. Originally, when the guard wanted to tell the children not to tell the story of today, Longfei didn't care, and he could allow the children to tell the story. It's just that Longfei ordered the children not to disclose the transformation mode capabilities of these two Gundams, and they can declare that the birthday presents given to the two princesses by His Majesty the Emperor are Gundams. Then, Longfei ordered the guards to take the children back to the princess palace to continue celebrating the princess' birthday. After the children left the scene, Longfei asked the daughters to stop testing the Gundam. When the two sisters came to their father, Longfei arranged for others to take the unicorn and the Banshee away. Longfu asked her father, "Father, haven't you developed the weapons for these two Gundams?" "Of course there are developments that have already been produced. I don't want you to test for the time being. Let's do the test when you are older. Now you are proficient in how to control your Gundam. After a year or two, I plan to let you drive the Gundam to participate in some competitions, rituals, and celebrations. And your driving suits, I have sent someone to tailor them for you." Tao Xiang asked her two daughters, Guogua, Fufu, "How do you feel about your Gundam?" The two sisters said in unison, "It's really great. The destruction mode doesn't need to be controlled by hand. We can control the driving with our spirit, and the spirit control is like our hands and feet." Tao Xiang frowned, glanced at her husband, and said, "I never thought that after the unicorn and the Banshee transform, they can fight directly with mental control. This is the technology of the telepathic frame. No, this should be a new type of the telepathic framework. Guogua, Fufu, go back to your palace to continue celebrating your birthday. Today is your birthday. The birthday party cannot be done without you two protagonists. After finishing speaking, Tao Xiang took her twin daughter and son to the palace of the twin sisters and continued to serve the twin sisters. Daughters celebrate birthdays. Before Tao Xiang left, she turned her head and glared at her husband. She really didn't expect that her husband didn't discuss it with her, and he cut it first and played it later, and gave two such powerful Gundams to his daughter as a birthday present. Long Fei knew very well that his wife's behavior just now was a little displeased with him. Suddenly Long Fei's phone rang, and Long Fei answered and listened to the report from his subordinates. Okay, I see. You handle this matter. After hanging up the phone, Long Fei decided to continue attending his daughter's birthday party. Long Fei came to his daughter's palace and found that his two daughters were playing with their classmates. Long Quan was handed over to Antli to take care of him, but his wife was not there. Long Fei also found that Dayu was not there, and Long Fei roughly guessed what was going on. Where is the queen now? Long Fei asked a court lady. Return to your majesty. The queen is in the princess's palace garden. Dayu, how has Ben Gong treated you? Tao Xiang asked Dio seriously. Tao Xiang and Dayu are in the gazebo in the garden. Pi Xiang is sitting on the chair, and Dayu is standing. With a respectful attitude, Dayu bent over and said, The Empress has always been very kind to me, and Dayu has never forgotten the upbringing of the Empress. Very good, you still remember. So now Bengong wants you to do something for Bengong. Empress, please tell me. As long as Dayu can do it, I will never refuse. What I asked you to do is not difficult, but please keep a distance between you and my eldest daughter. Dio heard the meaning of Tao Xiang's words, and Dio hurriedly explained. I never have any unreasonable thoughts about the princess. I just treat the princess as. Before finishing speaking, Tao Xiang raised her hand to stop up. Dayu, I know your attitude towards my eldest daughter, but my eldest daughter is very hazy about emotional matters. She doesn't know what love is. In order to prevent her from being hurt, please temporarily, and she keeps a certain distance. And when she is an adult, her mind is mature, and she knows what love is, then even if you really date, I won't object. Dio understood that the queen didn't want her daughter to fall in love too early, so she said to Tao Xiang, Go back to your mother. Dio understands, and will keep a distance from her royal highness. Okay, let's go down. After Dayu saluted, he took a few steps back. When he turned around and left the scene, he saw that Long Fei had just arrived at the scene. When Dayu was about to perform the salute, Long Fei stopped. Go on to the birthday party. After Dayu left the scene, Long Fei sat beside his wife, putting his arms around her waist. We have to let go of the children's affairs properly. Tao Xiang rolled her husband's eyes. Okay, don't be angry with me. Give those two Gundams to the two sisters. This is to respond to their usual efforts. Long Fei watched his wife not speak, stretched out his left hand to grab his wife's chin, then turned his wife's face to him, and Long Fei kissed his wife's lips. Tisk. Tao Xiang was a little annoyed. She glared at her husband tenderly, raised her hand, and slapped her husband on the chest, but Long Fei kissed him twice more. Hey, don't go too far. She reached out and squeezed her husband's waist. If you're not angry, I won't kiss you. Tao Xiang rolled her eyes, then glanced at her husband, and closed her eyes. Long Fei kissed his wife, and suddenly Tao Xiang put her arms around her husband's neck, actively responding to her husband. A few minutes later, the two separated. Tao Xiang took a breath and suddenly asked her husband something. I heard that Dio has already reached the rank of ace in less than a year since he joined the army. Are you going to let him drive a special Gundam? Indeed, I have already arranged. Okay, I get it. Let's go and spend more time with the child. After saying that, Tao Xiang stood up and put her hand on her husband's right arm. On September 15th, 131, the first year of the universe, the official media of the Tianyi Empire broadcast the connection between the Expeditionary Force and the Jupiter Circle. There is only one country in the Jupiter Circle, named the Federation of Jupiter. Although it is a federation, it is actually a dictatorship. Their power holders are called Grand Presidents and adopt a hereditary system. The current president is a man in his 50s named Stein Heinholmes. The news quickly spread throughout the world, and it was unexpected that the Jupiter Federation, which had lost contact for more than 60 years, was still there. The current development of the Jupiter Federation, not to mention other countries, even the Tianyi Empire, is still unclear. As the president of the Jupiter Federation, Stein Heinholmes, he also did not expect that Mars sphere forces would come to his door. What's more, they didn't expect that the country in the Martian circle they sought to contact was a new empire, and the Dion Empire they knew before had perished. President Stein remembered that when his father was still in power, the Dion Kingdom had very little contact with them, and at that time, there was civil strife in the Jupiter Federation. It has been about 60 years since the Earth sphere and the colonial sphere have been disconnected. President Stein and his government team really don't understand why emerging countries in the Mars circle come to the Jupiter circle. On September 13, 131, the first year of the universe, the information wave sent by the long-distance fleet was received by the receiving station in the circle of Jupiter. It immediately attracted the attention of the authorities in the Jupiter circle, and after discussion, it was decided to communicate with the other party. After some exchanges between the two sides, Rear Admiral Dionda, the head of the Yuan fleet, immediately conveyed the matter back to the country. After Tianyi Empire received the confirmed news, it immediately shared the news with the entire world. Stein first sent a diplomatic team to communicate with the expeditionary force. Stein and the ministers watched the video message from the diplomatic team. Unexpectedly, the long-distance fleet of the Tianyi Empire, every type of warship, is very advanced, and even better than them in terms of armament. Some of the battleships are very large. The largest battleship of the Jupiter Federation reaches 800 meters, and the average battleship is only about 400 meters. Then looking at the individual equipment of the Sky Wing Empire and the Miz Troop, the former is not as good as the Sky Wing Empire, while the latter is probably comparable. However, they saw the Stargazer Gundam show the carrier, a machine that can travel like interplanetary speed. When the diplomatic team went to the location of the long-distance fleet, they discovered the Stargazer Gundam, took a picture of the unparalleled speed, and sent it back to the superior. Stein watched the Stargazer Gundam speed video and looked at Mike, his Secretary of Defense, before he became his Secretary of Defense. Once a lieutenant general, Mike not only has a good strategic leadership compatibility, he also has a doctorate in engine science. Minister Mike participated in the design of some airframes and battleship engines. Stein paid attention to Minister Mike's expression. Minister Mike's expression was filled with shock and disbelief. Stein asked Minister Mike, "Mr. Mike, you have a very high achievement in the subject of engines. You see the speed of this airframe, and how is its engine? It's very advanced, and even technically subverts many of our known theories." Minister Mike said truthfully, "From your point of view, do you think that the body engine of the Sky Wing Empire uses technology from an alien system?" "Not sure." At this time, another woman, Foreign Minister Batiste, said to Stein, "Your Excellency, a few years ago, didn't a group of alien galaxies from the Dallas state want to cooperate with us?" "Minister Batiste, what do you want to say?" "Your Excellency, what I want to say is that at that time we rejected the proposal of the state of Dallas to cooperate, and even had a conflict with them and drove them away. The subordinates felt that these alien races would definitely hold grudges, and they might even ask them in the future. We take revenge and launch wars, and if we rely solely on our scale and combat power, it may be difficult to resist the retaliation of the state of Dallas against us." Stein frowned and knocked on the table. "Minister Bettis, get straight to the point. If we really want to resist the revenge of the state of Dallas against us, we must use the power of the Earth Circle, the Colony Circle, or the Mars Circle to resist the revenge of the state of Dallas. Then do you think they can cooperate with us? And do they know that there are alien races coming to our solar system? We can try to tell them what happened to us and prepare them." Stein looked at the other ministers. Some ministers agreed with the foreign minister's proposal, while others opposed it. They think that people in the Earth Circle or the Mars Circle are selfish. Even if they tell them, they will never believe it. Even if they believe it, they will deliberately ask them to share with them the advanced technology they have obtained from the alien system. Maybe these guys got cheap and behaved, and in the end, maybe these guys might watch the fire from the sidelines when the Dallas people retaliated against them. It is more likely that these guys might stab them in the back in order to please the state of Dallas. The other part of the ministers who do not agree or disagree and remain neutral, their suggestion is to temporarily observe the other party's attitude and hint at the other party to see the other party's reaction. Minister Bettis conveys instructions to the diplomatic team. The head of the diplomatic team is Undersecretary Kodas. The team brought by Kodasi conducted diplomatic exchanges with the team of Major General Dayanda. Kodasi's group hinted at Major General Dayanda's team. During the voyage, Major General Dayanda and his team also received information from the state of Dallas from their superiors, telling them to pay attention to safety during the voyage. Once attacked by the troops of the Dallas state, it must be sent back to the headquarters as soon as possible, and it can return immediately. Fortunately, Major General Dayanda and his team were not attacked by the state of Dallas during their voyage. Finally, contact with the Jupiter Federation. Kodak's team hinted that Major General Dayanda directly and generously admitted that they were also harassed by the Dallas state. When the news got back to Stein, the Jupiter Federation authorities felt that at least they had the same enemy as the Sky Wing Empire in the Martian Circle. In order to confirm whether what the two sides said is correct, both sides handed over photos of the aircraft and warships of the state of Dallas to the other side for observation. The diplomatic teams of the two sides looked at the photos and found that they were exactly the same as the information they had. Neither side thought that the state of Dallas had been in the solar system for some time, and even carried out a series of operations. Then, when the diplomatic teams of the two parties were communicating, Kodas received information from Major General Dayanda and his group about the movements of the entire international circle over the past few decades. Kodasi was very shocked. The founding emperor of Tianyi Empire, Long Fei, did not use the technology of aliens and defeated the Dian Empire with the technology developed by himself alone. Moreover, 6 years ago, the new human masters of their Jupiter Federation once sensed that two powerful spiritual forces disappeared shortly after the battle in the distance, and a stronger spiritual force appeared again. It turned out that the two powerful spiritual forces that appeared at the beginning were Long Fei and Fardis, and the more powerful spiritual force appeared later was Long Quan, the son of Long Fei. Kodasi told Major General Dayanda that the envoys sent by the Dallas state wanted to cooperate with them, but they clashed after they refused. They also drove away the ambassador and team of the Dallas state. The diplomatic teams of the two parties also exchanged their knowledge of the history of the alien system groups. The history of the Noahs and the Yamas are almost the same in the records. The former belongs to a very strange peace-loving and non-fighting group in the universe, while the latter is very belligerent, often fighting here and there to cause harm and plunder to other alien groups. The history of the Yama people records the division of powers of the alien races, the Binoan people. The Jupiter Federation generously admits that they have obtained the technology of the Yama people, and because of the technology of the Yama people, they can survive in the harsh environment of Jupiter. After Stein and his group received the news from the Deputy Foreign Minister, they were very impressed. They never expected that the founding emperor of the Tianyi Empire could not only rely on his own ability to develop technology that surpassed the Yama people they obtained, but also obtain the Nuwa, the ultimate technology of demi-humans. Unexpectedly, after the end of the conflict between the two major alien races, there were survivors from the Noahs, and there were no survivors from the Yamas. Even if they were in the Jupiter moon, no survivors were found in the relic facilities left over from the Yama people. However, one thing that surprised them internationally was that, apart from the fact that the technology of the Mars sphere might be superior to them in many aspects, the technology of the Earth sphere and the colonial areas was far inferior to them. From Major General Dayanda's evaluation of the technology of the Martian sphere that they currently know is in terms of military, MS may be slightly stronger than the Dian Empire back then. But in some facilities, such as some facilities inside the battleship, automatic programs, etc., it is not as good as the technology of the Dian Empire back then. Afterwards, what shocked them even more was that the communication technology of the Sky Wing Empire was far superior to them. They did not expect that they could directly communicate with the authorities of the Sky Wing Empire and have a simultaneous video chat. Moreover, at such a great distance between Jupiter and Mars, the Tianyi Empire could directly communicate with them via video. On September 16, 131, the first year of the universe, Long Fei and Stein had a video communication. The two communicate. Your Excellency Long Fei, hello. Mr. Stein, Nice to meet you, Stein said. I didn't expect Your Excellency Long Fei to be so young. He is really young and promising. Your Excellency Stein has really flattered you, and I dare not take it. Stein said the question he wanted to ask. I would like to ask Your Excellency Long Fei why he sent a long-distance voyage force to find our Jupiter Federation. This is mainly when we got the technology of the Noahs. We also got their historical records. In addition to looking for you to check whether you still exist, if your Jupiter Federation is still there, whether you have obtained the technology of the Yamas, and plan to recruit you back to the world, hoping to resist the possible future invasion of aliens together. Listening to Long Fei's explanation, Stein kept smiling and looked at Long Fei. He clearly knew that Long Fei must have something to say, or he had reservations. After Long Fei finished explaining, Stein said, Your Excellency Long Fei, since you want to cooperate with us, you should be honest with us. Well, let me tell the truth. First of all, we also want to confirm whether the Jupiter Federation still exists. If it exists, whether it has joined forces with aliens. We must find out so that we can prepare earlier. If you don't stand on the alien side, if you can still stand with us, I hope to pull you over to our side, because I really don't want to hurt you. Stein nodded after listening to Long Fei's explanation and asked, I accept Your Excellency's explanation, but it's just your last sentence. I don't quite understand why you don't want to hurt us. This is mainly because of my wife, because she is from the Federation of Jupiter. Stein didn't expect that the Queen of the Sky Wing Empire came from his Jupiter Federation, but he randomly thought that some details were wrong. Your Excellency, please wait a moment. You said that your wife is from the Mupier Federation, but our Jupiter Federation has not had any international contacts with you for about 60 years. Stein said with a puzzled and very puzzled expression. Long Fei explained in detail how he met the Jupiter spacecraft and how he met his wife. After hearing this, Stein said with great emotion, I really didn't expect such a thing to happen. I really don't know whether it is a coincidence or an arrangement of fate. Let our Jupiter Federation and your country meet. If you come to Tianyi Empire to visit, I will arrange for my wife to meet you. Over the years, she still misses her home country to some extent. Okay. Stein really couldn't believe that such a thing would happen. What surprised him was the Queen of the Tianyi Empire. If you look at her birth year, she is older than him. If we hadn't developed the cryo-sleep device back then, the Queen of the Tianyi Empire would not have met her husband by fate. Stein thought. It can only be said that all this is an arrangement of fate. Stein can only think so. Afterwards, the two exchanged for several hours, and both of them had a common view on Dallas State. They all believe that in the next 10 years or so, the state of Dallas may come to invade the solar system. The two also felt that the two sides could establish diplomacy. On September 17, 131, the first year of the universe, the Jupiter Federation borrowed the communication line of the Tianyi Empire to communicate with other countries in the world and shared the events that happened to the Dallas country at that time. This has directly attracted the attention of various countries, and the construction of international exchange universities has accelerated. The authorities of various countries have also begun to make necessary preparations for war, and each country has decided to intensify military training and national military service training. International countries also know that the Jupiter Federation still exists, and it will take some time for the Jupiter Federation to join the international. At present, many countries do not know to what extent the Jupiter Federation's technology has reached. The Tianyi Empire estimates that the Jupiter Federation's technology is at least as high as that of the Dian Empire, because at least the level of the Dian Kingdom can be driven away by the troops of the Dallas Kingdom. Stein discussed with all the ministers that he is very irresponsible to the extraterrestrial civilization Dallas, but if it is a power in the solar system. When the ancestors traveled far away to come to Jupiter for construction and development, the international society at that time did not help much to the Jupiter Circle, because at that time, every country was developing its own power, and there were no extra resources to help them. Even in the establishment of diplomatic, economic, and other exchanges back then were very weak. Later, another Jupiter storm disaster occurred. At that time, their news could not be conveyed to the international community, except for the Dian Empire in the Martian Circle, who knew some news about them. Basically, no force knew what happened to them. After surviving the disaster, another civil war broke out. After more than 10 years of civil war, the Jupiter Federation was reunited. Later, with the technology of the Yama people, the development of the Jupiter Federation got a good situation. Now that they met the Sky Wing Empire, Stein discussed with everyone whether to rejoin the International. Batiste thinks it's time to return to the world. The Jupiter Federation cannot develop on its own. They don't have sufficient resources, let alone a normal economic development. The development of the Jupiter Federation is now at a bottleneck, and it is time to return to the international community. And now it is no longer the inconvenient transportation and poor communication 60 years ago. If the Jupiter Federation suffers any attack or disaster, you can ask for help. There are also some ministers who think that they should not return to the international, and think that the Jupiter Federation has developed for so many years and has only relied on itself, never relying on any country. You can't borrow external forces just because your development is stuck in a bottleneck. You have to rely on yourself for these things, because asking for others is not as good as yourself. No one knew about the attitude of the Jupiter Circle. The Tianyi Empire's long-distance troops, under the arrangement of the Jupiter Federation authorities, began to station in designated colonial satellites. Long Fei did not expect that the long-distance voyage force would contact the Jupiter Federation in about a year. On the other hand, the captured Dion pirates have arranged to enter the prison for coolie labor. However, the Sky Wing Imperial Army discovered that most of the captured members of the Dion pirates were not members of the Dion Empire. However, these people are extremely loyal to the Dion Empire. Some of them have been hurt by the Dion Empire, and some were even kidnapped by the Dion pirates. Did these people suffer from Stockholm Syndrome? And how could they be loyal to these organizations that harmed them? At first, the relevant authorities of Tianyi Empire were puzzled. I don't understand why these people are loyal to the Dion Empire, even so loyal that they are willing to die for this country. After all, these people should be hating the Dion Empire and the Dion pirates. How can I say that my relatives died at the hands of these people? This aroused the curiosity of the relevant departments, and they conducted a round of torture on some real people from the Dion Kingdom to extract information from them. It turned out that the physicians of the Dion pirates developed a psychedelic drug which was injected into the body of the person concerned, which would make the person fall into a psychedelic state. As long as proper hypnosis is carried out, the memory of the person can be eliminated, and then a new memory can be implanted, and then the person can be hypnotized, so that the person can firmly believe that his new memory is true. These people would think that they were from the Dion Empire, and when these people implanted new memories, when the Dion Emperor hypnotized them, they would have an utter hatred for Long Fei. Let them avenge the great Emperor Fades in their hearts. Moreover, these hypnotized people are also implanted with violent personalities. Except for the real people from the Dion Empire, all the arrested people were injected with hallucinogenic drugs. When the Tianyi Imperial Army captured these captives, quite a few of them resisted violently and were shot dead. Even some captives would attack the Sky-Winged Imperial Army, even if their hands were handcuffed if they were provoked by words or actions. In order to confirm whether the information is true, the relevant authorities conducted multiple confirmations, such as conducting blood tests and urine tests, whether there were hallucinogenic drugs injected, and so on. There are also some internationally relevant countries to confirm the missing persons and compare the identities of those captured prisoners. After verification by the relevant authorities, these people have been injected with hallucinogens, and they have been confirmed as missing persons from some countries. The psychedelic potion has a name of Dion's faith. If it is a person with strong willpower, the effect of Dion's loyalty will be greatly reduced, and it will even be ineffective for those with strong willpower. In order to break down the strong-willed people, the Dion pirates will adopt a series of methods, such as torture, mental torture, and even harm the relatives of those involved. As a result, the spirit and willpower of the parties are hit, causing the parties to collapse. After the client suffered a series of blows and his willpower and mental power collapsed, Dion's loyalty potion was injected on the client. If this kind of people are injected with Dion's loyalty potion, the effect will often be better than those with weak willpower. They will have no doubts about their new memories and new identities, and they will even be more loyal to Dion than the real people of the Dion Empire. The department in charge of these captives tried to explain these people, inform their real identities, and explain their existing false identities. As a result, These people didn't believe it at all, and even yelled hysterically that they were from the Dion Kingdom, and even cursed at the people who explained to them that it was just a group of villains trying to deceive them, and the real identities they said were just choreographed to deceive them. Some parties even intended to attack the narrator while being handcuffed. Even when some commentators injected sedatives to the parties, it had no effect at all. On the contrary, some people who were weak-willed and injected Dion's loyalty began to doubt their identities under the explanation of the narrator, and even began to question that they were actually the one who was hypnotized, and were deceived that they were from the Dion Empire. However, regardless of whether they are strong-willed or weak-willed people from the pseudo-Dion Kingdom, there will be relevant responsible departments to inform them of the real country. After explaining the countries of these parties, they were asked to send someone to pick them up. Whether these people can restore their memories, the relevant departments of the Tianyi Empire don't want to care, because these things are beyond their control and they are not responsible for them. Everything depends on the fate of the people involved. On the other hand, the authorities of the Sky Wing Empire obtained the composition of the Dion pirates from these captives. The upper-level members are composed of people from the Dion Kingdom, like Dikla. The middle-level members are composed of pseudo-Dion Kingdom, people who have been injected with Dion's loyalty potion, and the lower-level members are the pirate groups and desperados who were incorporated. Although many base camps or hiding places are managed by the heads of these lower-level members of the pirate regiment, in fact, these pirate captains do not have much power. They are just false names or positions. Even if they are eligible to participate in some important meetings, they are just going through the motions, and they don't even have the right to make a suggestion. On the contrary, the opinions put forward by the pseudo-Dion Empire people infused with Dion's loyalty are even more accepted by Dikra than the opinions put forward by the real Dion Empire people, because the former's loyalty reassures Dikla even more. The potion of Dion's loyalty was suggested by the shameless General Mswati many years ago. Mswati believes that people who have been brainwashed can use it more safely than those whose relatives are threatened and forced to do things. This proposal was adopted by Fadis many years ago. It's just that many years ago, clinical verification and various experiments were very unsatisfactory and the progress was slow. But the proposal has not been put on hold for that. 1 month before the demise of the Dion Empire, the Dion loyalty potion was officially successful, but unfortunately this potion could not reverse the defeat of the Dion Empire. Dikla took this technology with him when he fled, and even deleted the progress data of this technology. So Long Fei and his party didn't even know that there was a psychedelic potion known as Dion's loyalty. The person who initiated this proposal, Mswati, is now severely punished. He is in the prison for serious criminals and has to work 8 hours a day as a coolie. Mswati received injections of life-extending drugs to achieve 1,000 years of life, like prisoners in the felony prison. Mswati and other serious criminals like him must spend nearly 1,000 years in prison. This is more uncomfortable than killing her for Mswati and the like. And what is even more terrible is the special hospitality given to her by the prison. Her workload is not as much as that of other serious criminals, and there are even some special personnel who are responsible for taking care of her diet and daily life, so that she can maintain her beauty. Mswati has always been confident in her beauty, and now she would rather look ordinary or even ugly. Because 1357, 7 days a week, the staff would push her to the cell of a bunch of male felons, so that those male felons would love her well. Mswati wanted to commit suicide when she was treated like this earlier, but she failed every time. Soon after she was rescued each time, she was pushed to the cells of these serious criminals and enjoyed 48 hours of love. After suffering several times, Mswati no longer dared to commit suicide, because she knew that she was being monitored in all directions. Once he wanted to commit suicide, someone would stop him, even wearing a ring around his neck. Time to paralyze or shock her. These are not the most painful things for Mswati. Mswati has been in prison for more than 5 years, during which time she became pregnant once and gave birth to a daughter. She doesn't know who her daughter's biological father is. She only knows that she gave birth to her daughter, and the flesh fell from her body. At the moment when she gave birth to her daughter that day, she wanted to see her daughter, and even just wanted to hug her newborn daughter. It was just that the medical staff who delivered her baby held her daughter and let her take a look, then left the ward without looking back. "Don't take my daughter." Swati yelled hysterically for the first time in her life. Even when Swati rushed out of the hospital bed, he was held down by the staff. The warden came to the scene slowly, squatted in front of Swati, and said slowly, "It is very painful to see the separation of flesh and blood. I didn't expect you to have such a painful day, General Shameless. Think about your actions back then. How many wives and families were destroyed, and because of you, I was forced to attack my younger siblings in order to protect my children, and killed my beloved younger siblings with my own hands. I will never forget this pain. Most of the staff in this prison are because of your relationship, causing them to kill each other with their relatives. Many staff want to kill you. Watching you live is more painful than death, which brings some comfort to our hurt hearts. Swati, let me tell you, it's just interest, and I'll tell you, we will take care of it. Let your fertility be normal, and let you continue to suffer from the pain of separation. By the way, let me tell you one thing. Your experience has been broadcast live just now. Many people who have been harmed by you can see your current miserable situation. Many people came to the prison or watched it on their mobile suits. Back then, many people demanded that Swati be sentenced to death, but the death penalty had been abolished when the Tianyi Empire was established. It caused dissatisfaction among many people, but seeing Swati's tragic situation now, especially seeing the painful expression of her being separated from her flesh and blood, many victims back then felt extremely happy in their hearts. Swati listened to the enemy's words, and his whole body collapsed and smirked. Hurry up and get mental treatment. Swati who is mentally normal can be punished better than Swati who is crazy. Swati has relied on psychiatric treatments and drugs to keep her awake. Now, Swati is pregnant with her second child, and it has been 5 months. Originally, Swati wanted to kill the child while others were not paying attention, but was stopped every time. Today, Swati lay down on the ground and picked up the photo. Standing in front of her was the warden. The photo was a little girl, Swati's daughter. The warden threw another photo, and Swati crawled over to pick it up, each showing her daughter in a different outfit or in a different setting. If you still think about the picture of your daughter, you'd better live strong. So the child in your belly will also be given to others to raise after you are born, but don't worry, raising your child is not your enemy. Swati was concentrating on looking at his daughter in the photo at the moment, and didn't hear what the warden was saying, but just looked at the photo with tears streaming down his face. Nadezhda adopted Swati's daughter. Although Nadezhda did not like Swati, but after receiving news of her daughter, it is said that Swati's enemy was originally arranged to adopt her. Nadezhda was worried that her daughter would be abused by her enemies, so Nadezhda decided to adopt. But according to the laws of the Tianyi Empire, unmarried people are not allowed to adopt children. Nadezhda and Osmane discussed the two to register for marriage. The two have always been more than friends, but not full lovers. Osmane also didn't like Swati, but thought that her child was innocent, so he agreed to Nadezhda's proposal, and the two went to register for marriage. In addition to using their relationship, the husband and wife also contacted Long Fei and asked for his help. Long Fei agreed to their request, and Swati's daughter was handed over to the couple for adoption. The two named their daughter Valkyrie. Note: the reality is the Valkyrie of Norse mythology, the name of a generation of heroines in the Dion kingdom of the author's fictional world, and they both hope that their daughter will become an indomitable daughter when she grows up. Heroine. The husband and wife poured love and nurturing into their adopted daughter Valkyrie like their biological parents. Because of the relationship between Nadezhda and Osmane, their relationship with Valkyrie has further heated up their relationship. Because of getting along with their adopted daughter, they understand that each other has each other in their hearts. Valkyrie is 4 years old this year. Osmane and his wife did not tell who Valkyrie's biological mother is, because Swati was described by the Tianyi Empire as a shameless, despicable, and cold-blooded woman. It's a woman who crosses the street and everyone shouts and beats her. If Valkyrie knew that her biological mother was Swati, it would be a huge blow to her, so the couple made Valkyrie think that they were her biological parents since they were young. On September 24th, 131, the first year of the universe, the Tianyi Imperial Army currently continues to process meteorites and debris in the field. But no one expected that the frontier troops discovered that the Agdilla-modified meteorite was heading towards Mars at full speed in the most marginal area. The border guards who are found will notify their superiors immediately. It immediately attracted the attention of the Tianyi Empire authorities. According to the photos taken remotely by the Ministry of Military Affairs from the border guards, it is estimated that Agdira's transformation of meteorites has at least the size of an army-level fleet. The Ministry of Military Affairs is preparing to dispatch troops to intercept it, and if necessary, it may launch the satellite gun of Space Fortress Bulger. After Agdila transformed the meteorite into the territory of the Tianyi Empire, it was intercepted by the frontier guards and the regular army. There are two army-class fleets escorting the left and right sides of Agdila's modified meteorite. There is a huge turret at the center of the front end of the Agdila modified meteorite, which is their strongest main cannon, the Agdila Super Laser Cannon, which is as powerful as the Wing Gundam's Destroyer Cannon, and its effective distance and range are farther and wider. The Agdira Super Laser Cannon can destroy a regular army of regimental fleets with a single shot. Then, the remaining border guards were handed over to Agdila to transform the fleet beside the meteorite. In addition to the Agdila Super Laser Cannon, the Agdila Modified Meteorite also has the Agdila Defensive Energy Protection Layer. Agdila's Defensive Energy Protection Layer can not only resist energy weapons, but also resist live ammunition weapons. When the Agdila Defensive Energy Protection Layer is unfolded, it looks like a tortoise shell wrapping the entire meteorite, and the energy protection layer can be operated while sailing. There are more than 100 mobile drill missiles, and they hit the Agdila Defense Energy Protection Layer at the same time, which cannot cause damage to it at all. Seeing such a result, Dikla felt very emotional in his heart. If this technology was successfully developed back then, the Scarlet Palace would not have fallen, and maybe Grandpa might have a chance to come back. Dikla was very satisfied with the results so far, and immediately ordered to adopt a reckless style of play, directly rampaging towards Mars. The Military Affairs Department of the Tianyi Empire made a corresponding plan for Agdila's transformation of the meteorite. Long Fei has always felt uneasy, and decides to take over his own ship and go to space. At this moment, Long Fei declared to the outside world that it was the Emperor's personal conquest. All 8 directly subordinate troops were dispatched. Although Agdila's transformation of the meteorite has achieved certain results with his desperate style of rampage, it is not invincible. Currently, the Tianyi Imperial Army that intercepted him has no weapons that can penetrate its Agdila defensive energy shield. However, Agdila's modified meteorite could not be intercepted, but the fleet guarding it was intercepted. In addition to being intercepted by the regular army and the border guards, the Ministry of Military Affairs dispatched Burgo 3, Viper, and Scobio MD outside the aircraft. There's also the MD Fighter Space King, the Mobius Zero, the Wired Pod Strike Pack, and the Exasis. The original Dion Imperial Army, who participated in the battle to protect the country, can suffer from these MDS. Especially Burgo 3's planetary defenders must use some special energy weapons to penetrate. Relying on the planetary defender not only allows itself to have a strong defense capability, but can even rely on the cover of the planetary defender to protect other organisms, and it also has a powerful beam weapon. In that battle back then, the Tianyi mercenary group relied on the particularity of this machine to make them even more powerful on the battlefield. The 2 army-class fleets that escorted Agdila's transformation of the meteorite were forced to intercept and fight, and countless holy aircraft and mobile fortresses could only attack. The Cosmic Overlord Outfitter attacked Gundam's cannon backpack, and the powerful positron cannon blasted and collapsed Fenrir's energy shield. With the joint efforts of several Burgo 3s and the Viper, the beam cannons bombarded Fenrir's fuselage continuously, causing him serious injuries. If it wasn't for the rescue of other colleagues, a few more beam cannons would definitely explode. The wired-guided guns of fighter planes such as Wired Pods attack backpacks. So many holy planes such as Emerald and Amethyst pilots must control floating guns to destroy them. If these wired-guided guns are not destroyed first, these wired-guided guns will definitely attack the holy machine first. Although some pilots of holy planes want to attack fighters, these fighters move very quickly, especially Harrow's control fighters. Harrow's control program makes Harrow have the level of an elite pilot. Under the control of Harrow, the fighter plane has a good ability to dodge the floating cannon attack of the holy plane pilot. and Harrow can not only control the fighter plane to dodge and counterattack, but also control the wired guided gun to carry out multiple attacks. On the contrary, it is a fighter under the control of MD, and it is not so difficult for the pilot of the Holy Plane to take down it. However, there is basically no way for the pilot to confirm which fighter is controlled by the Harrow or the MD system. While dodging an Eghatha's wire-guided cannon and beam weapon, an Amethyst Holy Machine suddenly bumped into an object. The driver quickly looked at the screen on the right, but there was nothing on the screen. Suddenly, a sense of crisis spread throughout the body. Although the driver reacted quickly and quickly manipulated the Holy Machine to dodge, it was too late. A cyan beam of light flashed across the chest of the Amethyst Holy Machine, not only cutting the machine in half, even the pilot was evaporated by the beam. When the Amethyst Holy Machine turned into a ball of fireworks, apart from a curved light beam blade, only the outline of a human figure and a pair of bat wings looming behind it could be seen. Then, the looming outline gradually appeared. It's a black Gundam with bat wings, holding a Reaper beam scythe. Other Holy Machine and Mobile Fortress drivers saw this Gundam with bat wings, and many airframes fired at this special Gundam. The spread bat wings cover Gundam's body, and when countless light beams hit the bat wings, the liquid spreads like a water gun hitting a wall. Then, a ray of white foil light diffused to the whole body of the black Gundam, and the outline of the body began to be faintly visible in an instant, and then disappeared in the blink of an eye. Even the beam sickle disappeared. What's going on? It disappeared in an instant. Damn, the relationship between the min of particles, the radar can't detect it at all. Damn it, the detector can't scan it. A blue pilot suddenly sensed the sense of crisis coming from behind, and reacted quickly. The blue Holy Machine dodged. But one step slower, a huge cyan beam sickle directly slashed behind the blue Holy Machine, cutting it open. A nearby Amethyst Holy Machine found that its colleague had been sliced open by a sickle, and the looming figure quickly rushed in front of it. The driver immediately switched weapons and manipulated the floating cannons more mentally, intending to attack back and forth, and the 6 floating cannons appeared behind the figure in an instant. The beam sword stabbed forward and the 6 beams blasted towards the back of the figure, but the looming figure disappeared, and the beam sword and 6 beams flew into the air. Not good. The driver immediately controlled the body, and the Amethyst Holy Machine swept back with a sword. Although the beam sickle was blocked, the thrust of the beam saber was far inferior to that of the beam sickle, and a fierce siren sounded from the cockpit. On that looming figure, a beam of light suddenly lit up at the waist, and the destructive claws on the waist popped out instantly, piercing through the holy amethyst. A pair of destructive claws shot out from the waist of the looming figure, piercing through the other 2 holy machines in an instant. The destructive claws immediately returned to the waist, and the figure gradually appeared. The pilot who drives this Gundam is Dio. Dio was very satisfied with the special Gundam he was driving, and said, "This Hell Reaper Gundam is great." Hell Reaper Gundam then rushed towards a Night Huntress. "The of Death from is your messenger of death. Take your life and come." The laser cannon on the chest of the Night Huntress fired at the of Death. The Destruction Claw ejected from Hell Reaper's right waist. The front of the Destruction Claw collided with the laser cannon, and the laser cannon was directly dispersed by the beam of the Destruction Claw. The Destructive Claw drove straight through the chest of the Night Hunter, and the Night Hunter immediately separated her head. However, Dio had already expected the opponent's next move, and the beam sickle of Hell Reaper Gundam cut the head of the Night Hunter in half. The light from the fireworks shone on the face of Hell Reaper Gundam, and the pair of bright blue eyes flickered, as if Reaper appeared beside the fire. The nearby Holy Machine and Mobile Fortress immediately kept a distance from Hell Reaper Gundam, because they found that the weapons of Hell Reaper Gundam are all fighting weapons, even if the ejected destructive claws have an effective distance of only about 10 kilometers. But the Hell Reaper Gundam is fast and maneuverable. Once it gets close, it will most likely be killed by the Reaper. If the Hell Reaper Gundam is like this, it will not arouse the fear of nearby enemy pilots. But the Hell Reaper Gundam has a special stealth ability, and what's even more frightening is that the radar and detectors can't scan and find the Hell Reaper Gundam's location. If some new human drivers are not sensitive to crisis, they will definitely be killed by Hell Reaper Gundam. An Emerald Holy Machine was directly cut in half, by the invisible Hell Reaper Gundam from the front. After Dio killed one target, he searched for the next target. The body he killed was either defending against his sneak attack or was being attacked by him during the battle. Dio started to attack, joined the battle for more than 10 minutes, and killed 15 holy machines and 4 mobile fortresses. Dio's performance is not outstanding in terms of ace pilots, but in terms of close combat, Dio's results will make people's eyes shine. Because many ace pilots only use fighting weapons, and they can't achieve such a result in about 10 minutes. At the moment, Long Fei is in his ship's office, apart from the heads of the 8 directly subordinate troops. Queen Tao Xiang and some important people are in video communication. As if explaining his funeral, Long Fei told everyone about the future trends and development of the Tianyi Empire. Tao Xiang frowned solemnly and felt a little uneasy in her heart. She always felt that something would happen in the future, and her husband's instructions to explain the funeral were just to prevent accidents. Everyone, I have finished explaining the matter. You all go down and do your own work. Xiuqing, Salamanda, and Anton, you guys stay a little longer. After the other 5 heads of directly subordinate troops left the office. I hope my premonition is not accurate, but if my premonition is true, my Tianyi Empire and Tianyi Group, you help my wife and children to guard. The 3 of you are my best trusted people. Anton, as the head of the Angels of Doom team, you have been the only personal guard among the 8 directly subordinate troops since its establishment. Your Angels of Doom team is the symbol of the Emperor's sword and shield, and it is even more important to protect the Emperor and the Emperor's wife and children. Force. Anton lowered his head a little ashamedly. I am ashamed and dare not be responsible. I just did my duty and didn't do anything for the Emperor. It is your greatest contribution to protect the safety of the Emperor and the Emperor's wife and children. You have even done the work and the message that I ordered you to do well. After finishing speaking, Long Fei stretched out his hand to pat Anton's shoulder, and continued. Long Fei took out a document at the same desk, with Long Fei's autograph and the Emperor's seal on the document, and handed it to Endong. Anton took the document and looked at it. Your Majesty, this is the right I have given you. You can transfer it. Then, Long Fei looked at Li Xiuqing. You and I grew up together. We all know each other well. You can also see that I am panicked now. I am really worried that there will be bad things that I can't avoid. This is a unique experience. My wife and children, you protect them for me, especially my youngest son Long Quan. He is very good. If I can avoid it, I will do my best to cultivate him. However, I still feel that I can't avoid it. My youngest son, take good care of him and don't let him go astray. If he does something wrong, you should punish him and correct him. After Long Fei finished speaking, he took out a rattan from his desk. With a dragon's head carved on the front of the rattan, Long Fei directly threw the rattan to Li Xiuqing. Old, Your Majesty, what does this mean? If my children do something wrong, you have the right to punish them. The Queen's intercession will not work. After finishing speaking, Long Fei took out his autographed document from the desk and even stamped it with Emperor Taizu's signature. Imperial Jade Seal. Li Xiuqing took the document and lowered his head to look at it with a stunned expression. Anton and Salamanda felt very curious and probed to see what was written in the document, but they were also stunned. Because the content on the document is that the members of the royal family of Fan Tianyi Empire, as long as they make mistakes, Li Xiuqing has the right to punish them. The cane punishes the Emperor. Your Majesty, this is inappropriate, Li Xiuqing said with a troubled expression. Okay, I don't worry about others. I don't worry. I believe you will make the punishment you deserve. I have 3 children, and I don't worry about their twin daughters. I don't worry about their mistakes. My youngest son, he is born more than his 2 daughters. My sister is much stronger, but this dead brat will get carried away and be proud of his talent. Tao Xiang will not notice his son's shortcomings because of his excellence. If I am here, I can correct him. If I am not here, Tao Xiang is a model of a loving mother who loses her son. Li Xiuqing already understood what Long Fei meant. He was planning to entrust his son to him. I see. Long Fei then looked at Salamanda. Salamanda, you joined us later, but we all see your talents, especially your loyalty. I understand it better than anyone else. The inside and outside of the Empire hope that you can take more responsibility to eliminate those crises. The queen's business can reach new heights. If you can, try to give her some advice. You don't have to worry about the Tiani group. My second sister can help her deal with it. Yes. Also, if something unexpected happens to me, and there is someone in the Empire who is ready to move or wants to do something that is not good for the Empire, you can immediately take action to deal with them. After Long Fei finished speaking, he took out a jade seal with his autograph and seal, and a long sword with a golden hilt from the desk, and handed it to Salamanda. The sword I handed over to you is called Taizu's sword. If members of the royal family and relatives commit crimes in the future, their punishment can be increased. Other ministers are still officials. If you find relevant crimes evidence, regardless of whether the evidence is accurate or not, can be arrested first and then tried. After finishing speaking, Long Fei snapped his fingers. The door of the office opened, and a male officer in Gongyan uniform held a golden tray with both hands. There were 8 jade plaques on the golden tray. The male officer came to Long Fei and Salamanda. 8 jade cards are given to you. Once there is any decision that affects the country, if it is not good for the country's development, you can hand over one of the jade cards to directly ban the decision, or some decisions have already been banned, but in the future, it is beneficial to the development of the country, and a jade token can also be handed over to allow the forbidden decision to be implemented again. Yes, Your Majesty. Salamanda not only has good capabilities in marching and fighting, but can even give accurate guidelines and long-term benefits in national decision-making. That's why Long Fei gave Salamanda the right to do so. As for Tao Xiang, Long Fei knew her ability, so if he guarded his country for him, Tao Xiang could still do it. Tao Xiang also knows the general situation. She won't do things like those relatives meddling in politics. Even her own sister won't condone it. In the past, Tao Xiang recognized her ancestors and returned to her ancestral home to worship her ancestors. Later, after Tao Xiang and Long Fei got married, no matter if they were relatives of the same clan, distant relatives, or relatives who could not reach the 8th life, they all tried to contact Tao Xiang. Tiani group seeks a job. Generally, Tao Xiang would not directly place these relatives in some important positions, but would decide what positions to work in after observing their abilities. Afterwards, Tao Xiang became the queen of the Tiani Empire, and those relatives also wanted to use this status to be able to take a certain important position as a royal relative of the Tiani Empire. At most, Tao Xiang would give them idle jobs, because Tao Xiang knew very well that these relatives were actually incapable, so they asked her for positions. Even if capable relatives come to Tiani Empire to seek a job, they will fight for it based on their own ability. Anyway, based on their status as relatives to the queen, coupled with their own ability, they will add points to themselves invisibly, at least better than others. The official luck is even smoother. Long Fei continued to deal with some things. Soon, Tao Xiang, Solanum Nigrum, Li Jiaming and Shrek all got a key from Long Fei. Each of them has a key in their hands, and only a key can open a golden box. Inside the golden box, Long Fei has arranged documents. Once something happens to him, all 4 of them must open the golden box. When the 4 people open the golden box, all ministers, important officials, and news broadcast live, read the documents inside the golden box, and carried out a series of personnel appointments and subsequent policies. Golden Box Long Fei has arranged for a professional team to take care of it around the clock. Acdilla's modified meteorite was intercepted, which affected the progress of the advance. In addition to the 2 army-class fleets led by Acdilla's modified meteorites and the Dion pirates, some sporadic squads lurking outside the territory of the Tiani Empire also started to act. These squads rushed into the Tiani Empire's territory and attacked immediately as soon as they found the Tiani Empire army. As a result, many sporadic battles occurred within the Tiani Empire's domain. The current Battle of the Sky-Winged Empire, in addition to domestic media reports and live broadcasts in some locations. Some foreign media also entered the territory of Tiani Empire, with the consent of relevant departments, to conduct live reports. The members of the Dion pirates in these sporadic teams, except for the leader or the commander, are all foreigners who have been injected with Dion's loyalty potion. These foreigners played in a completely reckless manner, which caused some troubles and even suppressed some border guards and regular troops of the Tiani Empire, because these people had just died to the end and had no tactics to speak of. However, Some border guards or regular army commanders have discovered the weakness of these pirates who are completely desperate. A NI is being chased by an amethyst. The amethyst holy machine pilot not only mentally controls the floating cannon to attack NI, but also controls the body to chase the target. A sense of crisis made the pilot of the holy plane stop chasing immediately and pulled the control lever back. A cyan light beam flashed in front of the amethyst holy machine, and then several cyan light beams from different directions attacked the amethyst holy machine. The amethyst holy machine kept dodging, and even the floating cannon that was chasing NI had to go back around the fuselage to open the protective cover to block the beams coming from all directions. A Martian jacket held solid blades in both hands. While the amethyst holy machine was dodging, it could not pay attention to the sneak attack of the Martian jacket, and its two arms were directly cut off by the solid blades of the Martian jacket. To make matters worse, the float gun just ran out of power. Several beams penetrated the body of the amethyst holy machine from different directions. The amethyst holy machine, with its arms broken, turned into a ball of fireworks. A blue holy machine was chasing a Delta and was accidentally attacked by a MK wired guided gun. The entire body paused, and Delta took the opportunity to turn around and use the mega beam rifle in his hand to shoot through the cockpit of the Azure holy aircraft. A Night Hunter was surrounded by Mental Power Gundam MK and Kshatriya. The mega particle cannon and floating cannon directly hit it in all directions. Many of the Dion Pirates units were lured in or encircled by their opponents, and their reckless tactics failed. Many commanders of the Tianyi Imperial Army have already thought of a strategy after encountering the desperate tactics of the Dion Pirates several times. Give orders to your own troops. Don't go head-to-head with Dion's pirates. Once the opponent's MS or mobile fortress rushes over, the team should not be stubborn and immediately disperse, or use a part of it as a bait to lure these pirates to pursue. Such tactics directly cause the Dion Pirates to lose a lot of airframes. Moreover, apart from adopting the tactics of luring the enemy into deep and surrounding them, the troops of the Tianyi Imperial Army also adopted another tactic, which was dragging. It is to conduct a series of tactical interception or stay at the scene of the encountered Dion Pirates and be surrounded by other local troops, flanked by two sides and multiple sides. The leader or commander of the Dion Pirates is also not an idiot. They also see each other's purpose. However, their purpose is actually to attract more troops, because this is their important task. The more Tianyi Imperial Army troops are attracted, then there will be fewer Tianyi Imperial Army intercepting Aketala's transformation of the meteorite. This is the order given by Dikla and the tactic he came up with. This tactic was also carried out with the determination to die. Of course, the strikers who died were foreigners who had been injected with Dion's loyalty potion. This is the cannon fodder they used to break through the enemy's obstruction, and it can be regarded as their indispensable combat power. Dikla and his team have already played all the cards in their hands, and there is no way out, only to die. Hell Reaper Gundam stood on Fenrir's back with a sickle in his hand, and the beam sickle pierced directly into the cockpit to kill the driver. Then several beams of light hit the Hell Reaper Gundam. Hell Reaper Gundam's wings were immediately covered in front of him, and the beam of light blasted to the wings and overflowed instantly. Then, the Hell Reaper Gundam opened its wings and rushed towards the holy machine that attacked it. The amethyst holy machine that attacked the Hell Reaper Gundam before did not dare to confront it head-on, and immediately retreated. A pair of destructive claws ejected from Hell Reaper Gundam's waist, and the amethyst holy machine immediately fired one after another with floating cannons. The anti-beam coating of a pair of destructive claws has been exhausted, and several floating cannon beams will penetrate the destructive claws. After the amethyst holy machine pilot destroyed a pair of saboteurs, the Hell Reaper Gundam disappeared. The pilot of the amethyst holy machine fled the scene immediately. He didn't know where the Hell Reaper Gundam would attack him by surprise. It's a pity that a blue sickle beam flashed across and cut the amethyst holy machine in half. Damn it. The battle has been going on for almost 2 hours, but the enemy has not been intercepted, but they have continued to advance. Dio said a little out of breath, opened the helmet armor. His face was covered with sweat. Dio wiped his sweat with his hand and said, "I don't know how many units have been killed, but it feels like I can't kill them all." Otherwise, a four-way video pops up on the screen. This female soldier in a military space suit, Second Lieutenant Dio. You have been fighting for more than 2 hours, and now you are returning to the mothership for repairs, and you have enough physical and mental strength to prepare for the next battle. I see. Hell Reaper Gundam returned to its mothership, the FA Poser battleship, and Dio walked out of the cockpit, receiving refreshing drinks and towels from the staff. Turning his head and glanced at the Hell Reaper Gundam he was driving, the staff began to make maintenance adjustments. Dio took a deep breath and then exhaled all the unpleasant emotions in his heart. Then he walked to the living room alone. In the restroom, there are other MIS drivers taking a rest. Many of them came back alive from the battlefield. Dio said hello to a few colleagues he knew well, and then sat in an empty seat to rest. Yali has died in battle. Dukan also died in battle. Really, we are still fighting our former countrymen. If possible, I don't want to fight against my former compatriots. Who knows if it's our compatriots? In fact, many of those so-called compatriots are foreigners who have been injected with the medicine of Dion's loyalty. These foreigners think they are from the Dion Empire. Anyway, what we are holding now is the identity card of the Tianyi Empire. The Dion Empire is already in the past tense. Besides, it was the members of the former royal family who started the war, and those who fought for him were only the nobles of the former dynasty and those from the past. Vested interests. That's true. Before the establishment of the Tianyi Empire, we were born as ordinary people. Even if we were ordinary humans, it was difficult to get ahead even if we worked hard. The new humans have some special treatment, but as long as they are born as commoners, they will not be favored or promoted by nobles. It's basically hard to get ahead. It is said that the members of the royal family, the new humans who followed him, were probably the ones with vested interests at that time, or those who had great loyalty or followers to the former emperor. Dio heard some conversations, but he also guessed that these people were natives of Mars. They didn't have much loyalty to the previous dynasty, and they didn't even have any feelings. They have feelings for the current Sky Wing Empire mainly because they have played well, platform, and the rewards they deserve for their bravery. So these people are willing to sacrifice their lives for the Tianyi Empire. Dio looked at the projection screen on the flat table in front of him, and the screen broadcast the content of the current battle situation on the battlefield. Actilla transformed the meteorite and advanced with 2 Army-class fleets in a desperate manner. When Actilla modified the meteorite defense energy shield, he was bombarded by hundreds of mobile drill missiles. It is to blast through one layer, and there is also a layer of defensive energy shield. However, when Actilla modified the meteorite to open the defensive energy shield, he couldn't open any defensive turrets or any offensive actions at all, basically taking the entire defense to the extreme. In addition to the energy used by Actilla to transform the meteorite, in addition to allowing the body to have enough energy to move forward, basically all the energy has been supplied to the defensive energy shield. The defensive energy shield just can't get in, and it can't get out at the same time. After several hours of fierce fighting, the 2 Army-class fleets that guarded Actilla's transformation of the meteorite had lost nearly half of their size. But the fleet continued to follow Actilla to transform the meteorite. The corresponding plan and tactics adopted by the Tianyi Imperial Army is not head-to-head, but a dumpling-making tactic. Now, the Tianyi Imperial Army has formed an encirclement tactic, dealing heavy blows to the enemy's flanks and rear. The Tianyi Imperial Army in front either moved sideways to form a side attack or adopted tactics of fighting while retreating. Although, Dikla led the troops of the headquarters of the Dion pirates, advancing forward with a courage that was not afraid of death and breaking the boat. The Tianyi Imperial Army suffered a lot of losses, but the Dion pirates' headquarters suffered even more serious damage, almost reaching a damage ratio of 4 to 1, 5 to 1. And this is only the Tianyi Imperial Army, border guards, regular troops, and a few elite troops. At present, most of the elite forces and special forces have not dispatched to intercept Actilla's modified meteorite. The main elite units and special forces fought against the Hyaki Yakaku forces in other domain locations. Originally, Kuroda Castle had already ordered the evacuation of all Hyaki Nightwalkers, but when they learned that Dikla was launching the final general attack, they decided to change the order, ordering the 100 Ghosts Knight troop to attack some factories in the Tianyi Empire territory and at any cost, regardless of success or failure, is to attack or sneak attack the meteorite factory in outer space. As long as you find it, you will attack immediately. The tactic is to hit and run. As a result, the Tianyi Imperial Army had to dispatch special forces and elite troops to destroy them. At the parent base of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps on Mars, Li Jiaming also dispatched troops to assist the Tianyi Imperial Army. Kuroda City did the same to help Dikla. Most of the members of the Hyaki Night Walking Troop are war orphans, or some of their human traffickers are used as cannon fodder after their memory is erased. No matter how many people died in the Hyaki Night Walking Force, Kuroda City didn't care. Anyway, the dead members could buy human beings from some organizations or by those children from unscrupulous orphanages. Kuroda Joya's purpose is to help Dikla succeed. Of course, it doesn't matter if he doesn't succeed. He doesn't care. Anyway, this is a worthless bet. If you bet right, you will lose a powerful enemy. If you bet wrong, there is no loss. The Tianyi Imperial Army Staff Headquarters is currently watching all the wars in the outer space domain of the Martian Circle. At present, what has caught their attention the most is Akdilla's transformation of meteorites. As for some sporadic battles in other locations, they can be handed over to the local commanders. Although some of the modified meteorite factories were attacked, and even several modified meteorite factories were destroyed. However, elite troops or special forces have been sent to track down the sneak-attacking enemies. Moreover, some of the modified meteorite factories have the ability to move, and they have been moved to other locations under the instructions of the staff. At this moment, the staff decided to dispatch 4 pseudo-Agama warships to prevent Akdilla from transforming the meteorite. After the Wang destroyer operation was over, Long Fei incorporated 2 of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps' pseudo-Agama warships into the Tianyi Imperial Army and made another 2 more pseudo-Agama warships. In addition to the 4 quasi-Agama battleships, there is also a large version of Lock Hai Lam with satellite systems, GX9912 GX-bit, and Flying Wing 0. Originally, the Diva was going to be transferred there, but the staff had changed its mind because the Diva was performing a mission with Battlestar Bulger. Earlier, part of the communication device, placed by the Expeditionary Force, suddenly lost contact. After investigation, it was damaged by an object impact. After that, some devices were also damaged. After investigation and restoration of the images taken before the device was damaged, it was found that 3 meteorites with a diameter of more than 15 kilometers had crashed. The restored image shows that the 3 meteorites are flying very fast. At present, it is impossible to find out what caused the 3 meteorites to fly so fast. The troops in charge of the investigation calculated that the direction of flight of the 3 meteorites was straight towards Mars. This shocked the entire Tianyi Empire authorities. When Long Fei received this news, he felt even more uneasy. Long Fei didn't know which meteorite would hit Mars. The only thing he could do was to take a corresponding plan to eliminate the 3 meteorites. The authorities have established a corresponding department to calculate the direction of the 3 meteorites, and after calculation, these 3 meteorites hit Mars earlier than the Akdilla modified meteorite. In the trajectory of the meteorite, Fire Diva's Photon Ring Ray-In and Battlestar Bulger's Bulger Cannon. Meteorites can be destroyed as long as they hit the target, but the distance between the 3 meteorites is a bit far, so they can only be destroyed one by one. A brigade-sized fleet escorts the Battlestar Bulger and Diva's relocation site. Akdilla modified the interior of the meteorite, and Dikla and other important members watched the current situation. Already more and more Tianyi Imperial Army surrounded Akdilla to transform the meteorite. Akdilla transformed the interior of the meteorite and their strongest troops. All the pilots of the airframe are driving the newly developed Violet Holy Machine. The height of the Violet Holy Machine is 18 meters. The appearance of the fuselage is made of purple crystal. It can be equipped with all the weapons of the Holy Machine. Whether it is thrust, speed, or defensibility, it exceeds the Amethyst Holy Machine. Almost comparable to G-First DX Gundam, Oberon Gundam, and MK. But the number is not many, only 200 units. Moreover, all the pilots are new humans from the former Dion Imperial Army. Of course, the Violet Holy Machine is the captain machine of the Amethyst Holy Machine team. There are 5 sets of thermonuclear energy furnaces in Acdilla's modified meteorite, 4 of which are in operation to supply the navigation and defense energy shields of Acdilla's modified meteorite, and the other set is charging the battery. The purpose of battery charging is to supply the energy required by the super laser cannon for the first time. The super laser cannon can be said to be the last super weapon developed by the Dion Empire. It is also Dikla's whole card and the magic weapon for seeking victory. Everyone, this is our last battle. As long as we succeed, our like-minded Martian compatriots will rise up and overthrow the sky-winged empire. After fighting for more than 5 hours, Acdilla changed the direction of the front end of the meteorite. With the reduction of the part fleet and more airframes being shot down, the ability to intercept the mobile drill missile became lower and lower. More and more mobile drill missiles broke through the firepower net and hit the defensive energy shield. Acdilla's modified meteorite's defense energy shield has 3 layers, and the defense power is stronger than 1 layer. When more than 300 mobile drill missiles bombarded the first layer of the front end of the defensive energy shield, the turtle shell-like protective cover shattered like glass at the front end. Nearly 200 mobile drill missiles exploded the moment they penetrated the defensive energy shield. When the remaining less than 100 mobile drill missiles hit the second layer of defensive energy shields, their warheads exploded after a few seconds of energy exhaustion. The second layer of energy protection cover hardly suffered any damage. Faced with the Tiani Imperial Army fleet that was transformed by Acdilla to transform the meteorite, it was found that only 30% of the area of the first energy protection cover was pierced. Undersupply. The broken area is in the process of repairing the broken protective cover. In addition to conveying the current remotely captured video to their superiors, the fleet commanders who are confronting each other are also thinking about how to deal with this new type of energy protection shield. Contact with fellow forces in other encirclements to launch mobile drill missiles to destroy the energy shields in other parts. The commander issued instructions to the staff. It seems that the other party's commander has spotted some weaknesses in the defensive energy shield. Dikla sat in the cockpit of his aircraft, connected to the command room to watch the current battle situation. The defensive energy protection cover is a series of improvements made from the blueprint of the energy protection cover of the Scarlet Palace. As long as the nuclear energy engine supplying energy is uninterrupted, even the broken parts will be modified and restored to their original state. In the war that year, our energy shield really couldn't resist energy weapons like your mega superparticle cannon. For this reason, our scientists have been improving the defense capability of the energy shield. Now our defensive energy shield is our strongest defensive shield, and it has 3 layers, and the defense power of 1 layer is better than that of 1 layer. Dikla looked at the screen, and Acdilla modified the current condition of the meteorite, and found that many red dots had returned to the mothership. Dikla frowned, watching countless red dots leave the battlefield and return to the mothership, and then watched new red dots appear again. Dikla snorted coldly and said, "It seems that you want to fight a war of attrition with us, but unfortunately we don't want to fight a war of attrition with you. Our goal is not there. Our goal is," Dikla said to himself before he finished. "Dididi," the voice sounded. Dikla frowned even deeper and said, "What do these guys want to do? Doing so will also hit their own family members. Could it be that the cannon fodder they want to sacrifice is the former Dion Empire?" All warships surrounding Agdira's modified meteorite fire mobile drill missiles. The first wave of all-round mobile drill missile attacks directly exceeded tens of thousands. The fleet and all the airframes opened fire with full force, and all warships in the fleet also launched mobile ballistic separation high-explosive missiles to intercept mobile drill missiles. Many warships in the fleet have been destroyed. Although more than half of the warships are still able to fight, fighting for several hours consumes a lot of energy, and the mobile ballistic separation high-explosive missiles also consume a lot. MS and the mobile fortress drivers were already exhausted from hours of fighting in a high-intensity and mentally tense state, and the body was either damaged or lacked energy. Missiles flew horizontally, light beams crisscrossed, and countless missiles collided and exploded, or were hit by the beams and turned into fireworks. More than 90% of the tens of thousands of mobile drill missiles were shot down, but thousands of mobile drill missiles broke through the opponent's defensive firepower network and charged towards the target. The goal is not Agdilla's modification of the meteorite, but Agdilla's modification of the meteorite's fleet, MS, and mobile fortress. The remaining thousands of mobile drill missiles hit battleships, MS, and mobile fortresses. Less than 60% of the original size of the fleet was left. In this wave of missile attacks, less than 10% of the number of battleships remained. Many MS and mobile fortresses were destroyed, and some of them were even attacked by MDs such as Burgo 3 and Viper after dodging the mobile drill missile, or attacked by fighters such as Space Overlord. More than 90% of the MS and mobile fortresses of the fleet also turned into fireworks. In Agdilla's transformation of the meteorite, Dikla and the commanders in the command room couldn't believe that not only the fleet suffered heavy losses, but many of the red dots on the radar were shot down by their own mobile drill missiles in the missile attack just now. I really didn't expect the Tianyi Imperial Army to dare to do such a cruel thing. It seems that these people who were sacrificed were from the former Dian Empire, and they were directly used as cannon fodder and consumables. Dikla said about the situation on the battlefield. Dikla thought that the red dots destroyed by the mobile drill missile were all from the former Dian Empire, and he had to admire the vicious methods of the Tianyi Empire in his heart. It seems that later you will use the media to publicize that we shot down the former Dian Empire's Tianyi Imperial Army on the battlefield, so that everyone on Mars will hate our Dian pirates. Dikla said what he thought in his heart. The other party is playing tricks. In fact, all the MS of the Sky Wing Empire Army and the pilots of the mobile fortress who were fighting on the battlefield returned to their respective motherships after receiving orders from their superiors. Then, replace all MS and mobile fortresses with Bilgo 3 and other MDS and fighters. Because of the relationship between men of particles, Agdilla's modified meteorites cannot see long-range battles clearly. It is their most advanced radar, which has a certain resistance to men of particles. It is still impossible to effectively and accurately grasp the type and model of the airframes fighting on the battlefield, etc. The only thing you can control is the number of enemies. Why didn't the commander launch a drill missile attack earlier? Mainly because the opponent's state is still strong, and the number of MD and fighter planes brought in by the reinforcements is not enough. Therefore, the commander decided to carry out round after round of attrition battles. MS and the mobile fortress troops fought for at least an hour, and at most several hours, and then transferred back to the mothership for repairs. As more and more reinforcements join the battlefield, the scale of the all-round encirclement will increase, and more MD and fighter planes will come to the battlefield. The commander immediately replaces the MS and mobile fortresses on the battlefield with all MDS and fighters controlled by Harrow or controlled by the MD system. Therefore, those MDs and fighters that were mistakenly hit by mobile drill missiles will not cause any heartache to the commander, and the pilots will be more important than these airframes. Attrition is attrition, as long as it can cause heavy losses to the already extremely tired enemy troops. This tactic of the commander has achieved good results. Because of the relationship between the men of particles, Dikla and his group mistakenly believe that the original Dian Empire people are used as cannon fodder. The Supreme Commander contacted Dikla. His Royal Highness, the fleet has less than 20% left and cannot effectively defend against Agdilla's modified meteorite. I see. Activate Agdilla's most powerful weapon for transforming meteorites, destroying wing cannon. Agdilla modified the entire end of the meteorite to open the built-in super laser muzzle, wing cannon, and most of the built-in muzzles of the meteorite were also opened, and the turret rose on the surface. The wing-killing cannon has received sufficient energy, and powerful energy has already been brewing in the muzzle, waiting for the defensive energy shield at the front end to be released. The commander of the Tianyi Imperial Army, who was in charge of commanding the encirclement, after destroying the enemy's fleet 7 or 8 times, did not get carried away in any way, but became more vigilant. Because he believed that the super laser cannon that Agdilla transformed the meteorite was ready to launch, the commander immediately mobilized the troops to keep all the warships away from the effective range of the super laser cannon. The commander touched his chin and thought, when their super laser cannons are strafing, the effective range is about 800 kilometers, but they haven't launched the effective range of the direct fire type yet. The effective range of the Flying Wing Zero single-arm destruction gun is about 500 kilometers for sweeping shots, and the effective range for direct shots is about 700 kilometers. If it is inferred that the effective distance of the super laser cannon on this meteorite is estimated to be at least more than 1,500 kilometers. The commander thought while holding several photos of Agdilla's transformation of the meteorite to launch the super laser cannon. When will the Nyagama battleship arrive? Sir, a ship has already arrived on the battlefield, just behind us. The super mega cannon particle cannon can be launched at any time. The commander lowered his head slightly to think again. The effective range of the super mega cannon particle cannon of the Argama battleship reaches about 1,000 kilometers. This is because the super mega cannon can't sweep, and it can only have such a long effective range by fully focusing on direct shooting. The commander immediately proceeded with the next series of maneuvers. All warships fire mobile drill missiles. All the battleships surrounding Agdilla's modified meteorite launched mobile drill missiles. Agdilla's transformation of the meteorite was directly attacked by all-round and continuous mobile drill missiles, and the remaining battleships and airframes were powerless to stop them. The sporadic beam rays and the few fireworks clusters ended in less than 10 seconds. The remaining warships and airframes of the were submerged under the mobile drill missiles, and the entire army was wiped out and turned into fireworks. The warships of the Tianyi Imperial Army at various positions continuously fired mobile drill missiles, as if they had to finish launching all the mobile drill missiles before stopping. In addition to launching mobile drill missiles, the beam weapons of some warships will also fire continuously without hesitation if the effective distance allows. The electromagnetic speed cannon of the destroyer Shield II also fired continuously. The electromagnetic speed cannon can easily penetrate the most advanced energy shield of the battleship, but Agdilla has modified the energy shield of the meteorite, which is like a turtle shell. The electromagnetic speed cannonball hitting the turtle shell shield is like a nuclear bomb hitting the ground. It set off a cloud of mushrooms and fireworks above, but it may have been as unaffected as the well-preserved and consolidated underground. In the entire encirclement, there are a total of 4 broken Shield II destroyers, firing electromagnetic speed cannons all the time. Agdilla modified the first layer of defensive energy protection cover of the meteorite and was hit by more than 5,000 mobile drill missiles in all directions within 5 seconds. It shattered like glass. Immediately afterwards, more than 10,000 mobile drill missiles continuously bombarded the second layer of the turtle shell protective cover within 3 seconds. With the same result, the turtle shell protective cover shattered and scattered in all directions like glass being smashed by an iron ball. Immediately afterwards, more than 30,000 mobile drill missiles attacked the turtle shell protective cover. At the same time, Agdilla modified the protective cover of the third layer of the meteorite, and the protective cover of the turtle shell disappeared at the muzzle of the wing-killing gun, leaving 75% of the protective cover of the entire turtle shell. The wing-killing cannon fired, and a crimson beam with a diameter of more than 5 kilometers struck continuously up and down under the rotation of the cannon fire. The entire effective range reached 750 kilometers, and the crimson beam continued to go back and forth, and countless fireworks exploded from the beam. Nearly 10,000 mobile drill missiles were destroyed within the shooting range of the wing-killing gun. More than 20,000 mobile drill missiles hit the remaining 75% of the turtle shell protective cover. More than 95% of the more than 20,000 mobile drill missiles bombarded the turtle shell protective cover into fireworks. The turtle shell protective cover was smashed like glass by a hammer, and the remaining more than 1,000 mobile drill missiles directly attacked Agdilla. Transform meteorites. The built-in defense turret and missile port of Agdilla's modified meteorite have already been prepared, and the defense turret and missile port are launched at the same time. The crisscrossing of the light beams and countless mobile ballistic separation, high-explosive missiles flew in all directions. The remaining mobile drill missiles were all shot down. The warships of the Tianyi Imperial Army in the encirclement immediately activated the point defense system, and the body fighters such as MD Burgo III and Space Overlord also activated the point defense system. However, some of the light beams hit Agdilla's modified meteorite, causing only minor damage. The electromagnetic speed cannon fired by the Destroyer Shield 2 can cause certain damage to the Agdilla-modified meteorite. Dikla's team had already made a precautionary plan and strengthened the surface and interior of Agdilla's modified meteorite to a certain extent. The Dikla listened to the report from his subordinates in the cockpit of the aircraft. His Royal Highness, the excess battery replenishment has reached 100% of the energy of the wing cannon. How many extra batteries are left? There are 8 more. The energy of the previous 2 has been exhausted, and now it is being recharged by the nuclear engine. How long will it take to activate the wing-killing cannon again? This only needs to wait for the cooling to complete, and then you can launch the wing-killing cannon. How long does it take to cool down? About 1 to 3 minutes. Very good. Dikla is very satisfied with this result. Overfilling the battery is a solution they thought of. If the wing-killing gun is simply powered by Agdilla's transformation of the meteorite nuclear engine, then once the launch is completed, it will take about 10 minutes for replenishment and the interval time, because the energy required by the wing-killing gun is very large. Once it is launched, all the energy will be exhausted in just a few seconds. The supply of energy is also unsustainable. If only the nuclear energy engine is used to supply energy, the interval between the next shots of the wing-killing cannon may exceed 3 hours. Especially when sweeping back and forth up and down, this consumes more energy than direct firing. However, if the supercharged battery is used as an alternative, the wing killer can continue to fire until the body overheats and needs to be dissipated. The previous round directly drained the 2 overcharged batteries. If the gun body was not overheated, the cooling device must be turned on to dissipate heat. Otherwise, the wing-killing gun would continue to fire. Dikla then looked at the report received by the instrument. Agdilla modified the current status of the meteorite. At present, the defensive energy shield that has been pierced is powered by a nuclear engine at this moment. As long as it gets enough energy, it will start again. In fact, the defense power of the 3 layers of energy shields is actually the same. Why is the 3-layer defensive energy shield of Agdilla's modified meteorite stronger than 1 layer? The main reason is that once the first layer of defensive energy shield is broken in all directions or under human control, the nuclear energy engine that supplies the first layer of defensive energy shield will immediately transfer the supply energy to the second layer of defensive energy shield to strengthen defense. If the second layer of defense energy shield is also broken, then the third layer of defense energy shield will be supplied with energy by 3 nuclear power engines, thereby obtaining a stronger defense force. Inside Agdira's modified meteorite, 3 nuclear power engines are fully supplying enough energy for the third layer of defensive energy shield to reopen. On the battlefield, Lieutenant General Wu Wenyuan, the commander of the Tianyi Imperial Army, saw the E cannon just now. Fortunately, we have kept the distance ahead, but if their super laser cannons are fired directly, how far is the effective distance? It is really impossible to estimate. General, the super mega cannon particle cannon of the Argama battleship is ready at all times. Okay, launch the super mega cannon particle cannon. Dispatch MS, mobile fortress and other troops to rush into the enemy's fall and suppress it. The super mega cannon particle cannon under the deck of the Argama battleship fired, and a huge red beam blasted towards Agdilla to transform the meteorite. Agdilla, who had lost the defensive energy shield, transformed the meteorite and was bombarded by the super mega cannon particle cannon. Thanks to Agdilla's transformation of the meteorite to carry out a round of surface and internal strengthening upgrades, coupled with the distance relationship, the power of the super mega cannon particle cannon has been weakened. As a result, the super mega cannon particle cannon was not only unable to penetrate the Agdilla modified meteorite, but blasted into the interior only 500 meters away. The big hole that was blown open was blocked by the gates of the internal facilities. Lieutenant General Wu Wenyuan frowned as he watched the superconducting remote camera capture the current situation of Agdilla's transformation of the meteorite. Lieutenant General Wu Wenyuan said to himself, I really didn't expect the internal structure of this meteorite to be so strong in defense. It seems that there must be a few more Yagama warships. Agdilla modified the meteorite and was just bombarded by the super mega cannon particle cannon, and there was a slight vibration inside. The electromagnetic speed cannon of the destroyer Shield II bombarded the surface of the meteorite in Agdilla. Except for the surface layer, it only penetrated the outermost layers. Moreover, the number of electromagnetic extreme speed shells left by the destroyer of the Shield II destroyer was not much, and it was exhausted after firing 5 or 6 rounds. Dikla looked at the report and said in his heart, "Thanks to a round of internal upgrades, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous." Drip. There was a file information prompt. Dikla typed it out and looked at it, frowned and said, "It seems that we are going to get serious." Dikla issued an order. Order the whole army to guard with all your strength. Agdilla modified the meteorite except for the direction where the wing-killing cannon was located, and all the warships of the Tiani Imperial Army in other directions dispatched MS and mobile fortress troops to rush towards the target. Virgo 3 rushed to the forefront, and the MS and mobile fortress troops covered by the Viper and various fighters advanced. Agdilla transformed the meteorite into a hedgehog-like light beam defense turret, firing continuously, and the missile well fired one every few seconds. Virgo 3 is the most mobile puppet produced by the Tiani Empire Army. Planetary defenders can not only block energy weapons, but also solid weapons such as missiles and live ammunition. There are more than 500 Virgo 3s on site, with planetary defenders turned on, beam machine guns in the left hand and beam cannons in the right hand, rushing to the destination in the first place, covering other fellow fighters. Use the beam weapon on hand to activate the point defense system and fire at the mobile ballistic separation high-explosive missile. Behind Virgo 3, Scabio, Viper, and various fighter planes use the cover of the planetary defenders to cooperate with Virgo 3 to shoot down those countless mobile ballistic separation high-explosive missiles. Planetary defenders are not able to defend against all beam turrets. Some beam turrets with larger calibers and longer ranges, such as beam turrets with a caliber of 215 mm or more, can penetrate planetary defenders with power. More than 100 Virgo 3s were destroyed at the muzzles of these large-caliber beam guns. After Agdilla transformed the meteorite and lost its energy shield, many parts were attacked. Many surface parts emitted fireworks. The destroyed defense turrets and missile silos were either destroyed by the warship's beam cannon or by MS or mobile fortress long-range weapons. But Agdilla's modification of the surface of the meteorite is still like a hedgehog, firing beams and missiles all the time. Some Tiani Imperial Army MS stepped on Agdilla to modify the surface of the meteorite, destroying the turrets and missile ports on the surface, especially those defensive turrets with rotation function, which were the focus of attack. A pair of EX cannons of a G-First EX Gundam destroyed 2 defensive turrets in one go, and the right-hand beam spear was ready to kill the other defensive turret. An Amethyst Holy Machine attacked G-First EX Gundam, and the beam bombarded the back of G-First EX Gundam. Fortunately, the driver of G-First EX Gundam is a new human being. The sense of crisis made him feel the sneak attack from behind. Agdilla transformed the surface of the meteorite and opened the built-in gates in several places, and some Amethyst Holy Machines were drilled out. Fighting with the MS of the Tiani Imperial Army, who landed on the surface of the modified meteorite in Agdilla. Lieutenant General Wu Wenyuan looked at the current situation when the staff sent a report. The second Nyagama battleship has arrived on the battlefield. Its position is, and it can launch the Super Mega Cannon Particle Cannon at any time. Lieutenant General Wu Wenyuan looked at the three-dimensional battlefield situation map. Lieutenant General Wu Wenyuan originally wanted to shift the position of the Nyagama battleship, aiming at the big hole blasted by the meteorite in Agdilla before the first Nyagama battleship. He planned to make the big hole that was blasted deeper, but the remote camera allowed him to discover the muzzle of Agdilla's super laser cannon that transformed the meteorite to gather energy. Lieutenant General Wu Wenyuan ordered the second Quasi-Agama battleship to fire the Super Mega Cannon Particle Cannon at Agdilla's modified meteorite super laser cannon. The second Nyagama battleship fires the Super Mega Cannon Particle Cannon. The red Super Mega Cannon Particle Cannon attacked the muzzle of the wing-killing cannon that Agdilla transformed the meteorite. Originally related to the Men of Particles, Agdilla's modified meteorite remote camera could not capture the remote situation at all, and had no idea that there were already 2 Quasi-Agama warships in the distance. For the sake of safety, Actala modified the meteorite commander and ordered 3 nuclear engines to supply the energy required by one of the energy protection shields. Once enough energy is obtained to open a part of the protection, it must be activated as soon as possible to protect the muzzle of the wing-killing gun. The protection is not transferred to other positions until the wing-killing gun is fired. Just at the moment when the super mega cannon particle cannon attacked, the energy protection shield opened at the same time. The cannon and the shield collide, and the two energies confront each other. For about 10 seconds, cracks appeared on the shell of the protective shell, and the cracks also began to expand. The shape of the cracks spread to the entire shell of the protective shell like a spider web. In about 20 seconds, when the energy of the super mega cannon was exhausted, the energy shield shattered like glass at the same time. Commander Actila transformed the meteorite. He didn't expect that if it was a second slower just now, once the muzzle of the wing-killing gun was bombarded by the super mega cannon particle cannon, the terrifying energy would explode inside the meteorite. At that time, everyone inside would have to it's over. The commander reached out and touched his forehead, covered in cold sweat. No matter how much the Actila-modified meteorite is attacked, it still needs to continue to rush forward. In the super mega cannon bombardment just now, Actila modified the meteorite commander and ordered his subordinates to immediately calculate the source location of the cannon. After getting the approximate location, the commander immediately ordered the source of the cannon particle cannon to fire the wing-killing cannon. As long as the energy of the wing-killing gun is sufficient and the muzzle is not too hot, the effective distance of direct fire can exceed 1,500 kilometers. The muzzle of the destroying wing cannon ejected an orange-red light beam with lightning towards the position of the second Quasi-Agama battleship. Although the second Nyagama battleship evaded immediately after firing the super mega cannon particle cannon. However, the second Nyagama battleship was still a step too late, and the lightning orange beam blasted off the left half of the Nyagama battleship and also destroyed the Brigade-class Fleet 1/3 scale. Lieutenant General Wu Wenyuan watched the wing-killing gun pass by about 100 kilometers to his left, and his whole back felt cold. Unexpectedly, the effective range far exceeded his estimate, and he also received a notification from his subordinates that the second Nyagama battleship was destroyed, and 1/3 of the accompanying fleet was destroyed. What is the effective distance of the computer's super laser cannon? Lieutenant General Wu Wenyuan hurriedly commanded the troops, issued an order for the next corresponding plan, and immediately notified the superior that the second Argama battleship was destroyed. Actila's transformation of the meteorite is cooling down the second wing-killing cannon fired, and the third wing-killing cannon will take a longer interval this time. Because several internal cooling facilities failed, the cooling time was prolonged. Internal staff rushed to make repairs. Actila remodeled the surface defense turrets and missile wells of the meteorite, and more than 15% of them have been destroyed. In addition to counterattacking the incoming missiles and aircraft, the defense turret also needs to deal with the enemy aircraft that land on the surface. The Violet Holy Machine is 30% higher than the Amethyst Holy Machine in terms of thrust, speed, and maneuverability. It can easily suppress the full armor MK and MK mass-produced Gundam, and can compete with G-First DX Gundam and other elites and mass-produced Gundams serving in special forces. A high-power spiral beam gun dedicated to the Violet Holy Machine pierced Burgo 3's planetary defender and even pierced Burgo 3's body. Immediately afterwards, the Violet Holy Machine launched the 8 floating cannons on its main body, attacking the several rituals that had just landed on the surface. Regardless of Type A or Type B ritual immediately counterattacked and even tried to shoot down the floating cannon. But the mobility of the floating cannon of the Violet Holy Machine is far better than that of the Amethyst Holy Machine. Ritual couldn't hit the floating cannon at all. Under the driver's mental control, the 8 floating cannons directly formed a 3-dimensional attack, instantly turning several ritual into fireworks. Immediately afterwards, 8 floating cannons chased the serpent that had just destroyed a defensive fort. The big poisonous snake controlled by Harrow found 8 floating cannons locked on it, and Harrow responded immediately. With the space perception software system, Harrow has a certain ability to correspond to the mentally controlled floating cannons of new humans and can calculate the next move of the mentally controlled floating cannons controlled by new humans. The Viper first launched the 8-mounted missile launcher to attack the floating cannon. The moment the floating cannon dodged, the Gatling machine gun in the right hand fired and attacked the floating cannon that had already calculated the dodge trajectory. The fuselage of the floating cannon that was continuously hit by the Gatling machine gun emitted countless sparks. Fortunately, both the fuselage and the floating cannon of the Violet Holy Machine adopt a new type of armor, magnetic steel alloy, which has a certain resistance to light beams and has a certain degree of protection against live ammunition weapons. Extremely strong protection ability. The magnetic steel alloy is 5% heavier than the third-generation Gundamium alloy in terms of the same volume, but it is better than the third-generation Gundamium alloy in terms of protection. The bullets of Viper's Gatling machine gun are armor-piercing bullets, which have the ability to penetrate the second-generation Gundamium alloy and shoot like raindrops. Generally, the mass-produced Holy Machines, blue and blood red, will basically be hit by the Viper's Gatling machine gun by thousands, riddled with sores. But apart from the sparks from the floating cannon of the Violet Holy Machine, all the bullets were bounced off, leaving some concave bullet holes in the fuselage at most. Harrow, who controls the Viper, immediately uploaded the current information, and the new Holy Machine adopts a new type of armor. In addition to uploading the information on one side, Harrow continued to adopt the combat corresponding mode on the other side. The 360mm heavy rocket launcher in the left hand attacked the other floating cannon that was dodging the missile attack. The 360mm heavy-duty rocket launcher uses high-penetration armor-piercing projectiles, and one projectile directly penetrates a floating cannon. TCH, the computer-controlled airframe is more difficult to deal with than ordinary people, and sometimes it is even more difficult to deal with than adjustment people. The pilot of the Violet Holy Machine said a little annoyed. However, the remaining 7 floating cannons encircled and suppressed the Serpent. Harrow's combat efficiency is higher than that of many ordinary humans and even some combat-type adjusters, but once it exceeds the corresponding range set by the software, its efficiency is not as good as the former two. Harrow was calculating the trajectory of each floating cannon, and after launching the attack, he found that the opponent was able to dodge its every step to calculate the attack. Although Harrow quickly switched to the corresponding mode, the new human driver reacted quickly, causing the floating cannon to fly erratically, and Harrow could not capture the trajectory at all. The big poisonous snake was directly attacked by 7 floating cannons in 3 dimensions and all directions, and was directly penetrated by 7 chasing beams. When the pilot of the Violet Holy Plane was about to look for the next target, a sense of crisis came to his back. The Violet Holy Machine immediately dodged to the side, and a red light beam passed by the position of the Violet Holy Machine just now. Damn it, I fell for it. The pilot of the Violet Holy Machine sensed that 2 of the floating cannons he was controlling had been shot down. It turned out that the attack just now was just a trick. The opponent's purpose was to destroy his floating cannons. The driver immediately manipulated the remaining 5 floating cannons to dodge the incoming beams. The Violet Holy Machine pilot discovers the source of the beam. F-90, this is new equipment. The driver of the Violet Holy Machine saw an F-90 equipped with new weapons from the screen. The F-90T pursuit battle type is characterized by 2 shields mounted on the shoulders and a long-distance thruster mounted on the back. The 5 floating cannons attack the F-90T in all directions, but the F-90 body is smaller and more flexible than most other mass-produced Gundams, plus the new long-distance thrusters equipped with T-chasing battles. F-90T dexterously dodged the attack of 5 floating cannons and counterattacked with 2 beam guns inside the shield, shooting down 2 floating cannons in an instant. Damn it, this F-90 mass-produced Gundam is small and flexible, even more flexible and faster than the early days. It seems that the Tianyi Empire has carried out a round of parts upgrades, and the pilot is also a new human, from which I can grasp the trajectory and course of my floating cannon. The F-90T driver used the long-distance thrusters to propel with high power, not only quickly dodge the attack of the floating cannon, but also rush to the front of the Violet Holy Machine in a short time. Gundam and Holy Machine drew their beam sabers at the same time to fight, The Violet pilot watched the F-90T from the screen and instantly circled behind him. The pilot reacted quickly, and the body immediately turned around to block the opponent's fatal blow. Damn it, after the F-90 has been upgraded, its maneuverability and flexibility are already slightly better than the Violet Holy Machine. Now that it is equipped with this armed thruster, its speed, maneuverability, and flexibility have completely surpassed my Violet Holy Machine. In addition to using long-distance thrusters to switch different directions for melee attacks, the F-90T will also use the shield's built-in two-barrel beam gun to shoot at a certain distance. The pilot of the Violet Holy Machine used mental control to switch the floating cannon mode. The remaining 3 floating cannons formed a triangular formation and opened the protective cover to block the beam, then instantly switched to the beam saber mode and rushed towards the F-90T. F-90T dodges the floating beam saber, and in addition to counterattacking the floating beam saber, it will also fire at the Violet Holy Machine. The pilot of the Violet Holy Machine was very annoyed. The mobility of this miniaturized mass-produced Gundam is really a headache. The moment the floating cannon is aimed, this small Gundam can dodge in an instant. I really don't know what technology the Sky Wing Empire used to build it. To create such a Gundam, the Dion Empire has been researching for decades, but there is no way to develop the body to only 17 meters. The F-90T's long-distance thruster rushed towards the Violet Holy Machine with great thrust. The floating beam saber could not catch up with the F-90T, so it immediately switched to the shooting mode and fired at the back of the F-90T one after another. The F-90T driver, relying on the sense of crisis of the new human beings, switched directions in contact and dodged the attack of the floating cannon. Where the light beam passed was only a white trajectory. F-90T rushed in front of the Violet Holy Machine. The beam saber slashed towards it, and the Violet Holy Machine's beam sword blocked it. The machine body is less than 15 meters, and the output of the beam saber is no less than the output of the beam saber of my Violet Holy Machine. The two airframes are in close contact with each other. You block each other, and I stab you. Damn it. I really don't know how the Sky Winged Empire managed to make such a small body exert such a powerful thrust. The F-90T and the Violet Holy Machine fought 50-50. The former suppressed the opponent in terms of speed, flexibility, and mobility, while the latter had the advantage in terms of weapons. In addition to the floating cannon and high-power spiral beam gun of the Violet Holy Machine, the laser cannon built into the shield even counterattacks the F-90T from time to time. F-90T used its speed and flexibility to continuously launch the opponent, but the Violet Holy Machine wanted to distance itself. F-90T caught up with the Violet Holy Machine in a short time by virtue of its speed far superior to the opponent. Lieutenant General Wu Wenyuan is mobilizing troops at this moment, except that Agdilla modified the fleet of the Tianyi Imperial Army in front of the meteorite-destroying wing cannon to evade. In other directions, under the command of Lieutenant General Wu Wenyuan, the Tianyi Imperial Army fleet began to mobilize suppression forces to suppress the interior of Agdilla's modified meteorite. Agdilla modified the interior of the meteorite, and Dikla looked at the report documents sent by his subordinates and found that 4 of the batteries used to charge the wing cannon had been lost. The batteries that lose energy are being charged, and none of them are fully charged yet. The electric energy supplied to the defensive energy shield by the 3 nuclear power engines is not enough to start, and it will take another 20 minutes to start. More than 20% of the missile wells were destroyed, and nearly 30% of the defensive beam turrets were destroyed. 6 of the Violet Holy Machines have been destroyed so far. At present, the corresponding anti-repression operations have been prepared, and the internal defense system has been activated. The current command deduces that the Tianyi Imperial Army will have more suppressive troops rushing into the big hole blasted by the Yagama warship to suppress the interior of the meteorite transformed by Agdilla. Relevant forces have already carried out corresponding measures. Agdilla modified the exterior of the meteorite, and more than 60% of Burgo 3 was destroyed. In addition to Burgo 3, more than half of the Viper, Cosmic Overlord, and Mobius Zero were destroyed. These machines with MD systems were controlled by Harrow, relying on their sacrifices and destroying the defense turrets and missile wells, so many man-machines can land on the surface of the Agdilla-modified meteorite. Many amethyst and violet holy machines fought on the surface of the meteorite in Agdilla. Agdilla's transformation of the surface of the meteorite can see the continuous crossing of light beams and bursting fireworks. Jesta, Mars' jacket, and other bodies fell into the surface of Agdilla to transform the meteorite. The first task is to destroy the defensive turrets and missile wells. Once you encounter the amethyst or violet holy machine, you can flash it if you don't face it head-on, and leave it to others. Mass-produced Gundam. Dio continued to drive the Hell Reaper Gundam, and also landed on the surface of the Agdilla-modified meteorite, and was fighting a violet holy machine. To completely suppress the violet holy machine in close combat, that is, to launch it within a medium distance, the fighter at the waist can also suppress the violet holy machine. Even if the violet holy machine launches the floating cannon, the bat wings of the Hell Reaper Gundam can easily block the beams fired by the floating cannon. Moreover, the special Gundam Hell Reaper Gundam was not the only one that landed on the surface of the Agdilla-modified meteorite. There are also about 6 special Gundams, including Pulse Gundam, Warrior Gundam, and ZZ Gundam, which landed on the surface of Agdilla to transform the meteorite to fight. Suddenly, several red long-distance light beams appeared in several directions of the Agdilla-modified meteorite, blasting on the surface of the Agdilla-modified meteorite. It turned out that there were several Silver Thunders on the battlefield, armed with a newly modified Big Way 2. The beams emitted could sweep across for a short time. Add Silver Thunder to fly and shoot, increasing the sweeping effect. Silver Thunder's I-Field Generator is better than Bilgo 3's Planetary Defender, and it can completely resist the long-range defense beam turret that Agdilla modified the meteorite. Then, the TR-series aircrafts of the Black Rabbit Force entered the field one after another, and other special forces and elite forces also joined the battlefield one after another. As time progressed, more and more troops began to advance in the direction of Agdira's transformation of the meteorite. Then, some airships of the suppressing force rushed to the surface of the destination, and under the or cover of some MS, entered the hole that the super mega cannon particles bombarded before. There is also another part of the suppression force that entered through the built-in valves and missile wells of Agdira's modified meteorites. Fighters such as the Mobius Zero also followed the suppression troops, or entered the cave for suppression. Agdilla has already turned on the defense system inside the modified meteorite, and some passage decks have laser turrets and so on. In order to protect the safety of the airship, some airships use the fuselage to resist the safety of their companions in addition to resisting with shields. The sacrifice of some airships allows the airship to move forward safely. There were also some drivers who reacted quickly, firing and destroying these defensive turrets the moment they emerged. On the other side, Dikla did not panic when he received the news that the enemy army had entered the interior. It's a little faster than our scheduled time. As long as there are no major mistakes, there is a great chance of success, Dikla said confidently. Internally, repression forces and counter-repression forces have fought fire at several locations. The two sides fought each other with their own weapons. The suppression troops of the Sky Wing Imperial Army released drones, mechanical dogs, and small unmanned combat vehicles on the ground. Defensive weapons, raid suppressors, or drones will appear from time to time in the aisles or walls of the Dion pirates. Let the Tiani Imperial Army's suppressing troops be hard to defend against. Moreover, the anti-repression forces of the Dion pirates have also developed new types of individual weapons and armor. The anti-suppression force of the Dion pirates uses newly developed armor for individual weapons. Triumph armor, the white outer bone marrow armor, and white armor are integrated. There are small propellers on the back and legs, and have energy shields, which can resist ordinary individual solid bullets and energy weapons. The Tiani Imperial Army wearing the first-generation Spartan battle uniforms will suffer in some battles if they do not have external armor or outer bone marrow armor. For example, in melee combat, the Triumph armor is 5 times stronger than the outer bone marrow armor, and under the physique enhancement transformation of the party concerned, the Tiani Imperial Army wearing the first-generation Spartan battle uniform is almost equal to the opponent in the physique enhancement transformation. In terms of quality, there is a gap in the strength of the armor or uniform of the two. Triumphant armor can fully withstand the punches of Spartan warriors, But the Spartan armor's solid stone function cannot withstand the triumphant armor's boxing, and one punch destroys the solid rock function. Directly wound the soldiers wearing the first-generation Spartan uniforms. A soldier wearing a Spartan battlesuit 2 and another soldier wearing a triumphal armor are flying towards each other and firing at each other. They are each running quickly on different aisle walls. Both brushed past each other. Both rifles hit each other at the same time. Neither rifle bullet could penetrate the energy shield. The two fell to the ground at the same time and rushed towards each other. At the same time, they pulled out the short knife on the back waist to launch high-frequency vibrations and stabbed each other's chest at the same time. The energy shields of both of them emitted strong ripples. The two backed away at the same time, drew their pistols, and hit each other at the same time. The energy shields of the two had exceeded the threshold at this moment and collapsed. The moment the energy shield collapsed at the same time, the two continued to shoot at each other. The Spartan Battlesuit Type 2 and the Triumph armor that have lost their energy shields can only rely on their own battlesuits or armors to resist the opponent's weapons. The two are also equally defensive, and at the sixth shot, they penetrate the opponent's battle uniform or armor at the same time. The triumphant armored soldier immediately took out a can of spray from his waist and sprayed it on the wound. The bullet came out of the wound and flowed out of the body. The blood at the wound coagulated and did not let the blood continue to drain. At the same time, the soldier in the Spartan suit 2 took out a dose of healing gel 2 from his waist and sprayed it on the wound, and the bullets also flowed out of the wound. Then, the blood from the wound stopped bleeding, and the wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye to restore the old appearance. The healing agent of the two, the Tianyi Imperial Army, is even better. Although the wound of the Triumph armor soldier is no longer bleeding, the pain and injuries are still there, and the condition is only 7 or 8 out of 10. On the contrary, the wounds of the soldiers in the Spartan Battlesuit Type 2 were healed, and the treatment gel Type 2 could also restore the wounded to their original mental state, and the entire state had been fully restored. The two quickly fought again, and the triumphant armor warrior who was not in good condition quickly fell to the wind, and defeat was a matter of time. Triumph armor warriors not only meet soldiers in Spartan suits and Spartan suits 2, but also meet machine gunners. The action of the machine gunners is not as good as that of the soldiers in the Spartan battle uniform, but the Gauss rifles and other weapons of the machine gunners and the energy shield of the triumphant armor soldiers cannot effectively resist at all. The metal nail-like bullets of the Gauss rifle are enough to collapse the energy shield of the triumphant armored warrior. In melee combat, a machine gunner is also capable of piercing the energy shield of the triumphant armor warrior with a single punch and directly knocks the triumphant armor warrior into the air. In order to be able to compete with the machine gunners, the triumphant armor warrior must wear a heavy armor to fight with the machine gunners in close quarters. A machine gunner held a high-energy chainsaw in his left hand and fought with a triumphant armored soldier in heavy armor. He also fought with the chainsaw on the side of the machine gun with the chainsaw. But the power source is not as good as the machine gunners, and the triumphant armor fighters with heavy armor are directly suppressed by the machine gunners. A piece of defensive armor popped up in some aisles. Machine guns rained down on a marine. Sparks erupted from the armor. Fortunately, the armor of the machine gunners was very solid, and the 18mm caliber bullets could not go up at all, and the Gauss rifles fired several times to destroy the defensive armed forces. In addition to the troops on the ground who were fighting, the drones flew randomly, the ground tanks sprinted and fired, and there were sparks from the destroyed machines everywhere. There are also countless corpses lying on the ground, and floating corpses and blood cells can still be seen in some gravity-free areas. A Mobius Zero came to a zero-gravity area, found the enemy drone, fired a linear cannon to shoot down the drone, and the detector sensed the movement of creatures. Mobius Zero immediately launched 4 wired pods, chasing the target in different directions. Suddenly, a defensive missile device popped up on the ground and fired small missiles at the Mobius Zero. Mobius Zero dodged counterattacked with linear cannons, and 4 wired pods continued to chase the target. The 4 wired pods contained 2-barreled autocannons, which fired at the Triumph armored warriors. A few triumphant armor warriors who had no time to dodge immediately activated the Holy Armor function and directly released the energy shield to form a beetle-shaped tortoiseshell energy shield, which resisted two two-barreled automatic cannons in one go. The Holy Armor's function threshold exceeded the capacity and collapsed. The Triumph armor was unable to activate other functions for a while, and the third shot of the two-barreled automatic cannon directly blasted through the body of the Kaiga armor warrior. The only triumphant armored soldier who reacted quickly used the thrusters on his back and legs to dodge the attack of the second-mounted automatic cannon, and then used the armor-piercing rocket on his back to fire at Mobius Zero. Previously, the defense missile device was destroyed by the Mobius Zero firing, but the small missiles launched had the function of turning back and tracking. When Mobius Zero dodged the armor-piercing rockets, the small missiles turned back and attacked the rear of Mobius Zero. When the Mobius Zero moved away again, the channel was not wide enough, and several small missiles hit the rear of the Mobius Zero, causing the entire fuselage to become unstable. The triumphant armored warrior seized the opportunity and immediately fired another armor-piercing rocket, piercing the nose of the Mobius Zero. The head of Mobius Zero exploded, and it was directly scrapped and suspended in midair. Some large-caliber armor-piercing rockets of Triumph armored warriors can penetrate the fuselage and nose of fighters such as Mobius Zero, but MS cannot cause any effective damage. When several triumphant armored warriors were setting some traps, a Delta was attacked by armor-piercing rockets of several triumphal armored warriors. Although the head was hit by several armor-piercing rockets in a row, it didn't suffer much damage. Only a layer of paint was scratched on the head. However, in addition to counterattacking with the 60mm Vulcan cannon on the head, Delta also fired the beam gun in his hand without hesitation. Although some Triumph armor fighters used the stealth function to pounce on the heads of these machines, and placed electromagnetic overload bombs, hoping that the strong current would temporarily overload the machines to paralyze them or shut them down. But it turned out to be fruitless, because all the airframes of the Tianyi Imperial Army have a certain degree of protection against electric currents. 1 or 2 electromagnetic overload bombs will not cause much damage at all, and the airframes can still withstand it. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.